Hey everybody, we're live. How are you doing? Hey everybody, we're live. How are you doing? As you can see, the meeting hasn't officially started, but yet they're massing to begin to start the meeting as I speak. Welcome to Zinni62 on YouTube and the blog networks of Oakland, of Zinni62 Media Incorporated, featuring Oakland News Now, blog.com, oaklandnewsonline.com, Oakland Focus, blogspot.com. I am sharing this via social media right now. Live. No. Okay. And they will begin in 4 minutes. My plan is to continue this through until approximately 2:15, actually 2:30 Pacific Standard Time. Then I've got to break away and get ready for my interview with Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf. Give me 30 minutes to set that up. So and distribute the social media links to that, which have already been distributed, but redistribute them again. So that's how today lays out. Here, occasionally you'll see my chair empty because I'm off reviewing a note or something like that. Then I'll come back, but I can hear the sound. This is expected to be a long meeting. All right, we got 3 minutes till that. Let me see where else I can go here next. Share, LinkedIn, share and post, hashtag Oakland. Posting that on there. And then next is welcome to Zinni62, everybody. Next is Twitter. Next, last but not least. Okay, there. All right. So I believe we are live stream. Yep, there we go. All right. Oh, Oakland. Okay. There. All right. So that's out as well. All right. So welcome everybody again. Welcome. And like I said, I expect this to start any second now. Well, it's not. It's literally seconds away. So, hey Barry, how are you? Then Barry says, "Are you optimistic about this vote?" Yes, I am. I would be very surprised if the Bcdc board went against staff recommendations. Staff is recommending that basically Howard Terminal Ballpark go through. They don't say that. What they say is basically that Howard Terminal be released from the priority list of lands to be essentially protected, okay, and used in surplus for future growth. So I would be shocked, okay? I would be shocked if the board went against the staff recommendation. That generally doesn't happen. So I'm okay. Busy as a bee. Mom's got stuff going on downstairs. I gotta go down and check on that. And just working on trying to get new clients and everything else, but keeping fires burning news-wise here. Excuse me, and also staying cool since it's humid out here. And so this is exciting. But as I'm going to talk to the mayor, remember I got the mayor shaft at 3 p.m. Okay. I think that happened. All right, that should be there. Not sure why that happened. That was interesting. Very interesting. I'm sharing this now with another group. Say it's live now. Where should I put this? Oh, right here. Excuse me, folks. I'm just. If you don't know this history, Oakland A-listers, that's it. That's where I want to put it. All right. Real quick, if you're wondering what the Bcdc does, let me explain to you if you're new to this. The Bay Conservation and Development Commission was formed in, let me do this. Anyway, the Bay Conservation Development Commission was formed in 1965 by legislation and really got started in 1968. And the reason was that the fear at the time, when I've been in the Bay Area since April 8th of 74, so I remember the fear as expressed in this poster.
But not yet.
Was, hey, the Bay is going to basically be reduced to a kind of a, let me show you what's going on here. Going to be reduced, we all compliment it. It's going to be reduced to a river if we don't do something. And so to make a long story short, and out of respect for time, Bcdc through through legislation, Petrus Act, basically is responsible for the shorelines of the San Francisco Bay and the tributaries that feed it. And it is it's designed to be conservative. It's designed to be deliberative. It's designed to protect what is allowed to be developed along the bay's shoreline. And because the Athletics selected Howard Terminal as their desired place to build a ballpark, they fell right into Bcdc jurisdiction. Now, the question is, has the Bcdc ever been in a situation similar to this? The answer is yes, and that's with the original Warriors Arena at Pier 32. Staff rejected it, and the board didn't want it. They got in a huge battle with the city of San Francisco and basically agreed to compromise and put out an opinion. And while they were going through the machinations of that legal issue, Mark Benioff, Salesforce founder and CEO, stepped forward, said to Joe Lacob, I have some land here in Mission Bay that I can sell you for, if memory serves, $118 million, and did that. And that's what led to the development of Chase Arena that exists today. So that is the last time the Bcdc weighed in on a sports economic development issue in Oakland. And only because, again, Pier 32 being where it is, located where it is, there were a lot of people who were concerned about waterfront access, traffic, noise, pollution along an area that was relatively quiet compared to what it would see if what is now called Chase Arena were built there, jutting right out into the water.
Some technical details so that things move smoothly once we start.
That's Zach Wasserman talking. What did Zach Potatoes say there? I think he said something about, hold on a second. All right. Let me make sure that this volume is turned up. Looks like it is. Let me make sure it's turned up for me here. Audio settings. Yep, output volume is all the way up. Okay. There. All right. So if you're wondering of sort of a who's who here, The head honcho is Zach Wasserman, longtime Oakland attorney of some local fame, and the person whose voice you just heard, Zach Wasserman, is on the extreme
Chair
left.
Wasserman,
There.
we're ready to start at 9:06 a.m.
So they said they're going to start.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, all, and welcome to another hybrid Bcdc Commission meeting. My name is Zach Wasserman, and I am the chair of Bcdc. I can say this morning, many of our commissioners are located here at Beale Street at Metro Center, our headquarters. Other commissioners are participating from other remote locations. Each of those locations has been noticed on our meeting notice. For commissioners who are here, I want to remind you to please do 5 things. First, please make sure that you are always muted unless you are actually speaking. Second, to ensure that you are muted, please click on the up arrow on your Zoom meeting audio setting at the bottom of the screen and click on the Leave Computer Audio. Third, please ensure that your computer speakers are off. Fourth, always speak into the microphone. I try to follow my own advice. And have it on only when you are speaking. And fifth, please make sure that the video on your laptop is on so that the public and other commissioners can see you. Our first order of business, as always, is to call the roll. If you are participating virtually, when you answer, please unmute yourself and then mute yourself again. Peggy, please call the roll.
Chair Wasserman,
Here.
Vice Chair Eisen,
Here.
Commissioner Aniego,
Here.
Commissioner On,
Here.
Commissioner Olney,
Here.
Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Eckerly,
Here.
Commissioner Eklund,
Here.
Commissioner El Tawanze,
Here.
Commissioner Joya,
Here.
Commissioner Gorin,
Present.
Commissioner Haas,
Here.
Commissioner Lee,
Present.
Commissioner Lucchese,
Here.
Commissioner Pine,
Here.
Commissioner Showalter,
Here.
Commissioner Wagon Connect,
Here.
Commissioner Klein,
Here.
Commissioner McGrath,
Present.
Commissioner Stephanie,
Present.
Commissioner Nelson,
Here.
Commissioner Mendoza,
Here.
Commissioner Brush,
Here.
Commissioner McCoy. Here. Did I miss anybody?
Alden Peters. Here.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Stephanie. Molten Peters. Yeah.
Thank you, Stephanie. Did I miss anybody else? Okay, you have 24 voting commissioners present for a quorum.
Thank you. Since we have a quorum, we can conduct business. Now, I want to quickly share some instructions on how we can best participate in this meeting so that it runs as smoothly as possible. First, and this applies to everyone, make sure you have your microphones, computers, or telephones on mute to avoid background noise. Commissioners should turn your cameras on so everyone can see you. For members of the public attending virtually via Zoom, if you would like to speak either during our open public comment period or during the public comment period that is part of Agenda Item 8, dealing with the Howard Terminal Day Plan Amendment, you will need to do so in one of two ways. If you are attending on the Zoom platform, raise your hand on Zoom. In the unlikely event you are new to Zoom and you joined our meeting using that application, click the participants icon at the bottom of your screen, look in the box by your name, and find a small hand. Pressing that will raise your hand virtually. If you are joining our meeting by telephone, you must press *6 on your keypad to unmute your phone to make a comment. We will call, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, it's there. If you are attending at an alternate location at which a commissioner is participating, please ask the commissioner to notify the BCDC host that there's a member of the public with them who wishes to speak. We will call on individuals who have raised their hands in the order that they are raised. After you are called on, please unmute yourself to talk and then mute yourself when you are done. For members of the public attending our meeting in person, whether in this room or in the adjoining Yerba Buena room across the hallway, please fill out a speaker card. They are available at the table in the front of this room. If you are in the Yerba Buena room, do we have cards there? There are cards in that room for you. Please hand them to staff members who will be near the doorway. You will be asked to come to the podium one at a time and please state your name prior to providing your comments during the meeting, whether it being during item 3, our open public comment period, or during the Howard Terminal agenda item. We do have a large number of speakers on the Howard Terminal item, and because we have already had a public hearing on this matter, I'm going to limit those speakers to 1 minute each with no ceding of time. We ask you to keep your comments respectful and focused. We are here to listen to everyone who wishes to address us, but everyone has the responsibility to act in a civil manner. We will not tolerate hate speech, threats made directly or indirectly, or abusive language. Every now and then you may hear me refer to our meeting host. That's our BCDC staff who are acting as hosts for the meeting to ensure that technology moves the meeting forward smoothly and consistently. BCDC has also established an email address to compile public comments for our meetings. Its address is publiccomment, all one word, all lowercase, at bcdc.ca.gov. We have received in total over 1,000 email comments on the Howard Terminal matter. Those have all been shared with the commissioners. If we receive any email during this meeting, they will also be shared and will be made available on our website, bcdc.ca.gov, along with the ones that are already posted. That brings us to item 3, public comment period. This is for items on which we've not had a public hearing and are not on our agenda today. This is not the time to speak about Howard Terminal. If you are here to speak on Howard Terminal, please wait until I call that item, item number 8, to provide your comment. A public hearing was held on the Howard Terminal issue on June 2nd, and as required, staff has responded to all comments received that day and all written comments received by 5 p.m. on the following day. Nevertheless, pursuant to Bagley-Keene Act, we will take additional comments from the public on the Howard Terminal item, but we will not respond to them or summarize them because, as noted, the public hearing was closed 4 weeks ago. Peggy, do we have any item 3 public comment speakers?
Sorry, nobody in the boardroom. Rachel or Grace, is there anybody in the Yerba Buena room that wants to speak on something other than Howard Terminal? Please advise, come on in and advise me. In the meantime, I have I have 7 hands raised on Zoom, and I'm going to echo what the chair said. If you're talking about something other than Howard Terminal, leave your hand raised. If it's Howard Terminal, lower your hand, because this is not the time. Okay, we're down to 2 now. So hold on.
So more people listen to Peggy than listen to me.
I think I have a stronger, voice. Okay, wait, we're down to 1. Okay, Cheryl Walton. Oh, no, we're down to none. So we have no public comment for item number 3.
That brings us to item 4, approval of the minutes of our June 16th meeting. We have all been furnished copies of those. I would appreciate a motion and second to approve the minutes.
I'll move the minutes. This is Pat Eklund.
And a second from Commissioner Adiego. Are there any corrections? Any abstentions? Commissioner Mendonça will abstain, or since he was not present. Commissioner McGrath will abstain. Any no votes?
I think Commissioner Gorin, you have your hand raised?
I will abstain. I was not there.
And Commissioner Klein?
I will also be abstaining.
Okay. Looks like we have 4 abstentions.
4 abstentions. The minutes are approved. Thank you. My report will be very brief. I do want to welcome 2 new commissioners. Lenny Mendonça, who has been appointed by the governor's office to be Sean Randolph's alternate. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And I would also like to welcome remotely Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein, who has been appointed by ABAG as Mayor Pat Burt's alternate.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Our next commission meeting will be held on July 7th. At that meeting, we expect to consider an enforcement committee recommendation regarding a matter in Delano County, an enforcement committee recommendation regarding a matter at Jack London Square in Oakland, consider positions on pending legislation, hear a briefing on new rising sea level data, and hear an update on the Commission's enforcement program. It is now time for ex parte reports by commissioners. Again, on the Seaport Plan, you do not have to report, but you may. I would ask commissioners to do so briefly and to try to limit it to 2 minutes. Because you don't need to report, you don't need to do it in writing, but if you want to make a lengthier report, you may, and you can post that on our website in the appropriate way. Or just send it to Larry.
I have 3 hands raised. Do you want anybody in this?
Sure.
room? Okay. All right, we're going to start with Commissioner Eklund, and then Commissioner Showalter, and then Commissioner Brown, and actually Commissioner Gorin. So go ahead, Commissioner Eklund.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to report that yesterday I did have a telephone meeting with Mayor Libby Shaft regarding the request to remove the port priority use designation from Howard Terminal at the Port of Oakland. I did send in a record of communication to the executive director and the BCDC attorney. Thank you.
Commissioner Showalter, and then Commissioner Brown.
Hi, I just wanted to report that I had a tour of the facilities with both staff from the Port of Oakland and port workers. And I would like to thank all of them for helping to educate me on this topic.
Okay, Commissioner Brown, and then Commissioner Gorin.
Yes, I had a meeting with the East Oakland Stadium Alliance, and they were not in favor of lifting a priority use designation for Howard Terminal. I had a meeting with the Building Trades Council of Alameda. They were in favor of that. I just received a letter from Assembly Member Buffy Wicks, who was in favor of lifting the port designation. I did also have a tour that was organized by the Port of Oakland of the Howard Terminal site.
Thank you. Commissioner Gorin.
Good morning. I had a Zoom conversation with the East Oakland Stadium Alliance representatives, the Port Authority Administration once again, and a brief phone call with the Secretary of the Marin-Sonoma Building Trades Council.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Mendoza.
Yes, I had a brief Zoom meeting yesterday with the East Oakland Stadium Alliance, and I sent the materials that were shared to legal counsel.
Okay, Commissioner El-Sawanze.
Yeah, thank you. I did have a meeting with the East Oakland Alliance, and they were not in favor of removing the designation. I also had a meeting with Mayor Libby Schaaf over the phone. It was a phone call. She was in favor of the removal of the designation. And I did report all these in the communication ex parte disclosure forms. In addition, there was also a third meeting with Director Danny Mann of the Port of Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Pine.
Thank you. I had a phone conversation with Mayor Libby Schaaf, and also a Zoom meeting with the Port of Oakland, both in favor of the removal. And I also had a Zoom meeting with the East Oakland Stadium Alliance.
And Commissioner Joya.
Thank you. In the interest of disclosing individuals we've spoken to in an ex parte way, because I assume we're not disclosing all the many public letters that both individuals for and against the item before us today, Port Director Danny Wan, David Lewis, Executive Director of the San Francisco Bay Association, Alex Evans from Mayor Libby Schaaf's office, and then a number of representatives at the port, which the Alliance, including representatives of GSC Logistics, UP Railroad, Harbor Truck Association, SSA Terminal, Schnitzer Steel, Pacific Merchant Shipping Association, which are East Oakland Stadium Alliance members who were in the meeting.
Thank you. No more hands. Chair Wasserman.
I have had a meeting with the East Bay Alliance, including the people that Commissioner Joya just listed. I have had several conversations and Zoom calls with Mayor Schaaf and with representatives of the A's of Port and Building Trades. First group opposed, the others in favor of recommendation.
Excuse me, Chair. I do have one disclosure, please. Sorry.
Of course.
Also met with the East Oakland Stadium Alliance and also with the Port of Oakland as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do as well. Carl Haas. I did also do a Zoom with the East Oakland Stadium Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That brings us to the report of the Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Wasserman. Just a few things today on the 84th anniversary of the publishing of the first Superman comic book. First, I'm very happy to announce that Jessica Fain, your planning director, has chosen Phoenix Armenta as BCDC's new environmental justice and community outreach manager, unless we hear from you otherwise. Phoenix has worked on environmental, racial, and social justice campaigns around the world, and we know Phoenix as an equity advisor to the Mycelium Youth Network, the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project, BayCan, Resilient by Design, and BCDC's Bay Adapt program. Phoenix is a co-founder of the New Leaders Council Oakland, a professional leadership development organization, and is the project coordinator for the Oakland Shoreline Leadership Academy. Phoenix is a Bison from Howard University, where they earned an undergraduate degree in anthropology and is a Golden Bear, having earned their MA in Energy and Resources from Cal. We look forward to Phoenix joining us. Second, with regard to the state of California's budget, you will remember that BCDC's permit fees are deposited directly into the state's general fund. In the fall of 2019, the Commission voted to double those fees at the request of the state's Department of Finance, which had previously augmented BCDC's general budget to solve a previous structural budget problem. That increase was approved in 2 stages. And tomorrow, on July 1, 2022, BCDC's permit fees will move to the second stage. That is, BCDC's permit fees will be double what they were prior to the initial change in 2020. A notice of this increase will be on the BCDC website's homepage tomorrow. And finally, as the state's fiscal year ends today, commissioners and alternates, please ensure to sign any expense reports today that need to be fulfilled. If you don't complete everything by the end of today, you will find that your bank account will be filled with kryptonite. That concludes my report, Chair Wasserman. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the Executive Director? Seeing none. We have no administrative matters to consider today, so that brings us to item 8, the matter that all of you are here for.
Mr. Chair, although we're not, someone put in chat and with one of our commissioners to please show him present, Richmond Mayor Tom Butt.
I have a commissioner, Terry.
Got it. Okay. Just wanted to make
Thank you. This is the staff recommendation on the Oakland Athletics application to remove the Port Priority Use Area designation from Howard Terminal at the Port of Oakland. Before Corey Mann of our planning team presents the staff recommendation, I want to explain the ground rules that will apply to this meeting. First, with regard to commissioners in attendance today who did not attend the June 2nd meeting during which the commission held a public hearing, should inform their fellow commissioners and the public that they have reviewed the minutes and all materials associated with and considered by the commission at the public hearing on the Bay Plan amendment that day. I will ask each of you to do that when I finish my remarks. Second, as we did on June 2nd, the staff, after the staff presentation, I will ask commissioners if they have any clarifying questions. Remember, this is a clarifying question, not stating a position or debating the issues. We'll get to that. I intend to be firm in enforcing that as chair. Third, as I've said, given the length and breadth of the public hearing on June 2nd, I will limit all speakers during the public speaking time to 1 minute. In addition, we will not allow individual speakers to cede their time to another speaker. Fourth, with one exception, we will begin the public comment period by calling on the members of the public who are physically present in our meeting room and then in the adjacent Yerba Buena room. Then we will call on the members of the public who are participating virtually. One more cautionary note. Any member of the public who wants to participate in the public comment period who is here must submit a card by noon today. And similarly, anyone wishing to speak virtually must raise their virtual hand no later than noon today. Let me repeat that. If you want to speak, submit your card by noon or raise your hand by noon. As I have said earlier, and for the record, we have received over 1,000 individual comments on this matter. I do intend to call for a short break, probably around 11, and we'll break for lunch probably around 11:30 for a short lunch break. Now, commissioners who were not present on the 2nd but are here today, I will ask you now to talk about your review of the record. And I'll start to my left with Commissioner Mendonça.
Yes, I have reviewed all the materials.
Thank you.
Yes, I have reviewed all the materials as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was Commissioner Stephanie, court reporter.
Yes, thank you.
I reviewed the material.
That's Commissioner Fine. I think everybody else in the room was here. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's okay. I've reviewed all the material.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCoy.
And on the screen, I see Commissioner Almy. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have reviewed all the materials.
Commissioner Butt.
I have reviewed all of the material.
Commissioner Klein.
Yes, I've also reviewed the materials. Do you want the questions now or later?
No, later. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll get to them shortly. And Commissioner Brown.
I attended most of the last hearing, and what I was not able to see, I did catch up and make sure I reviewed the materials.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Commissioner Lucchese.
Oh, Commissioner Lucchese.
I have reviewed all the materials.
Thank you.
Commissioner El Swanze.
Yes, I have reviewed all the materials.
Thank you very much.
You're good.
It's debatable, Peggy. Thank you. All right, now we are at the point of asking clarifying questions from commissioners. And I think Commissioner Klein, you sort of spoke up first, so I would recognize you.
Thank you for that. So as I was going through,
I apologize. Wait, I'm sorry. My mistake. I told you I wasn't necessarily good. Before we get to the clarifying questions, we're going to have the staff report. That makes sense? I think. Corey, will you please make the staff presentation?
I'll take a moment to share my screen here.
Yes.
Hopefully everyone can see that okay?
Yes, you're good, Corey.
Great. Thanks, Peggy. Hey, thank you, Chair Wasserman. And good morning, commissioners and members of the public. And thanks to everyone who's joined today. So today I'll be giving you a brief presentation regarding Bay Plan Amendment 219. And the purpose of this presentation is to summarize the staff's final recommendation in favor of BPA 219 to assist the Commission in making its decision. In advance of today's meeting, staff have circulated a report containing the final recommendation for BPA 219, along with 3 appendices. So Appendix A is a resolution that the Commission would adopt should it vote in favor of the amendment. Appendix B is a response to public comments that were received during the public comment period. Appendix C are the public comments themselves, and Appendix D is a revised environmental assessment. So I'll briefly summarize these materials in today's presentation, and I think my colleague can post a link to those in the Zoom chat too. So here's a brief preview of what I'll be presenting today. First, I'll provide a more condensed background and summary of the proposed amendment. Next, I'll quickly review the decision-making framework, just as a reminder. And then I'll provide a brief summary of public comments received during the comment period. Before finally, I'll go over a limited amount of additional staff analysis that was undertaken after the June 2nd public hearing, as well as the revised environmental assessment. And this presentation will take about 25 minutes.
Oh, joy.
So we'll begin with a quick background and overview of BPA 219. And this will be an abridged version of what I've presented previously. So in January of 2019, the Commission voted to initiate BPA 219 at the request of the Oakland Athletics to amend the Seaport Plan and Bay Plan to remove the Port Priority Use Area designation from Howard Terminal at the Port of Oakland. If approved, BPA 219 would be the first step for the Commission to consider a future permit application for construction of a ballpark and mixed-use development on the Howard Terminal site. However, as I'll reiterate today, the scope of this proposed amendment and of today's meeting is to determine whether Howard Terminal is needed for regional port priority use. So first, I'll provide some context about BCDC and the purpose of the Seaport Plan as it relates to the agency's mission and the Commission's considerations about Howard Terminal. So BCDC is a state agency, but one with a regional focus that establishes land use policies in the Bay and along its shoreline through the San Francisco Bay Plan. Now, the Seaport Plan, which was established in 1982, is a more specific application of the Bay Plan. And the purpose of the Seaport Plan is to coordinate the planning and development of San Francisco Bay port terminals in order to minimize bay fill. So critically, the Seaport Plan is reflective of BCDC's unique role as a regional agency with a regional perspective and responsibility to ensure that there are sufficient shoreline areas to accommodate that future growth in maritime cargo. The Seaport Planning Advisory Committee, or SPAC, is an advisory body to the Commission for Seaport-related matters, and the SPAC oversaw the creation of that original Seaport Plan, as well as its subsequent updates. And one of the most important components of the Seaport Plan are these port priority use designations. So areas that are determined to be necessary for existing or future port development are designated as port priority use areas, and they're reserved for port-related uses. And as you can see in this map on the right-hand side of the slide, there are 5 main port priority use areas that encompass the 5 Bay Area seaports. And those include the ports of Oakland, San Francisco, Richmond, Benicia, and Redwood City. And I should also note that many of the Seaport Plan's findings and policies, as they relate to these port priority use areas, are underpinned by a long-range cargo forecast. So with that context in mind, I'll turn back to the proposed amendment. Howard Terminal, which you can see on the lower right-hand side of the map on this slide, is an approximately 50-acre site located in Oakland's Inner Harbor on the Alameda Estuary. And the terminal is situated on the southeastern edge of the maritime port of Oakland. And it's located just east of Shinto Steel and west of the Oakland Ferry Terminal and Jack London Square. Now, Howard Terminal is designated as a container terminal in the Seaport Plan, and it's part of the broader Oakland Port priority use area, which you can see in purple on this slide. And the total area proposed to be removed is approximately 56 acres, and that includes Howard Terminal as well as adjacent properties owned by Vista and PG&E. So the Waterfront Ballpark District project that's being proposed by the Oakland Athletics would be on lands that are partially subject to BCDC's permit jurisdiction. And the project proposes a range of non-port uses at Howard Terminal that would conflict with applicable BCDC policies for that existing port designation. And thus, removing the port priority use area designation is a prerequisite for the Commission to consider a future permit application for construction of that ballpark project. So I know that many of you have seen this slide before, but I'm also going to quickly review the decision-making framework one last time. And first, General Policy 4 of the Seaport Plan informs the grounds or basis upon which the Commission should base its decision regarding BPA 219. And it reads, deletions of the port priority use and marine terminal designations from this plan should not occur unless the person or organization requesting the deletion can demonstrate to the satisfaction of the Seaport Planning Advisory Committee that the deletion does not detract from their regional capability to meet the projected growth in cargo. Requests for deletions of port priority and marine terminal designations should include a justification for the proposed deletion and should demonstrate that the cargo forecast can be met with existing terminals. Yay. So just to clarify how Policy 4 works in regards to the Commission's decision-making, this policy requires the applicant to make certain demonstrations and justifications in its request to delete a port priority use area. And the SPAC and BCDC staff have independently evaluated the information provided by the applicant in making respective recommendations to the Commission. But the Commission is the ultimate decision maker. And this policy is an integral part of the Commission's decision-making, but the Commission is not limited to considering information only contained within the cargo forecast. Rather, the Commission should consider all of the evidence before it that's relevant to a statutory, regulatory, or policy provision applicable to BPA 219. Additionally, the Commission should evaluate the consistency of the proposed amendment with the McAteer-Petras Act. So after a permit application is received, BCDC would be required to make a full review of consistency of the ballpark project with relevant Bay Plan policies. But for a Bay Plan amendment, the Commission must instead evaluate the effect that BPA 219 would have on any existing Bay Plan policies. So staff has not identified any effect that the BPA would have on any other existing Bay Plan policies not proposed to be amended. However, both the May 2nd staff report as well as the final recommendation provide a high-level analysis of BPA 219 in relation to Bay Plan policies, including, for example, public access, climate change, and environmental justice and social equity. And these are topics that would be analyzed in much greater depth during a project permitting process if that were to occur. So during the June 2nd public hearing, several commissioners asked questions about environmental justice specifically, and particularly how environmental justice issues should be considered in the decision-making process. Thus, the final recommendation includes a more detailed analysis about how environmental justice issues should be considered. So first, again, the Commission will evaluate the consistency of the ballpark project with relevant Bay Plan policies, including environmental justice and social equity policies, should a permit application be submitted for the ballpark project. And BCDC applies these policies through the lens of the McAteer-Petras Act. And as a result, there might be environmental justice impacts or benefits that BCDC doesn't have the authority to address in that permitting context. But as is stated in the Bay Plan's findings related to environmental justice and social equity, the Commission, through its history and decisions, may have inadvertently contributed to adverse impact to low-income communities of color. As a result, the Commission's planning processes can't take place in a vacuum, even if some of the environmental justice impacts can't be addressed through BCDC's authority. So Bay Plan Policy 1 on environmental justice and social equity does apply to Bay Plan amendments, and it states, the Commission's guiding principles on environmental justice and social equity should shape all of its actions and activities. So in keeping with these principles, staff have described potential outcomes from either retaining or removing the port priority use area from Howard Terminal in relation to the ballpark project proposal, including providing more information on public engagement efforts associated with the ballpark project, an analysis of current socioeconomic conditions surrounding the site, and potential environmental justice and social equity impacts. However, these impacts and benefits result from the actual subsequent use of the property, such as from the ballpark project itself, not from the removal of the port priority use area designation. So denial of BPA 219 would also not in and of itself result in any baseline changes to baseline conditions. So there's also several specific requirements related to the proposed amendment that were included in Assembly Bill number 1191. And AB 1191 was enacted in October of 2019, and it requires BCDC to determine whether Howard Terminal is needed for port priority use, but it doesn't substantively change any BCDC policies or processes. BCDC is required to make this determination within 140 days of certification of the City of Oakland's final EIR for the Oakland Waterfront Ballpark District, and that deadline is July 7th. The bill also specifies that if the Port and the Oakland Athletics have not entered into a binding agreement by 2025, then the Port Priority Use designation will automatically be reinstated on the Howard Terminal property as if it had not been deleted. And finally, if BPA 219 is approved and the Oakland Athletics continue to move forward with the Waterfront Ballpark project, then the project will be required to obtain a BCDC major permit. And AB 1191 also specifies a set of conditions under which BCDC may approve a permit. So I know that's a lot of information, but again, in summary, the Commission is being asked to determine whether Howard Terminal is needed for regional port priority use as per that policy in BCDC's Seaport Plan, not to evaluate the merits of the proposed ballpark district project. And critically, I also want to note that BPA 219 requires an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the Commission members, which is 18 commissioners. So next, I'm going to briefly summarize the public comment period and some of the main things that staff heard throughout this process. I want to be clear, though, that there's no way in this brief presentation for staff to adequately capture the breadth of comments that were sent by stakeholders over the course of this process. The staff greatly appreciates the time that members of the public put into this, and public comments provided critical information that shaped much of the analysis that went into this complex project. So the official 30-day public comment period was open from May 2nd to June 3rd. And when I say official, I mean any comments that were provided during that period require a written response from staff. And so that's what's included in today's meeting materials. And during that time, BCDC received 136 unique written public comments and heard from 80 speakers during the June 2nd public hearing. But I say unique written comments because some comments were sent either as form letters or were signed by groups of individuals, and thus BCDC actually heard from hundreds more stakeholders during this time period. Of course, stakeholders sent comments throughout the entire BPA 219 process, especially in advance of the March 16th SPAC meeting. And in total, staff estimate that the agency heard from well over 1,500 individuals overall. At a very, very high level, the most common types of comments that BCDC received either related to support or opposition to the proposed ballpark project, or they related to the existing port uses of Howard Terminal and potential impacts to port operations and employment. But of course, the kinds of issues raised in public comments were wide-ranging. And again, these comments informed and strengthened the analysis about Howard Terminal from the preliminary staff report to today's final recommendation and the revised environmental assessment. So finally, I'll turn to the final recommendation, which again was shaped by questions and comments from the public and commissioners alike. And I'm going to go into far less detail on this as compared to the preliminary staff report and presentation on the second, and instead just provide a few high-level findings and provide a short summary on additional information and staff analysis that was undertaken after the June 2nd public hearing. So I'll summarize the main cargo growth and capacity findings that have been presented previously. And then I'll highlight just a few places where staff have provided, additional clarification or analysis on a few issues, but in particular, the Turning Basin Widening study, which is a separate project, as well as ancillary uses at the site. And then I'll turn to several other commissioner questions and answers on a variety of topics. And then I'll briefly talk about the revised environmental assessment. So as we've presented in the past, the cargo forecast provides forecasts out to 2050 for the three major cargo types that are handled in the Bay Area. And those are container cargo, roll-on, roll-off, or ro-ro cargo, and dry bulk cargo. So container cargo, that refers to cargo that's moved in intermodal containers. And most of the non-bulk cargo worldwide is transported by container ships, and all of the Bay Area's container cargo moves through the Port of Oakland. Ro-ro cargo, that refers to like cars, trucks, or other wheeled cargo that are driven on and off specialized ships. And then dry bulk cargo refers to commodities that are carried in bulk, like grain or gravel. And in the Bay Area, it's a lot of construction materials. So first, a moderate or base forecast was developed, and that was the expected scenario. And there's various factors were adjusted to illustrate slow and strong growth scenarios as well. And similarly, the cargo forecast accounts for increases to productivity in the future with productivity scenarios. So a base productivity scenario is developed, and then again, factors adjusted to create low or high productivity scenarios. And all of these scenarios were also specific to each of the three types of cargo. So it's quite detailed. And staff considered and evaluated various arguments regarding the growth and productivity scenarios throughout this process. But ultimately, staff concludes that the moderate or base forecast that was approved by the SPAC is appropriate and reasonable for all three cargo types. And staff recommends its use in general for evaluating the proposed amendment. So here are the main findings from the cargo forecast and subsequent staff analysis. And again, these assume moderate growth with those base productivity improvements. For container cargo, the Bay Area region will need somewhere between 136 to 166 additional acres by 2050. Now, under this scenario, the Port of Oakland will be somewhere around 98 to 100% capacity by 2050 without Howard Terminal, or somewhere in the range of 93% capacity with Howard Terminal. As discussed in the June 2nd public hearing in detail, staff are recommending using this range to describe the needed acres by 2050 for container cargo, and that's due to the 30-acre STE site, which is described in page 14 of the final recommendation. But this site is not a water-dependent marine terminal, and therefore it'd be difficult for that inland area to achieve the kinds of productivity as terminal sites in the waterfront. However, the site does relate to and reduce dwell times at OICT, the Oakland International Container Terminal, improving the overall efficiency of container movement, and cannot be discounted completely. So that's why you see the range there. And for railroad cargo, the Bay Area region would need 114 more acres by 2050. And for dry bulk cargo, the Bay Area region will need about 12 more acres by 2050. And when we're talking about these additional acres here, we're talking about activating more acres of existing port priority use areas. So in total, this means that the region would need to activate somewhere between 262 to 292 acres of port priority use area by 2050. Now, the cargo forecast identified 283 existing available acres without Howard Terminal. So that would lead to an estimated range between a 9-acre deficit to a 21-acre surplus in the year 2050. So if moderate growth occurs with or without Howard Terminal, there's going to be little room for growth in existing port priority use areas beyond 2050. If moderate growth occurs, and the Bay Area region may need to look beyond existing areas or identify other means of accommodating further growth, whether through increases to productivity or through bay fill. And of course, there's inherent uncertainty to forecasting, especially further into the future near 2050. Cargo growth could occur faster or slower than anticipated, and productivity improvements could also increase more or less quickly than anticipated. So while staff believes that Howard Terminal has the basic physical characteristics needed to handle cargo, it's a relatively small terminal, and the proposed turning basin would further diminish its utility for water-dependent cargo movement, as the site will be constrained by the turning basin to the west and the passenger ferry to the east. Thus, staff believes that Howard Terminal has limited utility for container cargo movement, and given these limitations, staff doesn't believe that retaining Howard Terminal would meaningfully affect the region's ability to handle cargo growth. So in conclusion, under the moderate growth scenario, staff finds that the applicant has demonstrated that removing Howard Terminal would not detract from the regional capability to handle cargo within the forecasted planning horizon. So next, I want to touch on the Oakland Harbor Turning Basin Widening project, because this was raised frequently in public comment, and that spurred staff to look even more closely at this issue. So this is a separate project that's being led by the Army Corps of Engineers in collaboration with the Port of Oakland, and they're studying the feasibility of widening the Oakland Inner Harbor Turning Basin. So expanding the turning basin would allow the port to accommodate the increasing sizes of container ships that are calling at the port. And if this project moves forward, it could involve removing up to 10 acres from Howard Terminal, and it would also truncate Howard Terminal's berth. And I believe that the Port of Oakland, as lead agency for CEQA, released a notice of preparation of a draft EIR for this project on May 31st. And you can see the project location there, adjacent to Howard Terminal on the bottom right-hand side of the image on that slide. So several commissioner questions and public comments asked about the relationship between the Turning Basin project and BPA 219. And specifically, like whether removing the port priority use area designation from Howard Terminal would either help or hinder the proposed Turning Basin project. So based on BCDC staff's preliminary review of that proposal, staff conclude that the turning basin could be developed with or without the port priority use designation. So retention of the port priority use designation is not a prerequisite for the turning basin project to proceed. Now, again, this is a separate project and BCDC has not received a permit application for it. So staff would be evaluating the turning basin independently at a future date. And next I'll turn to ancillary uses. The existing uses at Howard Terminal were frequently raised as a point of concern in public comment, as well as by commissioners during the June 2nd public hearing. So staff had asked the applicant and the Port of Oakland for additional information on ancillary uses and asked for specific information about where these uses would be relocated. So the port responded, first citing that the cargo forecast itself concludes that the Port of Oakland has sufficient acreage to accommodate ancillary uses under all three of the cargo growth scenarios. Excuse me. And the port also stated that, quote, the uses on the Howard property are not water dependent, are temporary in nature, and or could be relocated on short notice within the Seaport's existing 305 acres of ancillary backlands. And then finally, the port provided a table indicating where some of these existing uses at Howard Terminal might be relocated. I'm not going to go through all of these, but the table is included in the final recommendation for reference, and I'm sure the port can provide additional detail as well. So staff assessed this issue and concluded that relocation of ancillary uses at Howard Terminal would not detract from the region's ability to meet the projected growth in cargo. So that's the policy standard in the Seaport Plan. So finally, I'm just going to quickly review a number of other questions that were raised by commissioners during the June 2nd public hearing. And these are all addressed in more detail in the final recommendation report itself. So first, a commissioner previously asked about RoRo exports and Tesla production, and specifically, what would happen if RoRo exports either experience slow growth to 2050 or they drop to zero by 2050? So staff asked the Tioga Group, BCDC's consultant, to analyze these scenarios. And the analysis found that if RoRo export cargo were to, for some reason, drop to zero, then the Bay Area would only need an additional 3 acres of RoRo capacity instead of 114 acres. If RoRo were to experience slow growth instead of moderate or strong growth, then the Bay Area would need an additional 36 acres instead of 114. However, I just want to note that analysis had to make an assumption that the Port of San Francisco can handle import RoRo, and that hasn't been confirmed or verified with the port. There's kind of an assumption built into that. Second, a commissioner asked about vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, and basically like what the methodology was that was used to forecast RoRo growth rates. The cargo forecast utilized the Federal Highway Authority's forecast of VMTs. And the forecast of VMT growth is based on national economic performance, population and employment growth, and gasoline and diesel prices. Third, several commissioners asked for additional information on environmental justice and equity. The City of Oakland provided more information on community engagement, which is summarized in the final recommendation. And there's a link in there to a list of recommendations for potential community benefits. But some of that information is outside of the scope of BPA 219. And fourth, in response to public comments and a commissioner question, the revised EA also includes a new section entitled Other Indirect Cumulative Effects Due to Lack of Long-Term Regional Port Capacity. So once the Port of Oakland and the other Bay Area ports have reached capacity, other possible cumulative effects would result, including port congestion and vessel delay. However, these potential long-term cumulative effects are not individually attributed, directly or indirectly, to any action on BPA 219, and the EA concludes resulting pressure to fill the bay and other indirect cumulative environmental effects are likely to occur with or without the removal of Howard Terminal as a port priority use area. The staff also asked the Port of Oakland to provide additional information related to the financial and physical feasibility of redeveloping Howard Terminal for cargo use. And the port provided additional information regarding site constraints and costs to rehabilitate the terminal that, in their view, would prohibit Howard Terminal from contributing meaningfully to future container cargo capacity. So staff also asked the Tioga Group to review that information, and the Tioga Group responded that regardless of its size, Howard Terminal would be the best and only available site for marine container terminal expansion when the Port of Oakland runs out of capacity, estimated around 2050. A commissioner also asked about contamination on the site and sea level rise. And the applicant stated that the proposed ballpark project includes significant additional work toward managing and monitoring contamination on the Howard Terminal property, including the preparation of a remediation action plan. Staff notes that this information relates to the proposed ballpark project and not BPA 219. And finally, the commission provided comments requesting more information regarding the port's future capacity and productivity for handling container cargo specifically. And of course, that ultimately relates to the question of whether fill would be needed to meet that growth. So the port provided a response that was also assessed by the Tioga Group, who provided clarification regarding the forecast calculations. Staff reviewed this information as well, and this discussion relates to a characterization about future productivity improvements, rather than a debate about the accuracy of the forecast itself. So first, staff doesn't recommend any changes to the cargo forecast conclusions, but in terms of how to characterize productivity improvements, staff notes that the average capacity that Port of Oakland terminals will need to reach in the future, that number is based on an average of other high productivity terminals in the US and Australia, all of which have invested relatively significantly in different forms of automation. And finally, staff inquired specifically about whether bay fill would be needed to increase capacity or efficiency at the port. And the port responded stating that, quote, the port has not revived any Seaport bay fill projects and has no plans for nor any funding for any bay fill. So finally, I want to mention a few revisions and clarifications regarding the environmental assessment, or EA, that was included with today's meeting materials. So per Bcdc regulations for Bay Plan amendments, Lamphere Gregory prepared an EA on behalf of the Commission as part of the preliminary staff planning report, which discusses potential adverse significant environmental impacts of BPA 219 and any feasible mitigation measures or alternatives to lessen such impacts. The initial EA concluded that BPA 219 as a planning level designation would not result in any direct on-the-ground impacts or indirect effects, but nonetheless, it discussed the potential impacts of the ballpark project and mitigation measures, relying in large part on information from the city's certified EIR. So in response to 3 comment letters, the initial EA was revised as part of the final staff planning recommendation. 2 key comments that were addressed in the revised EA are as follows. So first, one commenter argued that the process for preparing the EA should have been more akin to a typical CEQA documentation, like an EIR. However, Bcdc administers what's called a certified regulatory program under CEQA, and staff followed Bcdc's regulations regarding the EA. And then second, another commenter argued that BPA 219 is simply part of and can't be segmented from the ballpark project. So even though BPA 219 is a prerequisite in order for a potential permit application for the ballpark project to be approved, as consistent with Bcdc's laws and policies, BPA 219 is a separate and distinct from the ballpark project with different lead agencies and different purposes. So the revised EA is summarized as follows. First, it continues to conclude that BPA 219 would not result in any direct effects because it will not result in any on-the-ground changes. Second, it concludes that increased pressure for new bay fill is not an indirect effect based on staff's analysis of the cargo forecast and the most current information available. And then third, it continues to conclude that the ballpark project is not an indirect effect or consequence of BPA 219, but rather is speculative. Nonetheless, potential impacts of the ballpark project and mitigation measures are discussed, assuming the ballpark project to be an indirect effect of BPA 219. Discussion of the ballpark project in the revised EA was expanded in response to comment letters received. However, ultimately, the revised EA concludes that it's not feasible to require mitigation for measures for potential impacts of the ballpark project as a condition of approval of BPA 219. Staff has also identified a couple of instances in the discussion of the cargo forecast, which are not fully consistent with the discussion of the cargo forecast in the final recommendation EA. They're not fully consistent with the discussion of the forecast elsewhere in the revised EA and staff recommendation. So in order to better align internal consistency of the forecast within the EA itself and within the final recommendation, staff hereby make the following changes to the EA. And it's just specifically a footnote, which is on this slide, but I won't read it in its entirety, regarding the STE site, which is on page 32 of the revised EA. We're going to elevate it from footnote up into the main text at the end of an updated information section that begins on page 25. And then on pages 29 and 32, that underlined text on this slide will be added to reference back to that page. So please note that these changes don't add any new information to the EA, but are basically a cleanup measure. And the text of that footnote is on the slide again, but I won't read it. So staff is correspondingly amending resolution number 2022-02 for adoption of BPA 219 on page 2, where the environmental assessments reference to include the following language: incorporating the errata corrections presented by staff on slide 23 of staff's presentation at the June 30th meeting. Apologies, they're so text heavy. Upon reviewing the cargo forecast, the materials provided by the applicant, the Port of Oakland, and the City of Oakland, the recommendation of the SPAC, and of other relevant information, staff finds that the Oakland Athletics have demonstrated that removing Howard Terminal from the Port Priority Use designation would not detract from the region's capability to meet the projected growth in cargo, and has demonstrated that the forecast can be met with existing terminals. Therefore, staff recommend approval of BPA 219. And Resolution 16 establishes the boundaries of the Bay Plan Port Priority Use areas around the entire Bay Area. And in amending the Bay Plan and Seaport Plan, Resolution 16 would also need to be amended to reflect the official boundary change. And the revised Resolution 16 text is up on this slide, as well as an existing and proposed Bay Plan maps that reflect the removal of Howard Terminal, that the red circle. And Appendix A of today's meeting materials contains the specific information about which Bay Plan maps and Seaport Plan tables and maps would need to be revised to reflect the removal of Howard Terminal. And I believe that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. And thank you for making your time estimate. All right, now we have come to clarifying questions. And as I said, I will start with Commissioner Kwan.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to staff for the presentation. And then for public comments and staff response was pretty impressive. I had a question about the Seaport Plan, especially considering all the new cargo forecasting to 2050 and the other evaluations that were done, like port capacity evaluations for the Howard Terminal discussion. As staff said today, the Seaport Plan was originally approved in 1982. I see it was last amended when I was, trying to come up to speed in 2012. Is there a plan for a comprehensive update with, especially considering all the work that was done for today's discussion, or for the, let's say, the June 2nd discussion?
Yes, thank you for your question, Commissioner Klein. Yeah, I didn't mention it today, but there's a separate Bay Plan Amendment, Bay Plan Amendment 119, that is exactly that. It's a comprehensive update to the Seaport Plan because, as you know, it was last amended in 2012. And BPA 119, that general update, along with this specific Howard Terminal Amendment, were actually both initiated by the Commission at the same time in 2019. And the cargo forecast was developed in order to inform both of those amendments. So staff are undertaking that as well. It's a separate amendment, and due to the timing constraints associated with AB 1191 and this July 7th deadline, BPA 219 went first, but after this is done, then staff will be working on that comprehensive update.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm juggling a lot of the things, trying to come up to speed, and didn't know all the work that's being done by staff. So thank you for that.
No problem.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had.
Commissioner Butt.
Well, first of all, I want to join in on saying that the staff work on this was very impressive and very complete, and I congratulate them for doing such a good job. My questions concentrate on a table that's on page 16 of the staff report. Table 1, temporary uses at Howard Terminal and potential relocation sites. You know, we just saw in the PowerPoint presentation, there were 2 or 3 aerial photos of the existing site, and you know, it's pretty much full right now. It's in full use. It's full of trailers and containers and parked vehicles and all kinds of things. And we're looking at, you know, we're looking at a scenario where the conclusion about sufficient port priority area in 2050 is really on the cusp. There's not a lot of wiggle room there. If I read it correctly, the conclusion shows a range of from a 21-acre surplus to a 9-acre deficit. And I think staff said that the 9-acre deficit is insignificant. Well, it's insignificant unless you're looking for 9 acres of property on the waterfront. And that's kind of the basis of my questions. I'm a little bit concerned about the lack of specificity. If you had to find 9 acres on the waterfront in the Bay Area, where would you go? And nobody's saying, they're just saying, well, you know, we'll find it. So my first question is, if you had to find 9 acres, where would you find it? And then going and looking at the table, I want to go through these line item by line item. So the first item is the pandemic congestion relief yard, 21.7 acres. And the staff report says, no more need when pandemic-induced congestion dissipates. Any remnant needs for empty container storage could be accommodated in the state of California storage facilities. Well, I'm troubled by could be. And so the question I have is, if you had to find 21.7 acres today, where would you go? Is there an empty lot somewhere that would accommodate this? And I asked the Port of Oakland and some other people to tell me where it would be and maybe show me a map, and they were unable to do it. And by the way, this is a little bit of a musical chairs exercise. I think as I go down through here, you'll see that the port's response has been, well, we'll move it here, we'll move it there, we'll find a place, don't worry about it. But if it goes somewhere else, is that space available? And if it's not available, if it's full with something else, where's that going to go? So I'll go down through the rest of it. Port managed parking, 15 acres. And the report says that where this would go would be the Roundhouse property, 15 acres, city owned and wheeled container parking at Burma Road, various lease lots to long-term logistic support tenants. So my question is, first of all, I asked them to show me where these things are on a map, and they wouldn't do it. And my question is, are they empty now? If they're not empty, what are they being used for? And if we have to move something to them, where are those users going to go? The next one was the Longshore Training Area, 5 acres. And the answer to that was plan for the backlands at Berth 10 near 17th and Maritime Streets. So it's the same question. Show me where that is on a map. Is it being used for something else now? If so, where's that going to go? And then the next one is 3.65 acres of leased container staging and truck parking. And the proposal is various lease lots to long-term logistics support tenants, container owner operated facilities in the port. And my question is, where are these areas? Show me on a map. And if they're being used now, where are those uses? Where are those uses going to be? And finally, vessel late berthing, 1.32 acres. The response was, vessel late berthing at Howard is a temporary use. Vessel will leave Howard berth. Well, okay, if they leave Howard, where are they going to go? I know we don't have any room in Richmond. So I'm really troubled by this approach that, well, don't worry, we'll find a place, it'll go away, it's temporary. And I really want to see more specificity. If we had to move all this stuff today, where would it go? And if it's going somewhere else that's being used by somebody else, where are they going to go? So it's kind of a musical chairs question. That's all I have.
Ori, do you want to answer that, or would you ask the port to do so?
We'd ask the port to respond to that, please.
Okay, good.
And if we could pull it up, that we have a map on Google Map. Huh? Yeah, let's get this set up. Right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Danny Wan. I'm the Executive Director of the Port of Oakland. Commissioner Butt, thank you very much for your questions. And we have a map in front of us that we will answer some of the specific locations. But let me just first premise my answers to the question by first saying that we are talking about where these things going to go by 2050, not tomorrow. That's the question that we're trying to answer today. And we have 305 acres of backlands that is available at the Port of Oakland for ancillary use. So first and most relevant to the decision before you, Commissioners should be confident that the BCDC cargo forecast makes clear that the acreage available for all ancillary uses in 2050 is more than they needed for the strong growth scenario. So there is no shortage of ancillary use. And that is what we're talking about when we're talking about existing uses at the Howard Terminal. Additionally, the staff report makes clear that relocating ancillary uses will not necessarily increase pressure for bay fill. Again, the relevant question here is the ancillary uses, relocation of those, would that increase the pressure for bay fill? And the staff report says no. And the ancillary use will not necessarily impact the region's ability to meet the projected cargo needs per general policy for the Seaport Plan. Having said that, I just want to make sure that is the question before us. Having said that, yes, the Howard Terminal currently has a variety of temporary month-to-month ancillary uses tenants. Most have been there for a relatively short time, and some only a couple of months. Again, keep in mind, the uses at the Port of Oakland, that 1,300 acres we have, especially the ancillary uses backlands, is constantly moving. It's fluid. Month to month, you will see different things parked at different places. And most all the uses at the Howard Terminal today is on month-to-month lease. And if tenants frequently come and go or move around the port, parcels are needed for other tenants or maintenance needs, for example. And the port, again, it's a fluid place. And we place people at different places as priorities change and as space become available. And we will come, as a lot of you have visited the port, you will notice that there are a lot of areas at the port in which it's a single stacked container storage. Those can be single stacked, sitting on chassis. Those are the most inefficient use of port lands that you could think of. So let's go back to specifically Commissioner Butt's question. Almost half the acres in use at Howard Terminal today, 22 acres, were actually empty 3 months ago. This is a temporary pop-up yard stacking empty containers to meet the current pandemic-caused aberration in the amount of time that containers are dwelling at the port. Today, the container dwell at the port is somewhere around 9 to almost 2 weeks. Ordinarily, it'd be 3 to 5 days. So what is resulting right now, what you're seeing at Howard Terminal, is that temporary pop-up yard to accommodate sort of the aberration in the dwell time right now. These containers, and let me just be clear, these are just containers. These are not trucks that will pollute the neighborhood. These are containers sitting at the port, would have been moved on to distribution centers inland at the Central Valley and distributed to customers on a timely basis. These days, nothing is timely. That is why there's a dwell. That is why the 22 acres that's currently used for the temporary pop-up yard, we anticipate would dissipate. In addition, the state of California, in response, along with the federal government, and frankly, the pet pop-up yard is made in order to accommodate the art users, but also federal government cooperation to identify areas for these temporary relief that's needed. The state of California has identified 2 areas that they've leased in San Joaquin Valley and near Tracy in order to accommodate these temporary locations. The problem there is that they need equipment to actually move those containers onto those yards and stack them as they are at Howard Terminal. So once those are stood up, those pop-up, those containers are sitting at Howard Terminal. People move to those locations, assuming it's not dissipated in the next 6 months. But we anticipate as the cargo containers are moved inland to be distributed to customers in a more timely basis, that 22 acres would dissipate, and if not, will be moved to the temporary pop-up yard the state of California has provided, mostly in county fairgrounds and such. The second relevant also to concern displacement of trucks. I know that there's a lot of questions about, well, where are all these trucks that's sitting on Howard Terminal going to go? And that is a relevant concern because trucks actually is the agent that might cause emissions of pollution if you move in somewhere else. So there's 15 acres operated at port for parking. However, today it is also mostly used for container storage, due again to the current dwell time. On any given day today, if you go look at it, in fact, we're taking lots of pictures. On any of the given days, there are only 25 to 30 trucks parking on a Howard Terminal. Not hundreds, as some of you might be told. There will be no issue to accommodate these trucks in ports, other parking areas, including the more capacity Roundhouse on the map. Could Eugene, could you point to Roundhouse? Okay, and can
you blow that up so we can see what's there now?
Currently, it is also parking, but we are going to use that more efficiently for truck parking. Now, mind you, the Roundhouse is currently available for that purpose, but also, yeah, we're blowing it up. So, oh, that's the empty yard. Okay. So mind you, the Roundhouse is temporarily used for parking, but again, with other areas, again, like I said, the uses the port land is fluid, especially if we're talking about in 2050. I challenge anybody to predict what will happen in 2050. So, so there's no issue to accommodate trucks in other parking areas, including the Roundhouse. There are currently over 5,300 trucks in the Port of Oakland drayage registry. Those are the people that register trucks that come to the Port of Oakland to use to transfer load cargo in and out. So you can see that a very tiny percentage of trucks are even at Howard. 85+% trucks do not live, nor do they want to park at the port. And this is not like a FedEx or UPS facility. They come to the port, they work, they mostly reside and or start the day elsewhere in the region. Now, in terms of trucks, I know there's a lot of concern expressed. Again, so like I said, there's not hundreds of trucks that are going to be displaced at a Howard Terminal. It is 20 to the most 50 trucks today on a daily basis. The port has a long history, deep engagement with truckers. And I want to reassure you that the community in the city, which has recently adopted ordinance prohibiting truck parking in neighborhoods to ensure compatibility. Also, the port and the city both have a permanent commitment to a total of 30 acres of truck parking. So the city's, Eugene, want to point to the city's truck yard as well, out at the, so the city also is committed to truck parking 15 acres combined with ours. The forecasted need on the BCD stronger growth scenario regardless of PUU designation. longer term, the port plans to redevelop the second half of the old Army base as part of the Seaport Logistics Complex. Eugene, could you point to the undeveloped portion of the former Army base? So that's the area that is currently, that we inherited from the Army base that remains yet undeveloped in their old warehouses, and plans to redevelop second half of the old Army base as part of the Seaport Logistics Complex, where modern and efficient support facilities would include truck parking. And just to remind you again, there was a discussion, I think, in the last meeting about, again, the Horizon 2050, about what is the industry standard today in terms of efficiency. There was a debate about whether there needs to be truck parking garages building up, and today's standard, which the growth forecast is based on, will tell you that there's no garages necessary. I'm going to reassure you that by 2050, the efficiency standards will need to increase, especially in the urban areas like the Port of Oakland, and that stacking and parking on top of each other will be a standard, if not today. So that is something that we're going to be working on. Especially the Port of Oakland right now is very committed to electrification at the port, and along with electrification necessarily needs to be a new standard of efficiency for storing these things. There's another 5 acres that are used for ILW training area, which already been planned for relocation to berth 10 backlands. Eugene, could you point to the berth 10 backlands? Thank you. 3.6 acres of the container storage relocated, some of the truck parking to other locations throughout the port. Again, we have plenty of space at the former Oakland Army base in the truck areas designated. 1.3 acres are for lay berthing, which is a temporary use of otherwise unused or unusable berth. What lay berthing simply means is that a ship is temporarily parked there while it awaits some other use. Right now, there's one ship, military ship, that's parked there, and for them to wait to determine where that ship will go. It's not for cargo containers, it's not for moving containers. It's simply parked there. Lastly, a few thousand square feet are used for truck repair that will no longer need it, as Howard and other activities are relocated. So a combination of people moving as the cargo system, as the supply chain system normalize, these empty containers will be moving to where they should be, which is to the cargo owners' warehouses, distribution centers, rather than using the port as, frankly, a lot of times free parking, free storage. That is not the use we want to use today. That will dissipate, and they will be available land on a temporary pandemic basis to deal with the storage that's currently sitting at Tower Terminal. That will move inland, as well as we have lots of space in terms of backlands. Again, going back to the staff report, relevant to today's decision is whether ancillary uses adequately is provided from today to 2050, and repeat that, and sorry, because it is important. The Bcdc cargo forecast makes clear that the acreage available for all ancillary uses in 2050 is more than needed, even for the strong growth scenario. Today we're just talking about the moderate growth, but even if you assume a strong growth scenario, there's adequate ancillary spaces to 2050. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Could you put that map back up there, please, that you were showing us? So I'm trying to find that area in red is what?
The area in red is Howard.
That's Howard Terminal, right?
Yeah, and the area.
And then the area
I want to denote that it's private property that is.
Okay, the area in. All right, the area in green is where you're talking about potentially relocating truck parking, right?
No, that's Schnitzer Steel. That's the private property. And we're only denoting that because just to note that Howard Terminal is separated from the rest of Seaport by Schnitzer Steel.
Well, I'm asking about
Roundhouse. Eugene, could you point to the Roundhouse? It's right next to the green.
Could you point to the Roundhouse?
The cursor is sitting on Roundhouse right now. It's right next to the green.
Okay. So that looks like. So I'm looking at. I'm looking at Google Earth right now, and it looks like that. It looks like that area has a whole bunch of. At least when this Google Earth thing was taken, has a whole bunch of containers and stuff on it.
That is true.
Maybe I'm not. I actually, it looks like it's got a gravel. The area that you've outlined in green looks like it's got a big, some kind of, gravel and gravel operation on it, plus some buildings. So where does all that go to then if you use that for truck parking?
Well, the green is Schnitzer Steel, which processes recycled cars and scrap.
Right. So if you use that for truck parking, where does that use go to?
That is not controlled by the port. We don't get to use that property at all.
I thought that's where you were going to relocate the truck parking to. You said port operating truck parking at Roundhouse property, 15 acres. Is that what is shown in the green?
Yes. And
well, if you don't own it, how are you going to use it?
Tom, I'm going to interrupt for a moment. The green area is purely for illustration. That's privately owned Schnitzer Steel. It will not be used for port purposes. The area next to the green area on the opposite side from Howard Terminal outlined in red is what's called the Roundhouse area. That is one of the areas that is used for a number of different purposes now and prospectively in the future.
Okay,
actually, my point, which is on any given day you look at Google Map, you will see different things parked on these different properties in the port.
Okay. How about, let me just ask one more. So the lake berthing, 1.32 acres of lake berthing. You said vessel will leave Howard Berth. Where's it going to go?
I don't know where the military plans to put that ship, but I heard it either is going to go to scrap or to some other deployment that may be used internationally. It is a temporary lease.
I think Commissioner Joya is up next in the queue.
Okay, all right. I'm done.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Just a couple questions to clarify. So, as we know, there was a staff report that was presented to the Seaport Advisory Committee, and I think was it a 5-4-1 split vote out of the Seaport Advisory Committee. So the material, could you clarify the different report that was provided to the Seaport Advisory Committee upon which members may have based their decisions versus the information that has been presented to the Commission? Because I know there was some additional work done between the Seaport Advisory Committee hearing and decision and the earlier presentation here, some additional staff work done on looking at the cargo capacity issue. That can just be clarified.
That's a Corey question.
Yeah, of course. So I'm trying to make sure I get the dates right here too, but the SPAC meeting was on March 16th. And in advance of the SPAC meeting, staff sent a staff report for the SPAC meeting. It didn't contain a staff recommendation either way, but prior to that date, staff had asked for responses to a number of issues related to cargo growth and capacity and ancillary uses and other items, but hadn't really received a very great depth of information from the applicant and the Port of Oakland. So the report that was prepared for the SPAC meeting really summarized what was in the cargo forecast, because that was the best available information to BCDC staff at the time. Following the SPAC meeting, BCDC staff met with the applicant as well as the Port of Oakland and the City of Oakland, and they subsequently provided kind of an array of very in-depth materials supporting the application. That was sent in kind of multiple emails through March and early April, and then as basically a packet of materials on April 8th. And that got into a lot more depth about, issues like the physical and financial viability of the site, et cetera. So those were included in the new reports. I hope that helps to clarify.
Right. And that was the additional information and data upon which then you made your recommendation.
Yes.
Right. I think there's been some interpretation that, like I said, clear that the SPAC made its recommendation, its split recommendation based on the information in the cargo report, what you presented. And then there's been additional analysis and further detail that was developed and which actually shed more light and allowed you to reach a conclusion that has come to us now.
Yes, that's correct.
Second point, actually I was going to ask this question and then Port Director Juan made reference to it, the whole issue of efficiencies and electrification. So I served for 7 years on the California Air Resources Board and voted for a number of state regulations that actually move ports toward moving towards zero emission and electrification to reduce pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, and the ports in the state are implementing that. And what one hears from a lot of individuals in the industry is that efficiencies and technology are going to change port operations as we go forward, and which in some cases would result in more efficient use of an acre of port land, so that presumably you would get more cargo through a port and have more operations efficiently with the set number of acres. So to what extent did this study that analyzed the need for additional port land, given cargo growth, take into consideration or analyze efficiencies and technology changes, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now? Who wants to, from the staff?
Corey question. Sure, I can have an answer. So in a methodology kind of way, the Tioga Group worked directly with the ports themselves to develop the kind of information that goes in the FAST and that went into the cargo forecast, including the types of productivities that might be needed. But actually, the cargo forecast is not specific in the types of technology improvements or productivity improvements that would need to be made. So the way that it was calculated in a broad way was to look at some averages of other highly productive terminals currently. So there's some examples in the US and Australia to indicate how terminals might need to improve productivity in the future, but it's not specific to what types of technologies would be used or anything like that. And of course, those decisions would be made independently by different terminal operators.
Right. It seems to me that while we can't quantify it, we know there will be efficiencies and technology changes that will result in more efficient use of port land as we go forward. As you say, there are some ports around the world that may be more efficient than Oakland, but even those ports are going to undergo future efficiency changes. So I guess what I'm trying to also understand and grapple is what's the additional cushion or room if, with additional efficiencies and technology changes and how that affects need for additional port port land. In other words, whether it would actually require less port land because of these efficiency and changes.
And it's a good question. I guess I don't want to speculate too much about what those would be. The forecast isn't specific about the types of technology, and things could certainly change.
Right. Okay, that's just a factor I think to be aware of. I think given the sort of the march of efficiency and technology in ports. The last question, just more for timing, so we understand, if the commission changed the port designation, which allowed an application to go forward, what would the timing be of when a permit application would come to this commission? And what's the timing? Just inform us of what's the timing at the city of Oakland with regard to their consideration of this project and any approvals they would grant.
Go ahead, Larry.
So let me answer that this way. You are not here to discuss the ballpark. We are here to discuss, or you are here to discuss, the Bay Plan amendment regarding Howard Terminal. I have no idea. Nobody on our staff has any idea when or whether there will ever be a permit application, pre-application discussion with regard to BCDC and a possible ballpark project. Honest to gosh, if I could predict that, I'd go to Las Vegas right now and put a lot of money on something, because I'd be really good at predicting the future. So I would argue that it is best for this commission not to deal with
I get that, but I'm just saying, I get that. I understand the role we have, and that's what we're deciding on. But any member of the public, let's take us out of the picture, can go ask the city of Oakland, what's your timing for what you're considering on the application before you? So let me just pretend I'm a member of the general public, and I'm asking general knowledge out there, when is Oakland considering any consideration of the project before them with regard to the Oakland A's housing project?
I don't know if any.
I'm asking just as a member of the general public, not as a commissioner.
I understand. I don't know whether anybody from Oakland is here. I know from newspaper reports that discussions between the athletics and Oakland are ongoing. I don't know that they have a timing. I've not seen any report. I don't know if anybody from the port knows.
Chair Wasserman?
Yes.
Chair Wasserman, representatives from the city of Oakland and the A's are both present and are available to answer questions if that would like to be directed to them. Molly Mabron and Dave Cavill.
I prefer to take from the city at the moment. Molly, if you want to give an answer to that.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Wasserman. Yes, we have not scheduled any public hearings at this time on the final entitlements and development agreement for this project, nor has the Port Board. We are hoping to take those actions later in 2022. But our timeline really is not dispositive of when the applicant would come back to BCDC. Those are separate actions.
Thank you. All right. Next up, Commissioner Pine.
Thank you. So the cargo forecast and all the staff analysis is, key to this 2050 date. And I'd appreciate understanding, how that 2050 date was chosen, and how, to what extent we should be considering period after 2050 in our assessment of these issues.
Or you want to try to answer that?
Sure. In terms of how 2050 was chosen, I think, when the cargo forecast process was initiated in 2019, that was just a standard, approximate 30-year forecast that I think was rounded up to the year 2050. But so that was that's just why that was chosen. I think, in a broader way, in terms of what kind of timeline the commission wants to consider, that is an important question for commissioners.
Commissioner Eklund.
Thank you very much, Chair Wasserman. Corey, I first wanted to compliment you and your whole team for doing such a comprehensive analysis, and it's been somewhat of a moving target there, and getting more additional information, and especially appreciate the turning basin analysis, because that really helped me quite a bit. There was one question that I asked the mayor, and I wanted, but that was whether or not the city or the port has property that they could set aside for a port priority use designation done by BCDC at a future time near the outer harbor for future maritime use. And she indicated that they have offered to BCDC to allow property owned by the city or the port to be designated by BCDC as a port prior use to offset the removal in part of the designation of Howard Terminal. Do you think that BCDC needs to make that additional designation at some time in the future in order to preserve some of the land that, and again, it may not be all the land that's needed, but in order to preserve that acreage for maritime use?
Commissioner Eklund, I'm Eric Beeman. I'm the Long Range Planning Manager, and I can answer some of that. I'm not quite aware of an offer to include more priority use area. And that's not something that was applied for or part of the application for this BPA. So it's not something that we considered. We did, when we initially reached out to the port and the city and the Oakland Athletics back in September of last year, talked about that as a potential, because we just hadn't had any information regarding to support the removal of the PUA. So we didn't know if it was going to detract from the region's ability to meet the cargo forecast or meet projection and growth in cargo. But it's not something that was ever proposed. And so based on our analysis, in the staff recommendation, Howard Terminal Port Priority Use Area could be removed without detracting from the region's ability to meet the growth in cargo based on the information that we have. And so we didn't think it was necessary to include some kind of offset or mitigation, or I don't know how we want to frame that, to make that recommendation. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Eklund. Commissioner Gorin is up next.
Thank you. Great questions, great staff report. I have a question regarding the tidal basin and future expansion, improvements of the tidal basin. So maybe you're not going to want to answer that, and you did address it, sort of, but maybe removing the port designation to allow certain projects to move forward and additional activity in that channel with small boats. Have you considered, or is it appropriate to consider that in recognizing that the Army Corps and other user groups may not want to invest in improvements in the tidal basin, the turning basin, because of the potential conflicts? And this is sort of, I understand it's a chicken and the egg kind of thing, but I worry about the ability of cargo ships to use the turning basin if we remove the port designation at this time.
I guess I'll try to answer that, and maybe someone else can have a better answer. So the Turning Basin project is still, we're still in preliminary, still being studied. I think BCDC staff has had a few discussions with the Army Corps of Engineers, but I don't think that we have the information right now to answer that question, honestly. You know, it kind of goes to the Ballpark project itself and the Turning Basin project, both of which we don't have permit applications for or have really engaged in pre-application discussions about recently. So unfortunately, I don't really know the answer to that.
And somehow I thought that was going to be your response, but I would enter that as a possible note for consideration in any project moving forward. Removing the designation and considering a potential project in the future may preclude investors in the Army Corps from desiring to upgrade the turning basin. So I'm just saying that may be an unintended consequence of our action potentially today. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you. I want to start with just an observation. I made this at the last meeting, but I want to say it again. The decision here is a closed decision. I don't think it's a slam dunk either way. We just heard from the city that the city doesn't have a final enforceable agreement with the A's, and there's no clear timeline yet for moving forward on the ballpark. So that means from that perspective, there's no tremendous rush for the commission to make this decision, which means under normal circumstances, if we needed more information or more analysis, we would have more time, but we don't. We don't have that time because of AB 1191, which establishes a July 7th deadline, which effectively means we have to make a decision today. And as I said at the last meeting, I think the port in particular has put themselves and...
Barry, I just want to make sure there's a question coming.
There is.
Thank you.
I'm explaining why I have a number of questions, and that is that under normal circumstances, I'd be recommending that we send the issue to the SPAC to ask some questions. Well, we're prohibited from doing that. The SPAC recommended that we not delete the port priority use. That's clearly because they didn't have adequate information at that time. So I'm merely explaining where these questions are coming in from, and I will move to those questions. One area where I think there's been some clarification, I raised a concern about environmental justice at the last meeting, and I want to speak to that briefly and then get to the question. My concern, the port has made significant progress in reducing diesel pollution over the last many years, a critically important issue. And I raised a question at the last meeting about whether deleting the port priority use designation would somehow undermine that progress. And when the current ancillary uses on the Howard Terminal side are changed, if that would somehow undermine progress made. I based on the staff report, information from the port and so forth, I'm now pretty convinced that that's not the case, that those ancillary uses can be moved, that making a decision to de-designate the port priority use designation here, to remove, doesn't create serious environmental justice concerns from that perspective. I raised that issue, and I wanted to thank the staff and the port for providing information on that front. With that in mind, a couple of questions. First, the port has provided more information in the staff's analysis of the need for additional acreage by 2050 for the roll-on, roll-off cargo has changed a bit. And I thought at the last meeting that actually the RoRo issue was one where there might be the most compelling case that our terminal was needed. So staff, can you walk through the recent changes to the RoRo estimates and the staff's current assessment of the need for additional RoRo acreage and sort of how we're doing in meeting that need by 2050? That's my first question.
Sure, I'd be happy to take that question. Yeah, and so as you referenced, there was some changes to the calculations that staff had undertaken and assessed in regards to RoRo cargo growth and capacity, and then specifically at the Port of Benicia. So one of the things that the applicant had identified in their materials they submitted on April 8th is that the size of the Benicia Port Priority Use Area was much bigger than the 75 acres that were identified as existing RoRo capacity at the Port of Benicia. And so staff took a look at that issue, and the kind of the error in the forecast, or at least how it was calculated, is that the 75 acres that were originally calculated were just specific to the marine terminal, like the actual berths and where cars were first rolled off on those ships. But the way that the Port of Benicia works is that the cars are then driven up to lots that are north of the Benicia Martinez Bridge, and then put onto trains from there. And that area north of the bridge hadn't been counted. So when we went back and actually accounted for that land, it reduced the overall needs to 2050 for ro-ro cargo from an estimation of 160 acres down to an estimation of 114 acres. So that reduced that overall pressure. And it led to the conclusion in the final staff recommendation that, removing the port priority use designation from Howard Terminal as it relates to ro-ro cargo handling wouldn't detract from the region's ability to meet ro-ro cargo growth out to 2050.
Thanks, Corey. Second question. One of the key questions before us is, are we going to accept the recommendation that to focus on the moderate growth scenario? I was frankly skeptical of that scenario. Projects 2.2% growth, and for the last 20 years we've been looking at 2.4% growth. So we're in a sense betting at smaller growth. But I went back and looked at the cargo forecast, and it shows that the port's growth in terminals in container cargo grew by about 50% between 98 and 2007. But since then, and that forecast was issued in 2020, I think the numbers are 2019, something like that. So in those 13 years from 2007 to 2020, there were ups and downs. It's pretty clear there were ups and downs, but the overall trend is relatively flat. So the question is, we only have a couple of additional years since then, and those are pandemic years. But do you have additional numbers that show what that trend looks like? And I'm particularly concerned with the trend since 2007 and today.
Yeah, thanks for that question. And this is something that the Port of Oakland has raised in their application materials too, regarding adding a lot of port priority use area to the port, I think around 2005, and growth rates since then. And we had asked the Tioga Group previously to look at that too. And the response in general there is that the cargo forecast is projecting out to the future, and actually nothing about that 2.2% number is based on historical growth trends. Instead, it's based on a variety of economic factors and region-specific factors. They're looking at that growth. And then I think the other thing that the Tioga Group pointed out is that, and I'm sure the port would also point out, is that there are very few years where you have anything that looks like a normal growth rate. I think maybe 2 of the last 20 years were in that 2 or 2.2% range. Instead, you have spikes and you have drops. So we don't really have data for the last couple of years, but I think either way, the cargo forecast is a 30-year. And the port may have that data, but the cargo forecast is a 30-year forecast, and the whole point is that it anticipates those ups and downs, and that it's far-reaching.
And I recognize that it's not based; those aren't based simply on past performance, but it helps me feel comfortable with that moderate growth scenario. That it's consistent. It's actually more aggressive, I think, than the port's growth since 2007. Next question, following up on Commissioner Gorin's question about the turning basin, I want to make sure that we don't find ourselves in a position down the road. One of the things the cargo forecast makes clear is that ship size is growing and may continue to grow, that the trend towards average ships is getting bigger, which means the need for that turning basin is growing stronger. It looks as though we should be planning for that to happen. And I want to make sure that we don't find ourselves in a position where we delete the designation for Howard Terminal because we don't think it's needed for cargo purposes, and then find that we don't have the leverage to make sure that the turning basin is expanded if it's needed to be constructed. So I just want to, I'm hoping staff can address that. If we make this decision to delete the designation, do we lose leverage? Do we lose assurance that the turning basin can be expanded to meet maritime needs if it's needed?
This is Michael Ng, Senior Staff Attorney for BCDC. We have evaluated that question and considered it closely. If you think about the purpose of PUA designations under the McAteer-Petras Act, it pertains to reservation of shoreline areas to minimize pressure to increase bay fill for that purpose. So when we looked at that question, we basically determined that retention of the PUA designation doesn't really serve that function for that particular project, the Turning Basin project, since the purpose of that project is to essentially expand water area for that turning purpose. So, I think as the staff presentation said, realization or furtherance of that project is not contingent upon the port PUA designation being retained or not, and removal of it would not preclude the ability of the commission to allow that project if and when an application is submitted for that.
I just want to be clear that I want to make sure, and this is a message as much to the port and the A's as to the commission, that I want to make sure we don't find ourselves in a position where we remove the designation, the port and A's move forward with a proposal, and then the Corps says we need to expand the turning basin, and the A's and the port are resistant to that. I think we need to make sure as a commission that we highlight that concern now, because I want to make sure we don't find ourselves in that position. Two questions about the viability of Howard Terminal. I think that's a key question. Let's assume for a moment we get to 20 years from now and we need additional acreage. We're growing a little faster than we expected, or productivity is not increasing as fast. There's a key question there about whether, under those circumstances, Howard Terminal meets those needs. Howard Terminal is a viable terminal at that point in time, because we're probably looking at 20 years or more. So if the turning basin happens, that significantly reduces the berthage available at Howard Terminal. That's one constraint, and the staff report talks about how that could be addressed up to a certain extent. But it would still limit even improved, that would still limit Howard Terminal to smaller vessels, not the largest vessels currently calling at the port. There is some discussion at the staff report, there was at the last meeting, about smaller vessels currently being used at the port. It isn't clear to me, and I'm hoping that the staff can clarify this, whether that trend towards larger vessels is inexorable and it's going to simply continue over time, or whether there's a niche for these they're not small, these medium-sized vessels, and that niche is going to continue over time, and maybe Howard Terminal would be just fine for that. As if we're inexorably drifting towards those larger vessels, we could find that we need more space, but Howard Terminal just doesn't meet the need. So can you talk about that trend in ship size?
Corey, my thought would be to have Danny answer this question.
Yes, please.
Hi, this is Christy McKinney. Can you see me and hear me?
Yeah, Christy, let me just lead off a little bit. And
Sure.
Christy is our Chief Operating Officer, and she does engineering. She's very eager to answer this question about the viability of Howard Terminal. So, Christy, thank you. But let me start off a little bit first. First of all, on the turning basin, just want to be clear that the turning basin is needed. The enlargement is needed today. The ships are already big, and they're doing some very tricky maneuvers to get into the estuary and turning around. So we don't need, frankly, no leverage needed to, no more incentive than we need to maintain that business today. Even to maintain that current level of volume, we need the turning basin, and the Oakland A's and us in our contract clearly understand that, and there's no ifs or buts about that. And it is the process of the Army Corps is proceeding in a way that the Army Corps is also very excited about the project itself. On the viability of the Howard Terminal, I will let Christy, I just lead off to saying that the Howard Terminal is not a functional as a cargo terminal. It would require, and even a small terminal requires substantial cost prohibitive investment. be a functional terminal to serve future forecast demand. Some of you have visited with us. I have an outer harbor. It is functional as a terminal, and yet we need investment there. If I was given $50, $100, $200 million, that would go to the outer harbor, not the Howard terminal. At 38 acres, which will be the Howard terminal after the turning basin is taken out, Howard would be smaller than any other container terminal, whether it's big ships or small ships. We require in the United States, and that's identified in the cargo forecast. And the investment in that would be highly prohibitive. And so with that, the trend toward big ships is already here. It's here to stay. And I just want to also point out that historically, the Howard terminal was used for domestic shipments to Hawaii, which tend to be smaller ships. Even with that, the terminal operator decided to end the lease of Howard terminal and move next door to OICT, the SSA, big 300 terminal space, in order to achieve the efficiency they need over there. So, Christy, you want to supplement my answers to those on the Howard terminal?
Sure. I mean, I think that does definitely convey the nut of it. The non-viability of Howard as a container terminal is exactly why we're here today. If it was viable, then we wouldn't be here today. So honestly, as Danny said, even in the Seaport Forecast Report, it makes clear Howard would be the smallest terminal in the United States at 38 acres. At a major seaport, that's simply not going to happen. And as we look into the future, so I think we've demonstrated clearly it's not viable today. I do think that it's clear that in the future, as we progress and as we grow out Outer Harbor, as we grow out the other areas of the seaport to expand our container activity, this will become increasingly diminished as even a possibility. There is just simply no way somebody's going to come in and invest hundreds of millions of dollars, new cranes, new wharf structure, all the infrastructure to handle what will amount to about 75,000 boxes. Really, because that 38 acres after you do the turning basin, which we fully are pursuing with the Corps, and they are as well, will literally be more usable like at 30 or so, because you have to have a rectangle, and having that arc is going to diminish it even further. And even further is the roadway network. If you go and look at the actual viable major terminals in the world and at Oakland, you'll see that there's 2 miles of 5-lane roadway in front of them. That is an essential component of their operation. They can't live without it. And that is where those trucks queue as they go into the gates and then exit. So Howard doesn't have that. It's in early 1900s terminal, and it has city streets. It literally has retail, restaurant, condos, and the like right out its front door. So it's just simply not operationally viable nor financially feasible. And if it's not today, it's not going to be in the future. Even if it's literally the last acreage here, it will be more viable for these companies, which are all for-profit companies, to either squeeze those last boxes into existing terminals. As Danny said, we want to be investing in modern, large terminals with the land that we have, or they're going to go somewhere else at the end of the day. If there literally is no more space, that is what will happen. And cargo flows freely, not just around the United States, but internationally. Some of the US's cargo goes to Canada because that's where it's more efficient for them to go. So this is a very fluid business. So we feel very strongly that Howard is not viable as a container terminal, and that's why we're here. We wouldn't be here if we thought it was.
Christy, you might want to stand. I have one more question, both for staff and Christy for you about that last issue. I was born in Oakland. I'm well aware of the surface rate constraints around Howard Terminal, as well as the rail constraints. I'm not familiar with the city's long-term plans for that part of town. I assume that that's going to become a more dense area, and that those surface street constraints will become more serious. Sorry, turn that off. Can you clarify that? Can you explain, and maybe this is a question for staff as well, the extent to which you or the staff have looked out into the future at the land use plans of outside of Howard Terminal, and what that means for conflicts with the potential for trucks queuing trying to get on and off Howard Terminal all the time?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to, Corey, but I'm happy to answer that as well.
Oh, go ahead, Christy.
Yeah, this has been a huge issue, right? Thinking about what goes on Howard is critically important to us in terms of making sure that our actual operating seaport, which has 3 main entrances, Adeline, 7th, and Maritime, remains fully functional no matter what happens at Howard. And again, as a terminal, the roadways network will completely collapse because it is just old-fashioned city streets, and you need this long straight length of queue space for trucks. So it doesn't work from that perspective. So what else can be there? Well, this is when we looked at putting potentially commercial real estate, one of our other business lines, in that location. Is it more viable because it's adjacent to our commercial real estate areas? That is far more viable, of course, because you don't have the same, you have traffic issues, but different kinds of traffic issues that can be solved differently, and they can be solved inside of a city network. One of the good outcomes, and it's really only happened in the last 6 or 9 months of this project, is the EIR came forward. It has an enormous amount of mitigations related to offsite, is a huge benefit, we believe, for the port, which is the city does intend to remake this area considerably. And as part of that, there will be significant roadway improvements. There will be grade separated access points that don't exist today. There will be additional rail safety improvements that don't exist today, helping us solve problems, as you point out, that we have today. And very importantly, it includes significant improvements from 880 to Adeline for one of our primary access points. So we're actually looking for some subsidiary benefits of all of this work, and it's been a good collaboration.
Corey, anything to add to that?
Not particularly. So just to say that basically this is not something that wouldn't be part of the Bay Plan amendment process, but it's really about the function of the subsequent use of the property. Seaport compatibility measures itself, the measures that Christy was talking about would be about the subsequent Ballpark project as opposed to the BPA. So it's not evaluated within the staff report for the proposed amendment.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about viability of the terminal, not subsequent Ballpark related improvements. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner McGrath.
You got to juggle things. I have just a simple question. Howard Terminal has been, the area has been in maritime use for about 100 years, I believe. But Howard Terminal was constructed, I believe, with a BCDC permit. And if I remember the facts correctly, that permit allowed 17 acres of new fill. Is that correct?
Not sure off the top of my head. I'm not sure if anyone else knows. But
yeah, I'm not sure I know that off the top of my head either, unfortunately.
Thank you. I apologize there isn't an answer, or at least that we don't have it at the moment. Commissioner Eisen.
I have, I think, 3 questions that might evolve. With respect to the ancillary use that folks have been asking about, where are these things going to go? My understanding is that in the 2020 Tioga cargo forecast, Tioga concluded that regardless of which growth scenario we felt was most likely, there would be sufficient room for all ancillary uses that were needed. Since then, since 2020, I know the port has been asked a number of questions about this. The staff has been asked questions. There's been a lot of information back and forth. And I just want to be clear and understand from the staff, has there been any change in that original statement that regardless of which growth scenario we determine is most likely, there will be sufficient acreage to handle all the ancillary uses? Is that accurate, Corey?
Thank you, Commissioner Eisen. So the cargo forecast itself hasn't been updated to look at that issue. So whether site conditions have changed substantially enough in the last year or two that information would no longer be true, I'm afraid I don't have a good answer to you for that. I think, in general, in terms of how staff have looked at ancillary uses are consistent with the Port Priority Use Area designation, and they're supported by the policies in the Seaport Plan and Bay Plan. But the primary purpose of the Port Priority Use Area, as provided for in the McAteer-Petras Act, is to reserve appropriate shoreline areas for water-oriented uses, to reduce the pressure for fill for those uses. And since ancillary uses generally have an alternative upland location, relocating those uses wouldn't necessarily increase pressure to fill the bay. And similarly, a proposal to fill the bay for ancillary uses would raise consistency issues with the requirements of the McAteer-Petras Act. So that's been kind of the general policy way that staff have looked at that issue. But I don't have any other specific, on the ground update in terms of would that conclusion drawn on the forecast, cargo forecast, be different if that issue we looked at again comprehensively now.
Thank you, Corey. And I think it's really important what you said is tying us back to the original intent of the BCDC, which is to minimize fill, and that the whole issue of ancillary uses, there would not be a situation where we would fill the bay to provide for ancillary uses. My second question has to do with the questions that have been asked about what happens when we get to 2050. Just for my own information, that's 28 years from now. I look back to see what was going on 28 years ago. In 1984, when Mark Zuckerberg was born. We did not have the internet, for starters. Cell phones, Twitter, Amazon, Google. So a lot can happen in 28 years. Our job is to determine, based on what you said, Corey, whether Howard Terminal is necessary, and the definition of necessary in the dictionary is essential, indispensable, whether it's necessary to meet cargo growth projections. We don't have a definition of cargo growth projections, but we as a commission have to make our decision based on information, not speculation. We can't just guess. So thankfully we have the cargo forecast, but as you say, a forecast is just that. It goes out into the future where none of us can see clearly. It's uncertain, and the further out we go, the more uncertain it becomes. I'm looking at footnote 3 in the staff report, and it seems to be saying that beyond 2050, we have no information, not even an informed prediction. And that once we get past 2050, we are totally in the realm of speculation. And it would be very hard, I would think, for our commission to make decisions of this magnitude based on speculation. Are you seeing, Corey, that footnote 3 and the point that you make there that any increased pressure for Bayfield beyond 2050 as a result of approving this amendment is speculative? Do you see where I'm reading that? The third question I have, and the last question, you mentioned, Corey, that part of Howard Terminal is within BCDC's permit jurisdiction. Am I correct that the other part of Howard Terminal that is not within BCDC permit jurisdiction is within the jurisdiction essentially of the Port of Oakland and the City of Oakland?
I can answer that question again. Michael Ng, Senior Staff Attorney. If you're asking for permitting purposes, it would seem to be the case that yes, the entire Howard Terminal site is both within the City of Oakland and the Port of Oakland's jurisdiction, because the City of Oakland is the CEQA lead agency for that project, and the Port of Oakland is a responsible agency for that project. So they'll both need to provide entitlements for that project.
So our jurisdiction extends through the fill and up to the 100 shoreline band, and beyond that, which is the other half of Howard Terminal, essentially is beyond that jurisdictional line, right?
That is correct in terms of our state law permitting jurisdiction under the McAteer-Petras Act. I think this staff report and prior staff reports have made the point that obviously the Port PUA designation has significance under our Bay Plan, and through our Federal Coastal Zone Management Act authority, there is independent significance of that designation for our authority under that law. So that's how it's also still relevant, even though you are correct about our state law permitting jurisdiction.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
I believe that finishes the clarifying questions, and that means we're going. Eric.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to Commissioner McGrath's question.
Sure.
We did some quick research and.
Well, actually, I'm going to ask you to hold that.
Okay.
Commissioner McGrath is not here.
Oh, okay.
To hear your
I can't.
answer.
All right, sounds good.
But we'll come back to you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Sorry. At 11:25, we will reconvene. 11:26.
Recording stopped.
Second notice for everybody. Yeah. I would ask the commissioners to take your seats, please. Peggy, can you ask them because they're not listening to me?
Okay, guys, in your seats. Come on. You too, commissioners. Come on.
And now you know what it's like to be a member of the staff of BCDC.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back. Eric, now you can give your answer, and then we will go to public comment. We will start with Mayor Schaaf.
Yeah, I just wanted to address Commissioner McGrath's question. And Corey's pulling up a slide. I thought Commissioner Eisen might be interested in it too. That shows the Bay jurisdiction. We did some quick research, and Commissioner McGrath was correct. It's approximately 17 acres of fill over time. The permit record is a little unclear because some of the permits were from the late 70s or early 90s, but we estimate around 17 acres.
Thank you. We will now start the public comment period. One, I want to remind everybody that if you have not submitted a card or remote and raised your hand by noon, we will not recognize you. Everybody's going to have 1 minute, no seating time. After I call on Mayor Schaaf, I'm going to call on Mike Jacobs, Nick Davoff, and Khan Ache maybe, I apologize. and I will be calling 3, so if people could queue up so we minimize the queuing time. With that, I will recognize Mayor Libby Schaaf.
Thank you, Chair Wasserman, and thank you to all the commissioners for your incredible public service. You have heard from your staff unequivocally and with deep research that Howard Terminal is not needed for future cargo growth. You have heard from the port that Howard Terminal cannot currently nor in the future ever be used as a seaport terminal. And I just want to commend you for your attention and your commitment to environmental justice and equity. And through this commitment, I ask that you give Oakland its shot to allow this project to proceed, to allow us to explore what incredible community benefits may come from it, is to allow Oakland to have its chance. And I, for one, envision a day in the future where I sit with my grandchildren, surrounded by the beautiful diversity of Oakland, in a beautiful public park looking out at that bay, seeing the mighty Port of Oakland thriving and successful, watching workers that are union members that have a great living wage.
Libby, I don't want to set a bad example. Your minute is up. I'll give you 2 more.
Well, I will conclude. This is Oakland's shot. I ask for your approval today to remove Howard Terminal from port use. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Jacob.
Good morning, Chair Wasserman, members of the Commission, Mike Jacob with Pacific Merchant Shipping Association. I'd like to thank you, also thank the Bcdc staff for all of their work on this over the last several years. We've submitted extensive public comments, so we wanted to limit our comments today to responses to those that were in the final staff recommendation, and to implore you to use some discretion today. First of all, what you'll hear from basically everyone in the audience on both sides of this equation is commentary about reasonably expected outcomes as a result of this decision. Environmental analysis, the rest of the staff determination that you're going to be looking at and making determinations on turns a blind eye to that. It doesn't analyze those impacts. Those impacts are reasonably foreseeable. You know what they are, and they should be evaluated. This is your point for discretion. At your permitting phase, you do not have as much discretion as you have now during planning. It's imperative that you take the opportunity to expand your turning basin, and by doing that, you collapse the port priority use area designation that's being requested. These do not include that 10 area for maritime reservation area. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Davoff.
Hello, my name is Nick Danoff. I am an Oakland resident, and I'm a member of the Howard Terminal Waterfront Coalition, which is a grassroots group that supports the Howard Terminal Plan. I want to talk with you today about waterfront access. I live about a mile from the Howard Terminal site. I've got a picture here of my 2 children. This is Jordan, who's 5, and Jason, who is 2. We love going down to walk around Jack London Square, taking walks there. But after a couple blocks, the waterfront abruptly ends. And the green space there is pretty limited. The rest of the waterfront for miles and miles is restricted to industry use only. Now we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to open up this neglected and underutilized part of the bay on land that the Port of Oakland and Bcdc staff have made clear is not needed for shipping. We have a chance to give my children an opportunity to play and explore right by the waterfront with 18 acres of waterfront parkland, performing arts space, and yes, a place pond over Oakland A's games. I cannot imagine a better fit for the BCD's mission. So please give this part of the bay back to the people. This is bigger than baseball. Thank you.
Lori Baca. Followed by Kristen Connolly, followed by Laurel Payton, followed by Andres Martinez. Lori Baca? No. Then Kristen Connolly. Oh, you want to speak? Now is your time to speak.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lori Baca. As of today, Howard Terminal produces $70,000 per year in property taxes. Once Howard Terminal project is complete, that will produce $10 million in property taxes per year, and this money will be invested back into Oakland. These taxes do not exist now, nor will they exist unless this project is approved. Howard Terminal will provide the community with waterfront access to be enjoyed all year round, building new parks. Howard Terminal will produce 25,000 union jobs, not to mention the jobs of the hotel, retail shop, restaurants, and the ballpark. The Port of Oakland supports Howard Terminal. The Bay Area Council supports Howard Terminal, and the Greenbelt Alliance supports Howard Terminal. The Howard Terminal project has so many community benefits. I'm just a working mother and grandmother. I don't understand how anyone that wants the Oakland community to prosper can oppose the Howard Terminal project. This project is more than building a ballpark. It's building the Oakland community. That's why this project is bigger than baseball. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kristen Connolly, followed by Ken Miller.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kristen Connolly. I'm President and CEO of the East Bay Leadership Council. We're a regional business advocacy group that represents hundreds of employers in Contra Costa and Alameda counties. Everything about our policy agenda is premised on supporting improved economic vitality and quality of life. That's our mission. And I'm here today in strong support of the staff recommendation. I just want to highlight the distinctions that Commissioner Joya pointed out between previous reports and the report before you today and the staff recommendation. We as a business organization couldn't support something that would be compromising the port, but the Port of Oakland is here and they've made the showing that the capacity of Howard Terminal is not necessary and that we've reached the showing. I'm also here as part of the Howard Terminal Waterfront Coalition in support of jobs. You'll hear from a lot of us. It's fun to wear a t-shirt at one of these things instead of just a suit. So I strongly ask you to approve the staff recommendation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Laurel Payton, followed by Andres Martinez.
Hello, my name is Laurel Poten. Hi, I'm Laurel Poten, and I've been a resident of Oakland since 2013 and a lover of baseball my whole life. The community benefits of this project at Howard Terminal are insurmountable. I hope that you and all of the jurisdictions will move forward and approve keeping baseball in the city of Oakland because this is bigger than baseball. Thank you.
Thank you. Andres Martinez, followed by Ken Miller, followed by James Ashcroft. Ken Miller.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Ken Miller, business agent organizer for Ironworkers Local 378, and I urge you to follow the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. One more chance, Andres Martinez. No. James Ashcroft, followed by James O'Brien. I'm really going to ask as I call these names in advance for you to start moving up. James O'Brien, followed by Sean Kyle.
Hi, my name is James O'Brien. I'm an Oakland resident and proud member of IBW Local 595. I stand in full support of staff recommendation and urge you to vote yes to this recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Sean Kyle, followed by Dave Harrison.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sean Kyle. I'm a member of IBEW Local 595. I'm a fourth generation Alameda County resident. We are in support of staff recommendations, and we humbly ask for a yes vote from you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Harrison, followed by Michael Ginter, followed by Eddie Escoto Alvarez.
Morning, Chair Wasserman, Vice Chair Eisen, Commissioners, and BCDC staff. My name is Dave Harrison. I'm the Financial Secretary with the Operating Engineers Local 3. Been a proud member of Local 3 for 27 years, where I've either worked on directly or represented those that work on the water, from dredging projects to pier projects, wharf projects, you name it. In fact, in 1996, I actually worked on the Howard Terminal Expansion Project. And it's sad to me to see today, 26 years later, that project brings little to zero actual benefit to the port. I think we have a huge opportunity in front of us today with this proposed stadium project to bring an actual economic engine to the city, bringing jobs and critically needed housing to the local community. I would urge on behalf of Local 3's 38,000 members across our jurisdiction to support staff recommendation and vote yes on today's vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Michael Ginter.
Morning, my name is Michael Ginter, and I'm a union representative for Operating Engineers Local 3. I'm speaking today to urge you to vote yes to approve the land use of the port and move forward with the Oakland A's Howard Terminal project. A yes vote will allow the port and Oakland to thrive by expanding the port's current portfolio and still continue to meet the needs of the region. The proposed housing and stadium project would create 6,000 union jobs with over 3,000 new housing units that will be built by the best trained local union force in the country. The project will also produce over 15,000 local long-term non-construction union careers with the hotels and restaurants. Please follow staff recommendations and vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Eddie Escoto Alvarez, followed by David Calderon, followed by Augustine Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Eddie Escoto Alvarez, business representative of the Alameda County Building and Construction Trade Council, and the resident of the 4th District of Oakland. I stand before you today representing our 28 affiliated unions, who, if you approve the staff recommendation, will build this project with the best locally skilled and trained workforce in the country. In working through our nonprofit partner CTWI, we will continue to invest in pre-apprenticeship programs such as Cypress Mandela, Rising Sun, and the Oakland Unified to create a career pathway to jobs and the middle class, while at the same time putting local residents to work. I also stand today in solidarity with the Alameda Labor Council, in particular my brothers and sisters of Unite Here. My abuelita recently passed away. She'd been a widow for about 20 years. During that time, she was able to collect my abuelita's pension from Unite Here, which she received for working the hotel circuit for over 25 years. While the amount was small, it reminds me of the opportunity that a family was given new to this country, and the opportunity other families, such as ours, will be given for jobs throughout for this project. I urge you to vote yes to staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Before the next speaker, I want to remind the folks online and in the building, you have 12 minutes either to submit a card or to raise your hand on Zoom. At noon, we will stop taking such requests. Thank you.
And at 12:30, give or take, we will take our lunch break. David Calderon, followed by Augustine Ramirez, followed by Eve Salmonen.
My name is David Calderon, bricklayers, allied craft workers, Local 3 of Northern California, an Oakland resident. Oakland's a beautiful city. The city and its residents need this project. I urge you to vote yes on the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Augustine Ramirez. Augustine Ramirez, Keith Salonen, followed by Carla Collins.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Keith Salmon, and I'm a third-generation Oaklander, the producer of A's Fan Radio, and a member of the Howard Terminal Waterfront Coalition. Here to encourage y'all to endorse the staff's recommendation and vote yes to remove the port priorities from the Howard Terminal project. You've already heard a couple of them speak. You're going to probably hear a few more of them speak before the public comments over with, that being the union members that potentially will be involved with the jobs of building not just the stadium, but the full build-out of the site as well, not to mention the other job opportunities that will be available to those out there over the long term of this project. As always, got to continue to stress, just one of the reasons why this is bigger than baseball. Vote yes to remove the priority use from Howard Terminal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Carla Collins, followed by Sean Cochran, followed by Tom Trayer.
Hello, I'm Carla Collins with Signet Testing Labs in Alameda County, an executive board member with Construction Management Association of America of NorCal with 1,200 members, associated with Town Business, a group of Oakland business leaders to promote economic and civic development, and also the Howard Terminal Coalition. And these groups support the A's Ballpark at Howard Terminal and urge you to vote in favor of the port priority use. About 10 years ago, I was part of Think Big, a similar community and business council which fought to keep the Kings in Sacramento. Everyone came together to build a new entertainment and sports center. And there are a lot of similarities between what's going on here in this region and in Sacramento. Various agencies had to come together with a bigger vision, make tough decisions, and have hard votes to clear the way to build a new arena in a very controversial location. 5 years later, post-opening, we've doubled the estimated ROI on the project. And similarly, there can be a new vision for the Oakland waterfront of what could be a beautifully transformed, yet still allow for an operational port. This is bigger than baseball.
Thank you. Sean Cochran, followed by Tom Trayer, followed by Julie Wilson.
In 1989, the Bay Area was rocked by the Loma Prieta earthquake that collapsed the Oakland side of the Bay Bridge. After too many years of debate, it was finally replaced with something safer and more beautiful, complete with a pedestrian walkway so that everyone can enjoy it. The first thing you notice on your way back to Oakland is the great view of our port with its ships and cranes. We now have an opportunity for something similar, to replace the Coliseum and to build a new community and a new neighborhood at the waterfront with access to everyone that offers stunning views of our wonderful port. Like our bridge, we can build something we can all be proud of. This is bigger than baseball, and I urge you to vote yes on Howard Terminal. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Trayer, followed by Julie Wilson.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Tom Trayer, a proud member of Sheet Metal Workers Local 104 in the Bay Area. I'm sorry about that. My name is Tom Trayer. I'm a proud member of Sheet Metal Workers Local 104 in the Bay Area. I'd like to take a minute to express my appreciation for the staff's recommendation and to quickly speak on the value that the Howard Terminal project will bring to our community. This project is going to provide great new apprenticeship opportunities, as well as some good middle-class wages, benefits for our families, and will ensure that the A's not only stay in Oakland, but thrive in Oakland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Julie Wilson, followed by Susan Ransom, followed by William Dow.
Hi there, my name is Julie Wilson, born and raised in the East Bay. This project is expected to support more than 6,000 permanent jobs, as well as several thousand more good-paying union jobs. It will dramatically boost foot traffic to the Jack London Square area, building up local small businesses and creating a true destination entertainment district, further growing Oakland's tourism and entertainment industry. This project is bigger than baseball. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Ransom, followed by William Dow.
Morning, everybody. Susan Ransom, SSA Terminal, born in Oakland, live in Oakland, and work in Oakland. Thanks for making my case on the turning basin. I don't think I need to say any more other than please remove that 10 acres on the decision today. I think we've got enough people commenting that the turning basin will get done, so no reason to have that land in there. Howard Terminal is full. Doesn't need to be maritime at this time, but it could be in 30 years. There are small ships calling Oakland. Coal, transfer, valve. They are contracted with us, and they are calling Oakland, and they will continue to call Oakland, as will more. San Joaquin Valley, not a good option. Exporters, be tough on them getting their exports to the terminal. The Roundhouse is full of containers, not truck parking. Shippers Transport is not maritime land. It is a truck yard full of imports, and yet they are staffed. The whole area is full of containers. SSA is currently at 91% capacity. When we balance out, we're going to open our doors and more cargo is going to come in. Right now, we are turning business away. So I would ask that you remember John Driscoll's words in the letter that I read at the public hearing. He got it right. It's important that the BCDC maintain this important asset. Who knows what's going to happen in 50 years, and to project 1%
Thank you, Ms. Ransom.
growth.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
William Dow, followed by Todd Schwenk, followed by Jennifer Arbuckle.
Good morning. My name is Bill Dow, Local 6 ILWU. We urge, we of the ILW and the maritime industry has addressed our concerns to the Oakland City Council, Port of Oakland, and the BCDC numerous times. We are convinced if you allow the A's to remove port designation from Howard Terminal for a real estate development, it would be endanger the maritime industry in the area and as well the workers on the port. It seems that the Port of Oakland is discouraging rather than encouraging maritime use of the Port of Oakland in favor of a real estate development. We urge you commissioners to retain port designation on Howard Terminal and support the maritime industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Todd Schwenk, followed by Jennifer Arbuckle, followed by Alicia Mijares.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Todd Schwenk. I'm a proud resident of Jack London Square. The Howard Terminal Ballpark is about sharing, caring, and the power of yes. As a proud Oakland resident, we need to be sharing the waterfront. It's good for our families, it's great for our businesses, and it's a long-term cure for societal health to have open space. We need to be caring. We need to care about our neighbors and the thousands of jobs that will last for decades in the future. We need to look out for our neighbors. Mainly, we need to talk about the power of yes. When people say yes, big things happen. If you say yes and not no, the A's get to stay and not go. If the A's go away, it's because they were chased away, they didn't run away. The most powerful word I can mention today in public affairs is please. Please help us build this dream. This is good for not only the East Bay, but the entire Bay Area and the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Arbuckle, followed by Alicia Mijares, followed by Josh Valle.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Arbuckle. I'm a District 3 resident of Oakland since 2012. I support this project. I encourage you to vote yes because of jobs. Both union jobs saved and union jobs created, including formerly homeless and formerly incarcerated folks. This project is bigger than baseball. I encourage you to vote yes on removing port priority use. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Mijares, followed by Josh Valle, I hope that's correct, followed by Christopher Christensen.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Commissioners. My name is Alicia Mijares. I'm a proud member of Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I would like to express my support for staff's recommendation and the proposed project at Howard Terminal. This project would create much needed economic growth in the East Bay after what has been several years of uncertainty due to the brutal COVID-19 pandemic. This is a responsible development that will generate a significant amount of middle-class careers. I ask that you please support staff's recommendation and move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Valle, followed by Christopher Christensen, followed by Jason Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Josh Ballas. I'm an East Bay resident and a proud member of Local 104 Sheet Metal Workers. In front of you today is an important decision that will impact the greater Bay Area for generations. By supporting staff's recommendation, you'll move the A's ballpark to Howard Terminal one step closer to the finish line. This project will have a monumental positive impact to the city of Oakland and will be an economic driver to an area with significant potential. Please support the staff's recommendation and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Christopher Christensen, followed by Jason Lindsay, followed by Omar Sabeh.
Good afternoon, staff. Christopher Christensen, fourth generation ILW member and vice president of our PAC. I'm here to say, please vote no on the recommendation to remove the Howard Terminal from the port designation. Howard Terminal is a working terminal, and I hear a lot of people out here saying it's going to bring jobs, it's going to bring jobs, it's going to bring jobs. It could bring jobs if it's built at the Oakland Coliseum. The problem is that Dave Cavill and the owner don't want that. They want to pout and cry like 5-year-old children because they want what they want, not what they want to give the community of Oakland. Everybody out here that says the A's are going to be great for them, I would invite them to ask Dave Cobble to have them over to his house for dinner. He wouldn't do that. He doesn't care about the city of Oakland. He only cares about the money he's going to make building his condominiums and tearing down the Howard Terminal for his own gain. So please vote no.
Thank you, sir. Jason Lindsay, followed by Omar Sabah. Sorry about that. Followed by Jason Umalato. Blew that one, I'm sure.
Morning, all. There's not much else I can say that hasn't been said this morning, but my name is Jason Lindsay. I am President and Business Agent of Iron Workers Local 378 and represent 2,500 iron workers that live in Oakland and around the cities of Alameda County that would benefit from this project working on it. So that said, I stand in support of your staff recommendation and urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Omar Sabah.
Good afternoon. Good morning. My name is Omar Saba. I represent IATSE Local 107 State Chance. We do the labor and the work at the current site of the Oakland Arena. And I hope I don't have to recommend you guys to say yes and take the recommendation of your staff, but I will. I'm sure they know what they're talking about, and they've been doing the work. So I want to say thank you to them for supporting us and supporting this project. I really hope that we can see this happen. I'm born and raised in Oakland. I grew up in the Laurel District, and I started working on chairs at the Oakland Arena and did doing changeovers for the Raiders, the Warriors, and the A's. I know what it takes to do those jobs. That they're hard jobs. I bought a home with the income of those jobs. They are middle-class jobs, and it's a real significant change if we lose the A's. We've already lost 2 teams. We can't afford to lose another one, and I know that we can find a way to work with the port and the labor unions at the port to make this work. There's always a way. We just need to come together. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Jason, please instruct me. Followed by Jorge Leon, followed by Alejandro Leon.
Greetings, Chair Wasserman and board. My name is Jason Gumatauta. I'm a member of IBW Local 595. I live in D6 in Oakland. I stand in support of the staff recommendation, and I also urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Jorge Leon, followed by Alejandro Leon, followed by Kay Chang.
Good morning, everyone. I represent the Oakland 68, which is the supporters group out in right field, left field bleachers. Obviously, they can't be out over here because of work. So I'm here. Just want a quick story. Growing up in Oakland, our access was always limited to the waterfront, having to trespass in certain areas and sitting on a pipe that would stick out and playing next to some dirty oil-infused water. We have a chance to create a more accessible waterfront for future Oaklanders. They deserve it. The future deserves it. And all I ask is to look at the SF waterfront and not look at the Oakland one. It's unfair. We also deserve nice and clean waterfront public space. This is bigger than baseball. The ballpark is just a background to a better Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. Alejandro Leon, followed by Kai Chang, followed by Troy Vidal.
Hello. I'm also a native Oaklander and also an Oakland resident right now. I'm here to ask you to vote yes, like the environmental board that you are. We count on you to vote for the betterment of the Bay and the community. Vote not based on assumptions. Vote on the fact that you currently have that states that people are sick and getting sicker because of the pollution. Vote like the environmental crusaders that you are for the betterment right now and for the future. Help Oakland become even more beautiful. Help the businesses that are currently there that need more foot traffic. Help the infrastructure that Oakland so desperately needs and is only possible if the stadium gets built. But most importantly, help West Oakland residents that are getting sick now. This is just the beginning. Vote yes. Thank you.
Yeah, hi there. My name is Kai Chang, and I'm just a resident and live and work in Oakland since 1980. I don't have much to add to all the wonderful things that people have said about what this project can do for Oakland. One thing that just sort of stuck me at the last meeting, there was some exchange, and I'm not sure if I may correct me if I did, but I think Danny Wen said if we keep Howard Terminal as a port, ancillary use thing. I think the most advised is what I heard is 2 years of growth. I mean, or just a handful of years. So I'm sure people are still considering voting against this. And so all you're going to do is going to buy you a few more years of growth. And that versus all the benefits that this project can be, it's just staggering to me. I think it's a no-brainer. So I really encourage you to go with staff recommendation and approve it.
Troy Vidal, followed by Ken Dow, but hold on a minute.
Rachel, in the Yerba Buena room, please bring over the next 5 people. Reginald Knighton, Melvin McKay, Julio Villafone, Bert Boltouch, Greg Treviso. I'll say it again. Reginald Knighton, Melvin McKay, Julio Villafone, Bert Boltouch, and Craig Treviso.
Go ahead, Troy.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Troy Vidal. I'm a proud member of the Howard Terminal Waterfront Coalition. I encourage you to vote in favor of the staff's recommendation. I am an actual resident of the city of Sacramento, and I have actually witnessed and experienced the revitalization of what a new economic engine can actually bring to the city of Oakland that we now have in Sacramento that has produced numerous jobs, businesses, sense of civic pride. Your team has the opportunity to open the path for the city of Oakland that I consider a second home away from home and becoming a second economic engine at the port to revitalize the city of Oakland yourselves. This is bigger than baseball, and thank you.
Thank you. Ken Dow, followed by Dara Bay, followed by Barbara Edwards.
I'm Ken Dow with LW. Our issues have already been addressed numerous times. A hotel, luxury condos, residents can eat up parking and add a ton of traffic. Now you have 2 highways that merge right in the vicinity where you're going to build the ballpark, and then you're at the ballpark. It's going to be a traffic nightmare. This is just logistically a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dara Bay, followed by Barbara Edwards, followed by Sonia Kerbel.
Hi. My name is Barbara Edwards, and I work at the Oakland Coliseum, and I've been working in there for 18 years as a suite attendant. And the A's are, if the A's are not able to build a new stadium in Oakland, over 1,000 stadium workers will lose their livelihoods. Howard Terminal currently is not an active shipping terminal. If you vote yes to remove the restrictions, it could support over 1,000 good union jobs at the stadium alone. This will help thousands of families in Oakland. And please say yes to our jobs and take the staff recommendations and remove the destination. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia, this is a handwriting problem.
I'm sorry. My name is Sonia Carabel. I am with Unite Here, Local 2850, and we represent over 600 food and beverage workers at the Oakland Coliseum, many of whom have worked at the stadium for 20 or even 30 years. They're long-term residents of Oakland and elsewhere in the Bay Area. The majority are African American, and the vast majority are people of color. They and their families depend on the good wages and benefits that these jobs provide, that they have fought for, and in sharp contrast with most jobs in the food service industry. Howard Terminal is not currently an active shipping terminal, and the Port of Oakland has explained why it is not likely to become one again. If you vote yes to remove the port priority designation, Howard Terminal could support over 1,000 good union jobs at the stadium alone, not to mention in the rest of the proposed development. This will help thousands of families continue to live and thrive in the East Bay. We also have been advocating to ensure that there's plenty of affordable housing on site and job protections, including fair chance hiring, local hire, and targeted hiring to expand good job access to those who need it most in the area. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Dolores Beasley, I believe it is, followed by Robert Preston, followed by Demetrius Williams. Any of those? Come to the podium. No, right there.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Preston. I'm a representative for the people and the workers at the Oakland Coliseum. We're with United 2850. We're also Teamsters in there with Local 853. Jobs that can be saved for the people of Oakland are tremendous. A lot of these people need these jobs to continue to live affordably. Also, you have restaurants, hotels in the area. You have gas stations, stores who are supported by these people who work. So we need you to vote yes in order to preserve a lot of these jobs and help a lot of these families survive. So please vote yes.
Thank you, sir. Demetrius Williams, followed by Mark Plubel, followed by Anthony Viscuso. Demetrius Williams, not here. Mark Plubel.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for having us here. I just want to encourage you to vote for this change. This is speaking as my members for the Heating Process Layers Local 16, it's going to be jobs for us, but that's not what we're here about. It's about utilizing the property in the best way. And it's not being utilized properly right now. They're storing stuff there because they're not working efficiently with the port that they have. They have room. You've heard the staff reports. Please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anthony Viscuso, followed by Michelle Morero. Sure, that's not right. Go ahead, Mr.
Hi, good morning. My name is Anthony Viscuso. I'm also a business agent with the Heat and Frost Insulators, Local 16. And I would also like to encourage you to vote yes on this proposal. You know, it's not often that you hear an industry say, hey, we don't need this anymore. You know, excuse me, if Disneyland had a couple acres of extra land, they would find a use for it in an instant. So the fact the court's telling us that they don't have a need for this or that it's not being used legitimately, it tells me that there's something right. There's something wrong with that. Additionally to that, our work is constantly evolving, and we have plenty of work to keep our current members busy. But this project is going to present 10 years of brand new work for people that haven't even set foot on a job site yet. We'll have apprentices that'll take out their very first tape measure and measure their very first piece of material. 5 years later, there'll be a journey person with a full-time middle wage job in this area. So please vote yes on this.
Thank you. Michelle, and help me here.
Hi, it's Michelle Moreira. You almost got it. Basically, I want to say is that it's not about saving Oakland. It's about seeing Oakland thrive. It's about having a vision for it. It's about supporting its residents, supporting its workers, and supporting everyone else that supports that. I believe that having this recommendation go forward would help with that. I also been a resident there for a while, and I've noticed that there's been a lot of changes politically, and I feel like giving a voice to these other workers, specifically from the Coliseum and people who live there, is actually moving forward with the future. And I feel like personally for me, I would like to see Oakland thrive. You know, San Francisco got a chance to do that. Why can't Oakland? And so thank you so much for hearing me today.
Thank you. Bert Boltup, followed by Reginald Knighton, followed by Melvin McKay.
And before you start, Rachel, we are now starting on the first blue cards. So please bring over the second group of blue cards. Those people are Trent Willis, Aaron Wright, Mike Henneberry, Zitali Sanchez, and Patrick Boylan.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Wassman and the rest of the commissioners. My name is Bert Boltuck, and I speak here today in favor of the staff recommendation. For many years, I was a proud union attorney for many of the unions represented here today, and they have spoken eloquently why this project is needed. I've been a resident of the East Bay and mostly of Oakland for 50 years. I've been a 40-year season ticket holder, a business owner in Oakland for 20 years. I was one of the founders, leaders, and spokespersons for town business. You've heard the arguments. A lot of this is a show for the press. I know each of you are intelligent. You've read the staff recommendation. You've read the documents.
Hey, Google,
Don't
stop.
be swayed by the ILW and Schnitzer. Vote for Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Reginald Knighton, followed by Melvin McKay, followed by Julio De La Pont.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity.
That's all I got to say is please leave it as it is.
Thank you, sir. Julio Villafon, followed by Greg Trevize, followed by Trent Willis. Julio Villafon, Greg Trevize.
Good morning, what up, council? Greg Trevizo, former UP Carmen Union, current small business owner. This land use is bigger than baseball. This is about jobs, not only for the private sector, but for the union, for new businesses to come in and open up spaces for families. I encourage you to take the recommendation. Again, this is bigger than baseball.
Trent Willis, followed by Aaron Wright, followed by Mike Canterbury.
Thank you, Commission. Trent Willis, member of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, Local 10. And I'm here to urge you to vote no on this measure. I just want to remind this Commission that what we are facing here is a land grab and a billionaire's attempt to get access to public resources. That is all that we are looking at here. When you talk about a comprehensive analysis, from looking at your slideshow, there was no comprehensive analysis here. Analysis is supposed to be done by facts. What you heard here today was not facts. You had made up information to make the case for allowing this property to be accessed to a billionaire for profit. This is what we're looking at. We are completely against this. The facts that, the misinformation that you heard that this terminal is not being used for maritime access is false.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Rachel, the next five to come over, please, are Elizabeth Mitos, Ron Zampa, Danny Campbell, Carmen Sandoval, and Melody Davis.
Good morning, good afternoon.
I'm Aaron Wright, ILW Local 10, third generation longshoreman. No doubt this commission here is indicative of how important our seaport is. Shockingly, at your June 2nd meeting, when questioned, your staff asserted they had communicated with Maritime. In fact, they had not. We absolutely know the maritime stakeholders were not consulted by your staff, so we could not be considered in the recommendation for you. After 3 years fighting this, I can tell you maritime community is unequivocally opposes this project. Everyone with a working brain knows the loss of Howard Terminal, the building of houses on an industrial zone is going to have a huge negative impact on our operations and lead to a downturn and degradation of our seaport. Our port is busier than it's been in my 33 years. The volume is unprecedented. To put it simply, your staff report is ridiculous on its face. Howard Terminal is being used. We need it for our operations. We are using it. We have been using it. Every day there's a mile-long line of trucks coming out of that. Just one last thing.
Thank you, sir. Mike Hannaberry, followed by Chitali Sanchez, followed by Elizabeth Mitos.
Mike Hannaberry, Teamsters Local 853. We represent concession vendors at the Coliseum. We work side by side with members from USWW, Unite Here, and IATSE. These members represent the possibilities for service workers that will be borne out by the building of the Howard Terminal. Our local also represents cement truck drivers. They stand in league with the thousands of building trade workers that will benefit by the building of Howard Terminal. I'm going to quit flapping my gums and cut the BS and just request that you vote yes on the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chitali Sanchez, followed by Elizabeth Mitos, followed by Ron Zampa.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Citlali Sanchez, Oakland resident of District 5 and the political organizer of the Alameda Labor Council, representing over 135,000 workers. Over 1,000 of those workers are members of several of our affiliate unions, including Unite Here, SEIU, the Teamsters, and IATSE, whose jobs depend on the project proposed by the A's. Those jobs depend on Howard Terminal being removed from the port priority designation. Our community needs jobs, not just any jobs, but jobs with living wages and benefits that actually reflect the cost of living. So on behalf of our members, we ask that you please allow us to take this project to home base by supporting the staff's recommendation and voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Mitos, followed by Ron Zampa, followed by Danny Campbell. Elizabeth. Ron Zampa. Danny Campbell.
Before Mr. Campbell, can you please bring over Araceli Rueda, Jose Luis Pavon, Tim Brown, Steve Zeltzer, Patrick Fahey.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Danny Campbell. I'm a proud member of Sheet Metal Workers, Local Union 104. Yes. Local 104 has over 10,000 tradespeople throughout Northern California. I'm proud to be part of an organization that has foundationally built equity into our apprenticeship programs. 1 out of every 10 apprentices in our apprenticeship programs come from local community-based organizations that train pre-apprentices. Here in San Francisco, we're proud to partner with CityBuild. In Oakland, we partner with Cypress Mandela and Rising Sun Center for Opportunity. Oftentimes, these folks are folks that have faced traditional barriers to employment, such as being impacted by the justice system, a victim of domestic violence, or are unhoused. By you supporting staff's recommendation and the project at Howard Terminal, you will be helping to increase apprenticeship opportunities for local residents. Not just in our trade, but
thank you, Mr. Campbell.
every trade in the East Bay and the Bay Area. Thank you for your support.
Carmen Sandoval, followed by Melody Davis, followed by Araceli Rueda.
Carmen would like to speak. She works at the Oakland Coliseum, but she asked me if I can translate.
That's fine, sir. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre.
Speak into the microphone.
Sorry. Mi nombre es Carmen Sandoval. Yo trabajo para los Oakland A's por 23 años. Y vengo aquí pues a decir sí, yo apoyo porque ha sido mi trabajo.
Let him translate.
Hi, this is good afternoon. This is Carmen Sandoval, and she has worked at the Oakland Coliseum for the Oakland A's for over 22 years, and she's here to say that she supports the project.
Keep speaking, Ms. Sandoval. Go ahead.
Estoy apoyando porque pues somos muchos como inmigrantes también. Es nuestro primer trabajo. Bueno, pues de ahí me he mantenido yo. Soy una madre soltera. Mis hijos los he sacado adelante trabajando en este lugar, y pues si no se apoya a esta propuesta, pues quedaré pues desempleada, ¿verdad? Y mis hijos.
Let him translate now, please.
So Carmen says that she supports the project, and because this was she's an immigrant, and there are many immigrant workers at the Coliseum. It was her first job when she arrived to this country. She's a single mother, and she depends on this job, and if the A's leave Oakland, that she will be on the job.
I'm going to let you say just a little bit more. Go ahead.
Y también no nada más sobre mí, también mis compañeros de diferentes uniones que estamos aquí apoyando la propuesta, y pues a mí me encanta mucho mi trabajo. También ver los fans que van como niños, gente de la tercera edad, y me gusta verlos y me gusta mucho atenderlos y hacer mi trabajo.
So Carmen says that she's not just speaking for her, she's speaking for other workers at the Oakland Coliseum, as well as all the other unions represented here, and that she loves her job, and she loves seeing the fans, and she thanks you for letting her come to speak today before the commission.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sandoval. Melody Davis, followed by Araceli Rueda, followed by Jose Luis Pavon.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Melody Davis, and I'm a native of Oakland, California. But I say right now in West Oakland, we all still the same. All our lives matter. I'm asking you to vote no. Keep the Port Authority use where it's at Howard Terminal. We have came here. I have several reasons. One reason is that dollars could still be at the Coliseum, okay, where Mr. Fisher has already brought it at a steal, $85 million. So there'll be no job loss there. And he keeps it like the Seattle Seahawks. They built on the same area, state of art. Why Mr. Fisher can't do that? Keep jobs there. I have a funny feeling that he's doing that because he wasn't put a round screw in a square box. Because you guys already know there's no room over there. The shifts they're getting wider. They're not going to be able to go through there. He's stealing all this stuff.
Ms. Davis, your time is up. Thank you, ma'am.
My minute's up already?
Your minute's up already.
My God. But you know what I said, though. Y'all got it right. But I want to say one more thing. Real quick. I see there's some intelligent people up here. Please make the right decision. But I don't see one black person. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Araceli Rueda, followed by Jose Luis Pavon, followed by Tim Brown.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Araceli Rueda. I'm a political organizer with SCIU USWW. We represent janitorial workers like Carmen. Many of these workers are people of color and immigrants. And voting yes on this recommendation will ensure job protection for these workers and communities. Most of these workers also live in Oakland, and as Oakland residents and workers, their opinion and their voice needs to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. Rachel, if there's anybody left in your Buena, please bring them over.
Go ahead.
Okay, hi. My name is Jose Luis Pavon. I'm a political organizer for SEIU USWW. Our union represents custodial staff, groundskeeping crew, security officers at the Oakland Coliseum. And it is our union's official position to support the project and to save these jobs and ensure that stays don't leave and that the jobs are secured and that better benefits and better pay are secured at the new development. But I would like to say to all of our labor family that although, you know, with all due respect to the longshoremen, that although we might be on different sides of this issue, we're all still family, we're all still labor, we're all still in the same struggle. And so, yeah, that is our official position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tim Brown, followed by Steve Zeltsav, followed by Patrick Fahey.
Hello, my name is Tim Brown. I'm a union representative with SEIU USWW. I'm urging you to vote yes on the staff recommendation. I represent janitors, ushers, and security at the Coliseum and Arena. We have many diverse ethnic people there working, and most of the people rely on that job. Some of it is their full-time job, and some of it is supplemental. And we have majority of people there have been there for 20, 30. We have even some security people who have been there 50 years working at the Coliseum. They've been loyal and done a good job, so we want you to understand that and vote yes and preserve good union jobs and protect our families. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Steve Zeltsav, followed by Patrick Fahey, followed by Bradley Wiedmeyer.
I'm Steve Zeltser with Schools and Labor Against Privatization. And I think that this is a privatization of a public port. And you as commissioners have a responsibility to protect the maritime uses of the port. This is a destruction of the maritime uses. Your vote for this is the destruction of the port as a maritime working port. You're violating your agreement or your rules, actually, as to who you represent. You don't represent John Fisher, a billionaire owner of the A's and the Gap Corporation, but exactly that is what's happening. And your chair, Zachary Wasserman, is a development landlord for Fisher. So why is he even here? Under the Fair Political Practices Commission, you should not be voting this commission because you have a conflict of interest. You have a commission which is controlled by a land developer lawyer run by John Fisher, a billionaire who wants to destroy this port for his private property development of 3,300 luxury homes that will gentrify in a racist way the city of Oakland. That's who you people are voting for. So let's be clear here what's going on. This is corruption. This is the political domination of this commission by a billionaire, not for the purposes of protecting maritime rights and trade, but for his profits. That's what this commission is all about.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Patrick Fahey, followed by Bradley Wiedmeyer, followed by Ty Hudson.
Well, following up on that, my name is Patrick Fahey. I'm a retired mathematician and educator, and gives me a statistician for Hewlett Packard. You know, I was really encouraged by some of the commissioners, Rebecca Eisen and Barry Nelson, that they had collected data and they concluded that this commission does not have the information necessary to move forward on this recommendation. And that's appropriate from a statistician's point of view. I also wanted to point out to also the people pro and con that this project includes landfill to accommodate these new buildings in an earthquake territory, and that John Fisher, is indemnified against loss on this project. The taxpayers will be on the hook in case he does not make money on this project. I want you to think about those things, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bradley Wiedmeyer, followed by Ty Hudson, followed by Mark Kennedy.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I want to remind you of your regional duties that outweigh the local speculative real estate development must be taken into consideration. I urge you to stand with the Seaport subcommittee. Downgrading the Port of Oakland and allowing it to languish eventually will cost us all more money. Coos Bay in Oregon is building a 1 million container port. And when that extra land transportation, 500 miles, gets tacked onto our things, people will be wanting to come back and get the money returned to them. It's very, very important that jobs be increased, but you can't do it on the backs of maritime workers. And the port is one of the economic engines of the city, and you're going to have a lot of lost jobs if the port is bypassed by other ports, and you don't have the ancillary space to take care of the necessary.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Requirements. Thank you.
Ty Hudson, followed by Mark Kennedy, followed by Delvin Washington, who is the last speaker.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ty Hudson. I'm with Unite Here Local 2, formerly Unite Here Local 2850, which merges into Local 2 as of tomorrow. And we represent over 600 food and beverage workers at the Oakland Coliseum. You've heard from a few of them. And as you've heard, many of them have worked at the stadium for decades, and their jobs, very simply, are at stake. What we're talking about here is an underutilized corner of the port, which could save over 1,000 workers' jobs if you all do the right thing, follow the staff recommendation. So thank you so much for your time, and we hope that you will vote yes.
Thank you, sir. Mark Kennedy.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Kennedy for ILWU Local 10. I'm here to ask you to vote no against this project. The 17-acre fill-in will slow, if not stop, our ships, which is crucial to the economic cycle. Today, we heard facts that were no definite foresights on what exactly or what could be done right now or in the future. And speaking of the growth of and accurate growth, to try to predict how the economic and import, export, and commerce will progress is virtually impossible. But you know for a fact that it will continue to grow as it has since these berths were created. Ballpark access, the cargo, all of this is going to be detrimental to everything that's already in place. You have a ballpark, you can keep those jobs, we can keep our jobs, and we can all grow together. Thank you.
Delvin Washington.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is Delvin Washington. I'm a lifelong Oakland resident. I spent the last 4 decades working throughout the Bay Area on issues of urban design, land use planning, economic development, and environmental review. After reviewing your own Bcdc strategic plan update, it's with much confidence, like I said, the Oakland Athletics proposal will be consistent with your own document's objectives to create a more diverse, high-quality public access with more socially equitable shoreline. This is due to multiple reasons, which will include environmental cleanup, the addressing of sea level rise, and the expansion of the Bay Trail. At last, residents now and into the future will have the ability to access more of our bayfront, which for the past century has been restricted to heavy industrial uses. The proposal will also meet goals set by other organizations such as the Greenbelt Alliance, and will allow Oakland to better meet our regional housing needs allocation for this decade, which totals over 26,000 units over all the income levels.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Chair. Patrick Boileau. I think my card was skipped as I was walking over from the floor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Patrick Boileau, Operating Engineers, Local 3, Deputy Legal Director. On behalf of our 38,000 members, including thousands who live in Oakland and in Alameda County, we'd like you to remove Howard Terminal from port priority, accept the staff position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I apologize. I might have misled people a little bit. That was the last speaker present. We do have remote speakers. We have 56 remote speakers. We're going to take a lunch break. We will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you all for your patience and your attention.
Recording stopped.
Hey, Ruben, hold that thought. I'll be back because I'm going to use the restroom. Hey, Richard Hake, get your tail in here. Let me get you a share. Hey, there's the link. I'll be right back. All right. Ruben, my comments are basically these. First of all, my view is that there have been 100 people who spoke so far easily over that, around that. Not one person, nor city staff, nor port representatives, including Danny Wan, the executive director, have talked about the fact that tax increment financing will produce between a minimum of $1.6 billion in revenue, assuming a $2 billion base year assessed value and nothing else built. Tax increment revenue collected over a 45-year period with a 4% annual rate of growth of assessed value, or a high end of $9.7 billion, actually over that, assuming the $12 billion build-out scenario the A's have presented with the same 4% rate of growth in assessed value annually over a 45-year period, which is standard enhanced infrastructure financing district law in California. No one has talked about that. The city has been allergic to the matter of bringing up tax increment financing in any discussion, going all the way back to 2019. any discussion related to Howard Terminal Ballpark or any ballpark. The last time we had one was in 2010 when Let's Go Oakland was focusing on a ballpark, again at Jack London. So the real value of building a high dollar development like a sports ballpark in that area using tax increment financing is that given enhanced infrastructure financing district law, you can use that to pay for off-site projects that are deemed beneficial to the community. Who does that? The Public Financing Authority. Now, has the city formed a Public Financing Authority for Howard Terminal or in general? The answer is no. It should have done that starting in 2019. It still can. But the simple fact that you have to wait until an event like this to get any idea of where the city of Oakland is in terms of Howard Terminal's progress is because there is no Public Financing Authority, which would be the deliberative body for this project and also the body that lets the bonds for the project in the future, that exists. If it did exist, we would have a month by month, really week by week update of the project. If you go to the City of Oakland's website right now, you will learn that the latest update on Howard Terminal was actually February 25th of this year. That's outrageous. And subsequent posts weren't updates. They were simply pointing to specific events, like this one with the Bay Conservation and Development Commission. By contrast, you can go to lvstadiumauthority.com or .org, the website of the Las Vegas Stadium Authority, and you can look at month by month progress of what we now call Allegiant Stadium for the Raiders, going all the way back to 2016, and before they took certain contents off, 2015. Why they did that, I don't know. But they did. That's another story. When I headed the effort to bring the Super Bowl to Oakland, we lost to Jacksonville in 2000. I created the Oakland Alameda County Sports Commission. Our meetings were monthly. We too were a deliberative body. It was designed because we needed a sports commission. The NFL had said, hey, you need a nonprofit to center your fiscal effort for your Super Bowl bid. I used that as a raison d'etre to create a sports commission for Oakland. But it allowed me to bring members of the public together, create a deliberative body, and create a body where you, the public, could be informed about our consistent monthly progress of our Super Bowl bid. That's the way you do these big projects. By law, these organizations have to be under sunshine. Okay, right now we don't have a sunshine. Howard Terminal has no sunshine ordinance that specifically governs it because it in and of itself is not a deliberative body. It's a development project, okay? So the way we've done this, I've said this again and again and again, is absolutely ridiculously off the mark. And it is an insult to the once proud tradition of development accomplishments, innovative financing, and affordable housing development that Oakland was once known for, that we're experiencing this and living this today. This is not the Oakland that I know. This is a different Oakland. This is an Oakland that doesn't get things done, an Oakland that insists on and is happy with maintaining a back seat in a second-class citizenry position to San Francisco. That's not my Oakland. My Oakland insisted on being number one. My Oakland insisted on achieving its rightful place as the true center of the San Francisco Bay Area. My Oakland threw punches. This Oakland does not. My Oakland that lost the Raiders threw a punch to get the Raiders back. It threw a punch to sue the NFL. The punch didn't land effectively, but my Oakland threw that punch. This Oakland didn't do that. It took a citizen fan-led initiative, and it really not a formal initiative, but a grassroots action to do that. That's not the Oakland I know. The Oakland I know was led by its government. This Oakland is harmed by other governments. All of you talk about greedy owners, but you completely ignore the economic development activities of governments that have harmed us. The late Ed Lee, the great mayor of San Francisco, aggressively went after the Warriors. Aggressively. He started this. Gene Kwan allowed Fred Blackwell to go off to the San Francisco Foundation as CEO. Why? Because Blackwell was under the impression that Kwan wasn't going to be reelected under a strong mayor. Maybe he doesn't get retained. There was no effort to park him into a permanent position by Kwan that the city council could cement in. Nothing. Okay? Nothing. So, you asked me what my opinion is. This is fine. This is going along well. But what bothers me, and I have the Mayor Schaff on in just under 2 hours to talk about this. What bothers me is that my city has forgotten how to do large-scale public-private partnerships, particularly those involving sports. The last time we did a good one, an effective one, well, hey, it got us the Oracle Arena for the Warriors. Uninformed media types say, oh, that arena goes back to 1966. No, it was entirely torn down and built anew in 1998. It took 2 years to do it. Almost 3. But no one talks about it because, hey, it looks like the older arena and there was no controversy around it. It used PSLs, but hey, the PSLs didn't go south. They worked. Everything about that project worked as it should. The only thing we ever talk about is the projects that don't, like the Raiders deal. No one ever talks about the Warriors deal. No one ever talks about how then City Attorney John Russo met with Chris Cohan of the Warriors and settled all debts. John did it Godfather style. I'm settling all debts. And I said that deliberately. I'm settling all debts. He did that. We had doers. Do you understand what I'm getting at? We had doers. People who believed that they could get things done. People who wanted to get things done because the reward at the end was a better Oakland. We don't have that now. I'm just bluntly telling you we don't. And it's shameful. So there you go. So those of you watching, I don't know if you heard that UCLA and USC are considering leaving the Pac-12 to join the Big Ten. Really, the Big 12, it should say. That's wild. That's to me, that should be considered sacrilege. Like, oh, they're too good for us. And I wonder what kind of job George Vilikoff, the Pac-12 commissioner, is doing such that this announcement will come about. It's got to be directly related to something he either did or did not do. Does that mean no Cal UCLA? Excuse me. What does that mean? No Cal UCLA? That's crazy. Can the regent step in and say, hey, you know what, you can't do this? I wonder. I wonder. Ooh, interesting. Hey, come on in. Okay. All right. I'll see you. Okay. All right. All right, Zinni Abraham, give me a call. Hey, folks, at 5:30, I have to break from this in order to get ready for my interview with Mayor Schaaf at 6 o'clock. So that's 2:30 your time. So hopefully we have a vote by then, but if not, we don't. But I just want to give everybody a heads up. My talk with Mayor Schaaf will go for 30 minutes. So what I'll do is I'll leave this running. I'm not going to shut down the live stream. What I may do, I'm thinking about some sort of hybrid way of doing this, because what I may do simply is leave this one, then go over to Mayor Schaaf's talk, and then come back. And then figure out a way to keep, this aimed on, which I think I can do, keep this aimed on the Zoom, right? And then just go over, toggle over to my interview with Libby and let that run. And then when that's done, come back over there. So I may not have to close this as I thought I might have to, which is a good thing. All right. Okay. We're going to restart At 4:30, it is 4:19, or 1:30, it is 1:19 Pacific Standard Time. Six minutes. 1 minute, actually less than that. It's 1:30. Let's see where we're at.
Commissioners, can you turn your cameras on, please?
Well, we're waiting. It's 1:32. Don't look like we have quite everybody there yet. Peggy Atwell, our BCDC host, is not seated. Peggy Atwell. I wonder if Peggy Atwell is any relation to Haley Atwell, who played
Recording in progress.
in the Captain America movie.
Good afternoon. There may be a couple commissioners who come in, but we have a quorum and we're going to start. Thank you for being here on time. Peggy, we will start with the speakers who are remote. Again, you have one. Oh, sorry. Yes. Well, we're going to start as he's doing that.
Okay, I'm going to let the folks on.
Wait.
No, I just want to tell who.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just giving heads up and people in the queue so you can get ready. West Oakland Culture Action Center, Michael Keogh, Cheryl Walton, Amanda Brown Stevens, and can I multitask here? Hold on. Scott Taylor, you're going to be the first 5 people when Chair Wasserman gives me the cue.
Unless there are any speakers who are with commissioners in their remote location. Are there any commissioners who have speakers in their remote locations? If so, please raise your hand. I do not see any. Now, you can start calling on the remote speakers in that order, remembering that you have 1 minute to speak.
Okay, first up is West Oakland Cultural Action Network. Go ahead and unmute yourself. State your name for the record.
This is David Peters, the board president of the West Oakland Cultural Action Network. Commissioners, you've heard the staff recommendation. In addition, environmental justice and social equity for the West Oakland community must be a driving principle for the future use of the Howard Terminal property. My family has lived and worked in West Oakland since the 1940s, and while we have heard much about the shipping and ancillary industry's opposition to this HT project, it is the residents that have lived with the negative impacts of these companies' operations for decades in terms of traffic, groundwater contamination, and air pollution. But little of the positive economic benefits to the region have trickled down to the community that resides outside of the Seaport's gates. As part of this project, the port will be able to fund transportation infrastructure improvements that will relocate truck parking inside the port proper, reduce the truck traffic pressure in our community, and improve the port's operational effectiveness and safety. It will give the community access to the HT waterfront and build new public parks for our families. We must be, as documented in the Baseline Racial Equity Indicators report, the bill for generations of redlining, disinvestment, urban renewal, and environmental racism by local governments is long overdue. I urge the BCDC to remove the BPUA designation in the name of environmental justice and social equity for West Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Michael Keogh, you're up next. Go ahead, unmute yourself, and you have a minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm an Oakland resident, and I'm here to urge you to vote to remove Howard Terminal from the Port Priority Use designation. Your staff has concluded that Howard Terminal is not necessary to accommodate the port's future needs. And I want to focus on that word, the future, because I think that's what this all is about. My son has lived in Oakland his entire life. Granted, he is 2 years old, but I am so excited to raise him here and for him to grow up in Oakland with a strong port, acres of waterfront parks that have been returned to the people, and a world-class waterfront stadium. I thank you for your hard work and consideration in this matter, especially thank the BCDC staff, who I know have spent a lot of time on this. Please vote to remove. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Cheryl Walton, go ahead. Unmute yourself. You have a minute.
Cheryl Walton, Oakland residents. Mayor, residents are bigger than baseball, and this is a shot in the dark for Oakland. We need more data. Vote no on staff recommendation. Please be bold enough and have the courage to not be influenced by campaign funds and building trades whose jobs will not be impacted by not having a development at Howard Terminal. They can build and retain jobs at the Coliseum. Don't be paid off or given to the pressure of who appointed you or port staff who I don't trust. The lack of diversity is sad. I'm noticing there's not one Black commissioner on BCDC. Don't give in to personal connection of the A's, governor, Oakland mayor, state building trades, which most building trades don't even live in Oakland, but give into the principles and values of BCDC and the information you need. You are not to determine jobs. Protect our waterways for our children. What forecast data can we trust for 50 years from now? More studies and environmental review of water contamination and toxic impact of Howard Terminal needs to be done before changing the designated use. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call on Amanda Brown Stevens. After Amanda, it's Scott Taylor, Millie Cleveland, and Ann Christie. Go ahead, Amanda.
Good afternoon, BCDC Commissioners. My name is Amanda Brown Stevens. I'm an Oakland resident in District 2 and the Executive Director of Greenbelt Alliance. Through our Climate Smart Development Endorsement Committee, we review and endorse housing projects within the Bay Area that provide much needed homes for the region in locations that reduce climate-related impacts and increase resilience. Greenbelt Alliance has endorsed the Howard Terminal development as a great place for new waterfront access, as you've heard today, and over 3,000 units of new housing at various income levels. Projects at this scale are critical to ensure our region's largest cities do not just become wealthy enclaves for existing residents, and that our region's farmland and natural areas are not paved over for sprawl development. We urge BCDC to vote yes today and to work closely with all involved to ensure that this project is a model of adaptive urban shoreline development that will help create a more resilient and inclusive Oakland for all residents to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Taylor, go ahead and unmute yourself. You have a minute.
Thank you, Chairman Wasserman. My name is Scott Taylor. I'm the CEO and Chairman of the Board of GSC Logistics. GSC handles almost 20% of all the imports through the gateway. I'm here today asking the BCDC to protect the waterfront and the economic engine of Northern California, the Port of Oakland, and voting no. Howard Terminal is imperative to the success of the Port of Oakland with 325,000 truck moves a year. In my private conversations with most of the port staff, they are steadfastly against turning valuable port property over to a billionaire. However, they must walk the party line if they want to get their weekly paychecks. Let's face it, this isn't even about a ballpark. It's a land grab by a billionaire who wants to build luxury condos, hotels, commercial and retail development. I implore the BCDC to retain Howard Terminal as port priority use and protect valuable waterfront property that if it's lost will be lost forever. I implore the BCDC to retain Howard Terminal because Oakland is the only port in the country willing to give up valuable land. I implore the BCDC to retain Howard Terminal as port priority use because only you can protect the economic engine of Northern California. The port commissioners, the city council members would rather follow mayor's instructions instead of doing what's right for all of us. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Millie Cleveland, go ahead. Unmute yourself and you have a minute.
My name is Millie Cleveland. I'm a resident of District 4. We are not here because Howard Terminal is not a viable terminal anymore. We're here because we have a billionaire that wants to build a baseball park. Your obligation as commissioners is to assure the protection of our public land. We are not supposed to be using public land that can be for issues that can be built somewhere else. We have a Coliseum in East Oakland, and the same workers that serve the Coliseum that would serve the baseball park at Jack London could still work in East Oakland. With all due respect to the building of trades, I have never seen them refuse to build anything, including expansion of Chevron in Richmond, allowing them to process dirty crude oil, or building the shuttle from BART to the Coliseum with nobody on it. So please vote no.
Hey, Richard.
Hey, Zenny.
Next will be Ann Christie. After Ann will be Evie Wang, Jay Morrow, and Robert Mandel. Go ahead, Ann.
Hey, everybody. Richard Hike is one of our vloggers.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Christie, and I work at SPUR, Bay Area nonprofit public policy organization.
Hey, Richard, I'll be
SPUR
right.
supports the amendment of the San Francisco Bay Plan and Seaport Plan to remove the port priority use area designation at Howard Terminal.
I'm not stopping this.
We agree with BCDC and port staff assessment that removing Howard Terminal from the PUA would not detract from the region's capability to meet future projected growth in cargo. We also understand that the removal of this designation is essential for the proposed Oakland waterfront ballpark project at Howard Terminal to move forward. However, SPUR believes that in order for the Oakland waterfront ballpark project to be successful, it needs to address uncertainties related to project financing, transportation, infrastructure, and housing affordability options. SPUR voiced these concerns in previous letters. SPUR appreciates BCDC staff and commissioners for their attention towards this issue and commitment to the economic vitality of Oakland. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you. Evie Wang, you're next. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak. As a port stakeholder, we are very concerned about the port's future and viability. Never mind satisfying seaport compatibility measures and not having to access non-Bayfield land is the responsibility of BCDC. Let's talk environmental justice. The A's dangles shoreline access, but reality is building private luxury condos will be a concern due to the private ownership of these condos and housing. To cite a development that has already happened in Massachusetts on the opposite coast, I would give a quote from Peter Scheller, Senior Counsel of the Conservative Law Foundation. It is a Ironic circumstance of people wanting state money, but not wanting taxpayers to actually come and be able to benefit from their investment. For the sake of Oakland, please vote no.
Thank you. Okay, Jay Morrow. After Jay Morrow will be Robert Mandel, Craig Gordon, and Emily Loper. Go ahead, Jay Morrow. Would you state your name for the record? Okay, go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay. I'm going to go to Robert Mandel. Robert, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Mandel. I urge you to vote no. What Loma Prieta showed is the vulnerability of the port. All of the terminals at the far west end of 7th Street were damaged for years. American President Line's terminal was severely damaged. It is foolish and short-sighted living in California to shut down Howard Terminal, which could be a safety valve in the likely instance of another earthquake. If Mayor Schaaf really wants to represent the city of Oakland, she should allow a vote on this matter as Council Member Gallo has proposed. That's real democracy. 70% of the people polled are against the ballpark plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Jay Morrow. Go ahead and unmute yourself. State your name for the record. Jay?
Yeah, I'm here. This is Jerry Morrow. So everyone has talked about the economic gains by building this project, but no one has mentioned the losses. 2 weeks ago, 570 members of the Agriculture Transportation Coalition met. The port personnel heard an earful about why they should not do this with our terminal. The losses have already started, and talking to those people there, they're already diverting freight away from Oakland down into Southern California. This is only going to get worse as we go along. So I beg you, please do not remove the port from the designation for the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to unmute Craig Gordon, and after Craig is going to be Emily Loper, Deidre Snyder, and Albertia Owen. Go ahead, Craig, unmute yourself, and you have 1 minute.
Hello, I'm a member of the Oakland Education Association, which opposes the Howard Terminal project. A new A stadium at the Coliseum would provide just as many jobs as one at Howard Terminal. It's appalling that the chair of this proceeding, Zachary Wasserman, is deeply compromised as a former attorney for billionaire A's owner John Fisher and a public advocate for the Howard Terminal development. I don't have time to cite in detail the assessments from far more objective people for why Howard Terminal is vital to the current and future viability of the port. But I will say, as a longtime Oakland A's fan, that the actions of the A's ownership have never demonstrated any concern for its fan base, let alone for working class communities of color in Oakland. Now Major League Baseball leaked just days before this hearing that it could waive fees for the A's moving to Las Vegas. This is just another shameless tactic by the A's and ML and the Major League Baseball to bully public officials into doing the wrong thing. Do the right thing and vote against the removal of port priority use.
Thank you. Emily Loper, go ahead, unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emily Loper with Bay Area Council. I'm also a Oakland resident. I just want to reiterate our strong support for this project and urge you to approve the staff recommendation to remove the port use designation and allow it to move forward. This development will bring widespread economic, housing, environmental, and public access benefits to the Bay Area, and the evidence is clear that it will not interfere with the ability of the port to grow its future operations. This project is just a better use for this site, and we urge you to approve the staff recommendation today. Thanks very much.
Deidre Snyder, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Deirdre Snyder. I'm a longtime Oakland resident, and I want to first make it clear that I want to urge you to vote no on this. As was raised by some of the commissioners, you don't have a lot of wiggle room in 2050 for any development at the port. Of course, if we discourage people, they won't even use the port anymore. I think the basic thing is we don't see what the future is going to be, except one thing I do know is that there is serious climate change going on, and we will not only have sea level rise, there is already ground level rise, which is really affecting West Oakland right now. We're having to look at a different way of living, and luxury condos is not a vision that is supporting an adaptation to climate change. I vote no, please.
I'm gonna, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Alvirnia Owens, and then after Alvirnia will be Savlan Hauser, Victoria Smith, Ali Spearman, and Daniel Boldachi. So, Alvirnia, go ahead and unmute yourself. State your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Alvertia Owens, and I'm a 34-year resident of West Oakland. And I'm asking that you vote no. First, I don't think it's sensible to even consider building a ballpark because at Howard Terminal, because it's on a landfill on the bay field. And with the rising tides that we're currently dealing with, and also the port is built on this same bay field. The erosion, and if an earthquake arises, it can liquefy, and the weight of a ballpark with luxury condos is not a good thing. So I want to move on and talk about the air quality. I just don't think it's a good place for the ballpark to be. The Coliseum is there. The A's don't have the Coliseum. Let them take it. The air quality, acclimate air quality to look at the EIR and look at the report that Acclima did, which is a San Francisco based.
Thank you very much.
By block air quality management, and they have.
Hey, Richard, what do you think about all this?
Okay, Savlan Hauser, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Well, it sounds like a lot of people have no idea what they're talking about.
Good afternoon. My name is Savlan Hauser. I'm the
which is the scary part about potentially putting something like this up for a vote. Because people are so all over the place with their reasons,
workers and visitors,
and none of them are correct.
Bcdc commissioners for your careful consideration of this important decision to the future of Oakland's urban waterfront. We support this project and removal of priority use. We are excited to welcome so much more activity and access to the bay. The development of the A's Stadium in this location moves forward on so many issues critical to our community. Equity, economic development, environmental justice, mobility. It will be a radically different outcome than so many infrastructure projects of past decades. This is a tremendous opportunity, and we enthusiastically support this staff recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Victoria Smith, after Victoria.
You can definitely tell who has been listening to what just by the comments. Who's been listening to, say, East Oakland Stadium Alliance or Noel Gallo or any of those opponents.
My name is Victoria Smith, and I am the president of a nonprofit organization.
The comments are basically
with the current application in our community to build 52 senior affordable housing units. So I understand
the issues involved with housing. I know you all understand the incredible need for housing and the fact that this project will provide a huge number of housing units for our region, for our community that will benefit everyone. So thank you for your time, commissioners.
folks,
and I think I would just join with Mayor Schaaf and say it's time to give Oakland its shot.
I have Mayor Schaaf.
Thanks for your consideration.
I'm going to use the iPad to get that going, so I don't have to get rid of this thing.
Okay, Allie Saperman, I believe. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You have a minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Allie Saperman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We are a nonprofit that advocates for homes of all income levels. And after reviewing the Howard Terminal proposal back in 2019, we are excited to support a project that is proposing up to 3,000 new homes, plus other community benefits. In order to solve our region and state's affordability and displacement crisis, we must address our housing shortage. This project has the opportunity to be transformative, and we encourage and support a proposal with a maximum number of homes and subsidized affordable homes. Thank you, and thank you for everyone's work on this.
Thank you. David Baldocci, I hope I said that right. Go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
This is Daniel Baldocchi. I've been an Oakland resident my entire life, and I'm currently, I live in West Oakland. I want to thank all the people who are able to attend this meeting in person. I'm sorry I cannot be among you. I know how hard it is to get in when you are working, but I really appreciate each of you. And I'm calling in support of the staff recommendation and in support of the Howard Terminal project. We have the opportunity to create a point of local and regional pride in Oakland. Our underutilized waterfront has incredible potential, and this project would help us reach it. Every development of this magnitude will upset the status quo and creates challenges, but I believe Oakland is up to the task. Please do not be misled by the hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent by Schnitzer Steel on consultants, mailers, and digital advertising that is meant to mislead the public about this project. I ask you to support more housing, support more jobs, and support Oakland's future. Thank you.
Thank you. John Coleman, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. This is John Coleman, the CEO of the Bay Planning Coalition, and BPC is very much in favor of the staff recommendation to change the designation for the Howard Port Terminal use. Be very quick. Need to listen to the experts when we're talking about the economic impacts. The Port of Oakland and the City of Oakland are in favor of this change. I cannot imagine that they would do anything that would put their economic harm of today or the future in jeopardy as a result of what they want to do and need to do. So I encourage you to please vote yes on the staff recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Doug B, GSS Superintendent. After Doug, it's going to be Jennifer with no last name, Manuel, I think it's Cunha, Nick Holmquist, and Jean Kwan. Doug, go ahead and unmute yourself. State your name for the record. Doug B, GSSS Superintendent, go ahead and unmute yourself. I'm going to go to Jennifer. I don't know your last name, Jennifer. Go ahead and mute yourself. State your name for the record.
My name's Jennifer Trigg, and I've been a dedicated A's fan for 50 years, and I grew up going to the games in Oakland during the dynasty years and beyond, and now I bring my own children, and they're very thrilled to attend the games. I'm hoping someday to bring my grandchildren and continue the tradition of the Bay Area and Oakland. And I hope that A's stay and the jobs with the stadium offerings will help the community thrive, and the morale will be up, and the pride of the people and their city as well as an inspiration to achieve in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give Doug B one more shot. Doug, go ahead and unmute yourself. Going once, going twice. Okay, Doug. Sorry. Manuel Unha, I believe that's how you pronounce it. Go ahead and unmute yourself. State your name for the record.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Manuel Cunha, president of the Nisei Farmers League based in the San Joaquin Valley. And on behalf of Will Scott, the president of the African American Farmers of California, we would ask that the commissioners, with several questions by commissioners about the acre availability of parking, storage, and agriculture, we're 43% of the Port of Oakland's containers. The most important thing for everybody today, nobody mentioned the most vital thing when that was food. Everybody spoke, had blood, muscle, and vein, everything in their body, and they came from one thing, not computer chips, not from no baseball stadium, but it's from food. The buyers around the world want to ensure that the food is being delivered safely. A lot of our containers are out of the port area, makes it very difficult because of refrigeration, the infrastructure, and all of that. So I would ask the commissioners to please do not lift the Terminal Howard designation. It is important for food for this world and this country. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go Nick Palmquist. After Nick will be Jean Kwan, Cameron Kong, Cynthia Billings Rowan. Go ahead, Nick. Unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Nick Palmquist. I'm a teacher in Oakland schools and a lifelong A's fan. And I urge you to vote no on this vote. We don't need this deal at all. We already have a much better location for the stadium at the current location in East Oakland. We can build there, including much needed low income housing. And all of this would still provide construction jobs and keep long-term port work. There are major
person who doesn't understand that the Coliseum is not on the table anymore.
The speaker said it is a shot in the dark that endangers the port and its future. And beyond simple port uses, it's impossible to ignore the racial and equity benefits from investing more in East Oakland versus a current proposal for market rate housing, which will only lead to more gentrification in West Oakland. We have heard this is bigger than baseball, which I agree with, which is exactly why we can't give away public land and public tax money to a billionaire. There's no way to paint this picture as benefiting Oakland more than reinvesting in East Oakland. How many stadium deals have we seen go wrong across the country? Even just locally, the Raiders and Warriors have saddled Oakland with continuing debts after they've left. And I ask everyone here, what lesson are we teaching our kids if we let the billionaires essentially extort tax dollars and public land from us with their threat to leave? I too want to keep the A's in Oakland, but they should stay in East Oakland. Vote no. Thank you.
Jean Kwan, go ahead and unmute yourself. You have a minute.
Okay. I'd like to say thank you
great
very much
to see her being active on this,
and to the Athletics Nation for sticking in there for this final vote. I want to remind the commission that Oakland turned over 400 acres of the Army base. Some people wanted it as a casino or for other kinds of developments, but we turned it over the port to expand it. That's 400 acres. So we're dedicated to the health of the port, and that's where most of the food goes out, quite frankly. Your report makes it clear Howard Terminal is too shallow, too small, obsolete. And you, even if you had the money to put it back on board, you wouldn't put it there. You would put it into the deeper part of the harbor where you would get much more cost benefit for shipping. This provides not just keeping the jobs of baseball, but 7,100 new jobs, 18 acres of park access, and that's within your purview, 18 acres and extension of the Bay Trail in probably what will be the most heavily used part of the Bay Trail. And in terms of housing, 3,000 housing units means 450 low-income subsidized affordable housing units. So this is, as what everyone has been trying to say, a mixed housing unit. Finally, it will strengthen the economy of the entire.
Okay, Cameron Kong, you're next. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I am Cameron Rahim Kong, a young teenager from Alameda County. I am an avid fan of baseball and this wonderful city of Oakland. I'm speaking out in support of this project and request your yes on this vote. I would like to remind you that we have lost the Raiders and the Warriors in the past 5 years, and the Athletics, the last team left in our city. This yes vote will produce a vast amount of new jobs that will benefit the city of Oakland and the people of our community in the San Francisco Bay Area. Not to mention all the environmental benefits that will inevitably improve the living conditions in this amazing city. I hope you heed the staff's recommendation and remove Howard Terminal from port use to benefit all of Oakland. We are all rooted in Oakland. This is bigger than baseball, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Cynthia Billings-Roan. After Cynthia will be David Anderson, Jordan Daniels, Ryan, and Travis Hillian. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Thank you, Bcdc. I urge you to vote no on BPA 219. Allow yourselves the chance to consider other ideas and proposals for Howard Terminal. Look to the future, not at the newest bright shiny object.
There are no other proposals.
6 months. Bonta's AB 11 whatever was an artificial date set to coincide with her agenda. It is premature to approve BPA 219 as it is a project specific to the AS
It's legally mandatory to do that. They can't extend it. They can't wait.
I remind you that Tioga and SPAC recommended that Howard Terminal would best be left as is. This project is not worthy of the special dispensation afforded to changing the port priority use at this time. Before BCDC considers punting forward this catastrophic monstrosity, as all the other agencies have done so far, at the very least, let the 3 lawsuits against the City of Oakland, Port of Oakland, and the A's to play out before irreversible decisions of this magnitude are made. I don't think people realize gentrification will not increase our access. Please vote no at this time. Thank you very much.
Okay, David Anderson, go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm David Anderson. Please vote yes on the staff recommendation. It would be devastating if Oakland lost all of its sports teams. Oakland is only known locally and nationally negatively, and this project will bring positivity to the city. This project will bring much needed housing, jobs, and open the waterfront. The Warriors were allowed to move to the UC San Francisco Medical Center in Mission Bay. I have not heard any negative consequences, such as people and ambulances not being able to get to the clinics and the Mission Bay Children's Hospital, which is only 2 blocks from the new Warriors Arena. It worked out for the Warriors in their new location, and it will work out for the A's at Howard Terminal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jordan Daniels. After Jordan will be Ryan, Travis Hillen, Christopher Dobbins, and Amy Worth. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Jordan.
Are you okay? Okay.
Hi, my name is Jordan Daniels. I'm a Bay Area resident, sustainability consultant, a lifetime A's fan, and also a big fan of the BCDC. I'd like to encourage the commissioners to accept staff recommendations to vote yes on this amazing opportunity. There are some nice synergies with the BCDC mission to protect and enhance the San Francisco Bay and encourage the Bay's responsible and productive use for this and future generations. Of the myriad ways the Ballpark proposal supports the mission, I'll comment on 2. Firstly, the cleanup and preservation of the estuary and waterfront as spelled out in the EIR is 1. Secondly, the public access to the waterfront via the extraordinary Bay Trail being incorporated with the Ballpark is a first in the world. To allow public access to the waterfront via the Ballpark is just an extraordinary opportunity not to be missed. I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, Ryan, go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Ryan Brown. Can you hear me? Yep. My name is Ryan Brown. I've lived in the Bay Area for 46 years. My grandfather worked at the Oakland Tribune. My father went to high school in Oakland. I've lived in Oakland for 15 years. I'm not representing anybody. I'm one of the few people on this call, and I'm not representing anyone except for somebody who is impassioned for the city of Oakland and the communities of Alameda County. And I'm studied this in great detail the last 10 years. Although I don't like John Fisher and I'm not particularly fond of billionaires, this is a much more complicated issue than that. I'm also an environmental business consultant, so I'm extremely concerned with environmental and ethics issues around any development projects. I think it's short-sighted for us to lose another opportunity like this, despite whether we like
drive me crazy
or just like billionaires. This is a huge opportunity, and we're going to be continue to be looked at in the country as Oakland that can't get anything done because we get in our own way. So please vote yes. Thanks for your time.
He's right about that part.
Travis Fillen after Travis will be Christopher Dobbins, Amy Worth, Dan Augustine, and Stan W. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Travis.
Hi all, thanks for your time today. Travis Ballan. I'm saying yes on the staff recommendation. I'm born and raised in Oakland. I run a small business and provide food trucks for the local Oakland community and have helped out in many ways, the Oakland A's and others in the past. And, we hope to continue these efforts to provide, jobs for local community members at the new facility at the Howard Terminal. And although I am a Giants fan, I will say that, the Oakland A's and the success of the Oakland A's throughout the years I've been here is something I've followed. And I hope that continues. And I think a new stadium will bring similar success that the Giants had when they moved into their stadium, 20 years ago plus. So hope that you guys make the right decision. Sports is a crucial part for the community. If Oakland loses all their sports teams, I think you'll lose the community. So, fully supportive of this staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Christopher Dobbins, go ahead, unmute yourself, and you have 1 minute.
Okay, thanks so much. I get to follow a Giants fan. My name's Chris Dobbins. Thank you, Commission, for hearing all the public comment today, both positive and forward. I'm a president, co-founder, Save Oakland Sports. Used to be on the Oakland Coliseum Authority and also was on the Oakland Board of Education. We are wholeheartedly supporting the staff's recommendation to move forward with this project at Howard Terminal, not only to maintain Oakland as a professional and major league city, but look at the vision. I mean, the port was really developed after, during World War II, and this is an opportunity to move the port into the next century. As said by many people in support of the Howard Terminal project today, it's a world-class project. It's an economic driver for the city and the entire East Bay region. Many community benefits are coming out of this project, including housing and including new infrastructure. I'm just acknowledging that there are going to be costs to the community. However, this is the vision to move Oakland into the next century, and we definitely urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Amy Worth, you're next. Go ahead and unmute yourself. 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Chair Wasserman and members of the Commission. My name is Amy Worth, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today, and I'm doing so in support of the staff recommendation. As you know, the Bay Area is facing a huge housing crisis, and currently the region's 101 cities and 9 counties are planning for much-needed housing over the next 10 years. In addition to the rising cost of housing construction and land costs, one of the greatest challenges is locating land to construct new housing. The Howard Terminal project will result in the production of 3,000 new housing units. And because of the longstanding commitment to affordable housing by the Mayor of Oakland and the City of Oakland, many of these new units will be priced at the affordable level. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan Augustine will be next. After Dan will be Stan W., Angela Tirado, Hal Gordon, and Ian. So go ahead, Dan.
Hello, my name is Dan Augustine. I work in West Oakland and for Oakland Schools. I'm a union member. When going to games this season, I noticed 2 things of note. One is the site staff who works to create a great Oakland atmosphere. And 2 are the students of Oakland who attend games on field trips to see their home team play. The A's are a part of the fabric of Oakland, and this is a world-class project. Please vote in favor of removing the port priority use. This is a once in a generation opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I lost somebody. Okay. Angela Tirado, go ahead. Unmute yourself, and you have. Angela, you're using an older version of Zoom, so I am going to temporarily promote you to a panelist, and you can speak. And you see Angela.
45 minutes to Mayor Schaaf, folks.
Angela, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Commission. This is Angela Tirado. I am the voice of San Jose and also the voice of Forever Oakland. And I'm urging the Commission for a yes vote for the land use of Howard Terminal. The importance of building a home for our Oakland A's, retail jobs, environmental justice, waterfront access, affordable housing, and etc., to bring communities together. The best result here is a win-win for the community, including our youth and our families. We need happiness and smiles in these times. And this development is a spiritual issue for the people. This will be a place.
Angela? Angela? Hey, Angela. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to unmute Hal Gordon. Go ahead, Hal. Unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm sorry. My name's Hal Gordon. I'm a vendor, a hot dog vendor at Oakland Coliseum, along with about 40 other unionized in-seat vendors and about 1,000 other union service workers. I know a lot of commissioners have been frustrated this meeting that they have to make all these decisions about 30 years in the future. Well, I have a prediction that is only 3 years in the future and is virtually certain to happen. If you vote against your staff recommendation, my job, 1,000 other unionized service workers' jobs will definitely be gone within 3 years. That's a certainty. We don't have to wait until 2050 to figure that out. So, I'm urging you to follow your staff recommendation, protect my job, protect 1,000 other unionized service workers' jobs. In 3 years, they definitely will be gone. Just do the easy thing and follow the staff recommendation. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to read the list of names that are left to speak. We're almost done. We have Ian, Desmond Jeffries, Matthew Stotzi, Hugh, Matt Schrapp, Jason Baker, and I hope I spell this or say this right. Percival Archibald. You are the last speakers. After Percival Archibald, that will be the last caller. That was the last person who raised their hand at 12 o'clock. Okay. Ian, go ahead and unmute yourself. State your name for the record.
Hi there. My name is Ian Wright. Thank you for letting me be here. I've lived in the Bay Area my entire life, and I've lived in Oakland, and I love it. And it's been sad seeing our sports teams leave. The Warriors went to San Francisco. The Raiders went to Vegas. The A's are all we have. And I know there's a lot of politics involved, but there's a team, and they did their job, and they produced a report, and the report recommends, removing the port from use. So I just advise the city council and everyone follow the team, their directive, and support your citizens, because that's what we want. We can't lose another team. Thank you.
Thank you. Desmond Jeffries, go ahead, unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Desmond Jeffries. I am a resident for the city of Oakland. I'm asking the BCDC Commission do not approve and vote no on the removal of the Port Priority Use Area designation from the Howard Terminal. Do not jeopardize the economic engine of the Bay Area region. I want you guys to do your homework and look at the Bureau of Transportation statistic that shows a 4.5% increase over 10 years from 2010 to 2020. And that's going to repeat again from 2020 to 2030 and 2040 to 2050. We are going to have a 4.5% increase minimum. So in 2050,
I don't think this guy understands that that's about the same number as the port put out.
If you give up the Howard
annually, you know.
There's exponential growth. You're impacting the economy, and also look at what you're shipping. We're not shipping baseballs. We're shipping food, rice, grains, things that people eat and need. We're also going to look out on competition if we lose and weaken our competitive nature of the port. So vote no. I do not have all my facts with me, but
Matthew Stassi, go ahead, unmute yourself.
Actually, by his numbers, that would have been less than
Good
the
morning.
projected growth.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm calling in as a resident of West Oakland, an employee of the city of Oakland, and also work part-time at the Coliseum for the Oakland A's, calling in to say that I am in support of removing the designation, and I hope that you all are in support too, and follow the recommendations made by your own staff. As a West Oakland resident, I feel like this would be a boom for not only West Oakland, but the whole region in general. And I'm really excited to see it happen. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, and have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, the last speakers we're going to have are Hugh, Matt Schrapp, Jason Baker, and Percival Archibald. So Hugh, go ahead, unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Hugh. I'm an Oakland resident. I support the A's Stadium, but I urge people to not disparage those who are concerned about the port and port jobs. The port employs many blue-collar union jobs for Oakland residents. I support the designation, but I would like to urge you all to carve out something for the turning basin. I read from the staff report, quote, the commission's review of Bpa 2-19 is limited to the application by the Oakland Athletics, which provides removal of the entire port priority use area at Howard Terminal and does not propose retention of any of the area for the turning basin. Furthermore, in a letter to the Corps of Engineers, and again, I quote, the land rights are under the current term sheet that was signed in 2019, basically gives the A's rights to the land with an ask back after 10 years. This should definitely be the other way around, with the turning basin parcel left as maritime land. No matter what happens with Howard Terminal acreage, let me just finish, I'm almost done. Acreage for the turning basin project needs to definitely be excluded.
Okay, next caller is Matt Schrapp. Go ahead, Matt. Unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Matt Schrapp. I'm the CEO of the Harbor Trucking Association, a lifetime Oakland A's fan. Likely this vote is already cooked, so I'll just make some observations here. As you know and have heard today, there is not a single user of the Port of Oakland that thinks putting a ballpark and high-rise $3 million condominiums right next to a working seaport is a remotely good idea. These are the people who actually use the port on a daily basis. The game of musical chairs is not only moving around currently occupied ancillary support uses like a game of three-card Monte, it is also trading out one set of jobs for another set of jobs, pitting unions against each other, all because the owners of the Oakland A's has threatened to take his toys and go home if he doesn't get his way. Ironically enough, all the jobs that would be created by this project could already be thriving in a new development project at the Coliseum site, which would simultaneously support the 84,000 jobs that are currently buoyed by the Port of Oakland. We and our fellow Seaport stakeholders implore you to do the right thing and keep port priority use for Howard Terminal. It is an essential part of this economy. Once it's gone, it's never coming back, and likely it will take the port with it.
Thank you. Jason Baker, go ahead, unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wasserman and BCDC commissioners. My name is Jason Baker. I'm the Senior Vice President of Infrastructure and Regional Partnerships at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. The SVLG represents over 350 tech and innovation economy companies throughout the Bay Area. We encourage the Commission to approve the staff recommendation to support this transformative proposal that will make this area and the region a better place to live, work, and play. It's very difficult and rare to have a chance like this to do real regional economic development while doing right by the environment, housing, jobs, open space, and more. Oakland and the region can't afford to pass up an opportunity like this. It's been a long day. You're almost at the end of public comment. Congratulations and thank you. I'm struck by the breadth of speakers in favor of today. You've heard from housing advocates, environmental advocates, business, workers, residents, sports fans, non-sports fans, and more speaking in favor of this proposal. We at SVLG joined those groups in urging in favor. Thank you to staff for your hard work, and thank you to the commissioners for your consideration and public service.
Thank you. Our last speaker is, and please state your name for the record, because I'm not sure I did it justice. Percival Orchibald. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Percival Archibald. As a lifelong East Oakland resident near Coliseum Gardens and an alumni of Edna Brewer and Skyline High School, as well as an employment counselor for social services of Alameda County, I'm very disappointed in the EOSA. The EOSA do not represent myself and many East Oakland residents as they claim to do. Keeping the A's in Oakland maintains the identity of the city. John Fisher will not always own the A's. However, he has the custody and power to move them out at this time. The economic benefits will last far beyond 50 years. Please do not let the A's move out. The Oakland A's is the identity of the city more than any other sports franchise that have existed in Oakland. This is bigger than baseball. Please vote yes and accept the staff recommendation to remove the port designation for Howard Terminal. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, that ends the public comment on Zoom where the hands were raised by noon.
Thank you, Peggy. I know that there are some people who think they're in the queue whose hands were up. You raised your hands after 12 p.m. And we had announced at the beginning of the meeting and again at 11:30 that we would cut off both for speakers here and remotely at noon. So that is why we are following this. I thank all of the speakers for sticking with it and for their sentiments. Now is the time for discussion by the commission. We'll have discussion before I ask for a motion. I want to say to the public and the speakers, this is not so much to the commission because you know this. Our decision today is not based on whether the proposal for the ballpark and the real estate development is a good thing or a bad thing. It is not whether the ballpark should be at Howard Terminal or at the Coliseum, or anywhere else. It is what's within our jurisdiction.
Yeah, I was going to use it to.
And that is
I was going to use it to
Howard
do my interview
Terminal
with Libby, which is only 30 minutes, and then
needed for
and
maritime
keep this
use.
going. So yeah,
I was just trying to look up the news shop. The staff report
I can do that.
on and
Hold on, because this is you want to use this
that
now.
I would open
I don't need
discussion.
it until about 10 till.
I think Dave Brown had his hand up first.
Thank you, Chair Wasserman. So I know this is a Bay Area issue. It's an issue for all of BCDC. And having said that, I do want to mention that a portion of Howard Terminal is in my district. I happen to live at Jack London Square, which is adjacent to Howard Terminal. And it's something I've been tracking quite closely for some time now. even as chief of staff to the late Supervisor Wilma Chan. And I mention that because she was heavily involved in discussions early on about the ballpark, and she had two issues she was concerned with. And number one is adequate affordable housing, and that's an issue between the A's and the City of Oakland, and I think discussions are ongoing. The other issue was the viability of the port, and I think if she had been able to be here today and having read the staff recommendation, I think she would see what I see is that there is definitely the necessary information to move forward on this project. Cargo forecast shows there's adequate acreage available by 2050 to lift the port priority use area designation. We've learned that Howard Terminal has limited utility for container cargo. We do know that there are viable alternatives at the port for container and truck storage. We have learned that there is sufficient acreage for ro-ro cargo Bay Area wide. And it's clear that the issue of the turning basin is not part of our discussion for today and left to the future. The experts have a clear consensus. The Port of Oakland, who are there to protect the viability of the port now and in the future, believe the port designation should be lifted. And BCDC staff, who are to protect the integrity of BCDC, the mission and its values, also believe that. And I, for that reason, do support the staff recommendation. And Chair Wasserman, I would be very interested in providing a motion at the necessary time. Thank you.
Thank you. I will recognize you at the appropriate time for that. Commissioner Butt.
Was that, did he make a motion or not? Oh, okay.
I'm not asking for a motion yet.
I had two legal and procedural questions. The first one, there's been a lot of discussion about the turning basin. Would it be possible to adopt the resolution and leave the area plan for the turning basin, leave that within the port priority area so it would be preserved? Is that possible?
I would defer to Michael Lang on that.
Yes, Michael Lang, Senior Staff Attorney. Staff would not recommend a decision to amend the motion to retain the Port PUA designation solely for the Turning Basin project. I think we've discussed why a bit previously. One, it's not necessary for the Turning Basin project to be realized. And second, doing so doesn't really serve the policy basis for why PUA designations should be retained. Furthermore, the port has an option to exercise retention of the 10 acres for the Turning Basin project as a contractual matter with the athletics. So the retention is also not necessary to ensure that the port can pursue that project as it relates to the ballpark project. On the purpose, the cargo forecast essentially presumes that the Turning Basin project will occur. So in context of the basic policy considerations and the function of PUA designations under the McAteer-Petras Act and under General Policy 4, retention of the PUA designation for the Turning Basin project, again, doesn't materially affect one way or the other the regional capability to meet projected growth in cargo or pressure for new bayfill. So it really just doesn't relate to the questions in front of the commission right now. From a permitting perspective, we do not have an active permit application for the ballpark project or the Turning Basin project before us. So it's not appropriate. We don't believe that it's appropriate to be making determinations about the benefits or detriments of that project at this time through this process. How those projects work together, whether those projects should be allowed, balancing those interests, that will come at a later stage when permit applications are submitted for one or both of those projects. And we don't want to go into too much detail about how the commission may make a decision on either of those projects. But I suppose if it helps in the commission thinking about this, it's possible that as a condition of acting on the Ballpark project, that there could be a requirement for the turning basin project. And as mentioned, the Oakland Athletics already have a contractual right to take back that acreage to pursue the turning basin project. So for those reasons, like I said, staff's view is that it's not necessary and it doesn't serve the policy purpose of PUAs to do that.
I may add a little bit.
You want to add to that? Tom, can we let us hear from Eric?
Wait, so I understand your rationale, but we have no control over what Oakland and the A's do or what's in their contract, but I guess, are you telling me we cannot reserve the turning basin area as port priority, or there's a lot of arguments why we shouldn't do it? So is it no or is it hell no?
So Commissioner Butt, I think right at this stage of the process where I'm going to say what you said, it's hell no. And that during the permitting process, you could at that point make it a condition that not that you reserve it for port priority use, but that there be a turning basin. So I think that would be the time to deal with those projects. It would not be right now.
Okay, my second question is there a possibility that a resolution could be adopted that turns down the application but does it without prejudice, so it can be brought back at a later date?
No.
I would assume yes, Commissioner Butt, that you could do that. You could have such a resolution. We'd have to think about it just a little bit, but I would assume so. I mean, it's a little weird with AB 1191 saying, the decision needs to be made, but a decision would be made then. I'm thinking on the fly as we talk about this. So I believe that you could do that. I do think that would be a little weird. I'll just ask Michael, do we have anything that you think, is there any reason why they couldn't bring it back that you're aware of?
I don't think so. This is a planning level action. It's not like a permit application where there are, property rights or due process considerations in that sense. Anyone could submit a Bay Plan amendment proposal to do the exact same thing as the current BPA 219. I don't see any reason why one couldn't.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Commissioner Adiego, and then Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Chair Wasserman. I'm glad that you reiterated at the end of your comments that we really are here this evening to focus on Port PUA. We hear so many compelling arguments that speak of the need for a ballpark and that Oakland should be allowed to become its very best, and I don't think anyone in government would dispute that. But really, we're here to just look at the advisability of removing the Port UA from Howard Terminal. And I think that Director Wan's past presentation today and his answering to queries from members of the commission were adequate for me, a compelling reason for me to be able to support the removal of the Port Priority Use area from Howard Terminal. And I especially enjoyed the Commissioner Eisen's step back in time to look back 30 years at what business and finance was like in America. We never thought we'd be where we are now. And I certainly think that this industry is probably ripe for some innovation and improvement. And I can't imagine it not happening. So I'm very confident that the Port of Oakland, its operations will survive without Howard Terminal.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wasserman. First, I would like to thank the BCDC staff for producing this comprehensive report, and also the East Oakland Stadium Alliance and the Port of Oakland reaching out to me to educate me about the background of this very important issue. I want to start by stating, just like everybody has said, this is not an endorsement of the Oakland Waterfront Ballpark at the Howard Terminal. This is merely the vote to allow the City of Oakland to further explore this development option and come back to BCDC for formal approval of a project at a later date if this were to pass today. Our terminal is a small historical berth occupying 50 acres, located at the southeastern end of the port. The equipment is very aged, and the site is in dire need of additional investment. The Inner Harbor Turning Basin project by the Army Corps of Engineers, as mentioned, will remove 10 acres to allow larger container ships to make turns. With around only 40 acres left, the remaining Howard Terminal future is very bleak as is. The one thing Howard Terminal does have going for it is it's strategically located next to Jack London Square, which already has existing residential, retail, and mass transit resources. The expected improvement of Highway 880 connection to Adeline will significantly improve the traffic issues for the area in future port operations. Though I'm on this board representing the South Bay, I actually grew up in Berkeley and remember many fond memories visiting downtown and Oakland Chinatown. Since the pandemic, this area has been further devastated and so many small minority businesses have closed. Downtown Sacramento and more analogous of Port City, downtown Long Beach, have both been revitalized with significant investment of housing small businesses. This area that we talk about today in Oakland is much needed economic investment. And this project will both address the needs of the site to protect it from sea level rise, conducting the environmental cleanup of the estuary, as well as revitalizing the local community through increased resident and economic activity. More of our residents and children will have the opportunity to access the beautiful waterfront and the Bay Trail. Wearing my ABAG, the Association Bay Area Government hat, and having listened to many, many days of RENA appeals, the housing potential of adding 3,000 new homes, at least 450 affordable housing, is seriously impactful to help solve our Bay Area's housing crisis. The potential investment will also help rebuild the Jack London Square community, bring back more small businesses, promote equity and environmental justice. And a very important question to ask is also why other parts of the port, such as the outer harbor area, those berths in 2226 on the north side, with deep drafts and a much longer pier with easier access by larger container ships, not inside the estuary, are not being used. It's just sitting there, and there's an utter shame. And I urge those supporting Howard Terminal's continuing operation, our stevedores, longshoremen, the farmers and food providers, to really work together and invest to make these deep water berths operational. And I do think that the Port of Oakland and the City of Oakland would even be supportive of this as well. And for these reasons, I urge my colleagues here to vote yes to remove the Port Priority Use Area designation on the Howard Terminal so that we can further explore options to address the investment that the site so sorely needs. Thank you to everyone who came and spoke passionately about this issue today, because it shows that you really do care about the future of Oakland. And let's make this a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Commissioner McGrath. Thank you. It's not my first rodeo. I was hired by the Port of Oakland in 1990 to run their environmental department, and I secured entitlements for 3 different dredging projects, the new terminals that are now in use in the inner harbor, another terminal in the outer harbor, and was instrumental in closing the Oakland Army base in a way that divvied that property. I also spent 4 years trying to figure out how to reduce emissions from the port and started the process. The Port of Oakland was, of course, the first port that actually put their money into reducing emissions. For the last 14 years, I've been a BCDC commissioner, but this will be my last rodeo. I stayed because I have some insight as a regulator representing those who are regulated, obtaining entitlements, and specifically my involvement in the Seaport Planning. The thing that I want to start with is while I know something about the container business, we have to keep in mind what our metric is for evaluating these projects. And it's not economic development, which many have urged, or whether or not this is a better use. I believe that all of the port priority use area that's the subject of this matter was filled from the bay. Howard Terminal was built before my time and included, as I think we've factually determined, 17 acres of new fill under McIntyre-Petrus Act for what was then an allowable use for bay fill. The staff recommendation concludes that Howard Terminal might not be needed to handle container cargo if it only grows at the moderate level, and if the efficiency of the terminals increases dramatically, and if we ignore the 6% peak in August that usually occurs, and if the congestion in the rail and freeway corridors at Los Angeles and Long Beach don't shift cargo to Oakland. And in any case, it only goes through 2050. I know a little bit about time. It's been 32 years since I started at the Port of Oakland, and I saw the future of a lot of these things. This is a real estate project, one of many that I've seen in my 50-year career in the environmental business, bigger than most, but not fundamentally different from those that I saw while I was at the port. Real estate may be the most popular Oakland sport. I started after Wally Abernathy had resigned, concerned that the port's decision to invest in real estate would not be wise. And indeed, the port lost money in real estate every year I was there. There were still vacant storefronts the last time I rode my bike through Jack London Square, 32 years after I started working for the port and walked by vacant storefronts. That doesn't mean this is a bad project or necessarily a bad deal for the city of Port, but it does mean that in real estate projects, particularly in Oakland, but pretty much everywhere, there's a lot of churn and a lot of soft money that goes out. Our metric for considering this amendment is whether Howard Terminal is truly surplus, not whether a real estate project at Howard Terminal will make more money than a marine terminal. That's not our metric. That's not the rule. I am not convinced that Howard Terminal, even at 40 acres, is not a viable container terminal. Well, it will take capital to modernize the terminal. That's true also of much of Outer Harbor as well. There's an idea that's become common that I think is pretty misleading. The idea is that modern container terminals serve very large ships and have to be very efficient, and that's just not true. Even in Los Angeles, according to Director Gene Sirota in a comment that he made in November of 2021, and this is a direct quote, of the 86 container vessels that arrived, half were less than 5,300 TEUs in capacity. Port of Oakland's traffic for 2021 was just under 2.5 million TEUs. In my day, the port had about 2,000 vessel calls. There may be fewer now, but the picture is still, on the average, unloading 1,000 to 2,000 TEUs per call. Both 5,300 TEU vessels and cargo volumes of 2,000 TEUs can be readily accommodated at Howard Terminal. They're still building those ships, as I think we had testimony the last time. One question that explains the current proposal is how much rent would that provide? Certainly not what's possible through this real estate deal, but that's not our metric. Next, I want to talk about the hyperbole. The Port of Oakland's not going to go away if Howard Terminal goes away. But Howard Terminal is not the diesel death zone. It's nice to kind of focus in on what really matters. The Port of Oakland, and with lots of help from state agencies, including the Air Resources Board and the Air Pollution Control District, have dramatically reduced those emissions. But the metric that we need to use is the potential for future bay fill. Next, I want to turn to the Port of Oakland's testimony and what it means. First, I want to object to some of the personal attacks on Port Director Danny Wan. I've known Danny a while. Danny Wan was a city council member in Oakland and played a critical role in the planning and funding of the Lake Barrett improvements, which we can all see now. I wish I had a council member like Danny Wan in every bayfront city. But that doesn't mean that I find his testimony persuasive in all respects. His fiduciary responsibility is to the Port of Oakland, and we need to view his testimony through that lens. Testimony by the port, particularly that by Christy McKinney at the hearing, made it clear that the port hopes to see this project galvanize support for federal and state funding of transportation improvements, like rebuilding the Adeline overpass and the 7th Street underpass. Those projects would indeed make the port more efficient, and federal funding would save the port lots of money and make it available for investment in other capital investments. If I were in Danny's shoes, I might support this project too. It's clear to me that for the port at this time, Howard Terminal's a chip for a different kind of economic benefit, but that's not our metric. Danny Wan, and this was mentioned again today, Danny Wan made a pretty persuasive argument that even if it were to be needed, Howard Terminal would not be needed until about 2050, maybe later, maybe earlier, and would only represent 2 years of cargo growth. So it would not prevent future fill. That one had me going for a while. I thought long and hard about this argument, and it's true that at 4,700 TEUs per acre and 40 acres, Howard Terminal represents about 2 years of cargo increases. That's not the right metric. If Howard Terminal is eventually needed, I believe it will be, then it reduces the amount of future bay fill by 40 acres, assuming the turning basin is eventually widened. That, my fellow commissioners, is the metric that we are charged to use, and that is the reason we have an oversight role over local government decisions. Next, environmental justice. I disagree with the arguments that have been made that we can consider a change in the port priority use because of concerns over environmental justice. There are two problems with this argument. First, the logical endpoint is that we could fill the bay to reduce environmental impacts on the EJ community. I don't see that authority. Second, even if we thought we had that authority, where we were willing to take a chance, we don't have a record that would support us such a decision. If Howard Terminal is in fact needed, the ship calls, the cargo handling equipment, the trucks serving that traffic would mostly take place in Outer Harbor, immediately upwind of West Oakland. That was the community I worked with for 4 years. I've worked on health risk assessments for diesel emissions, and I know the port worked with their district to produce such an assessment. We don't have that assessment making this comparison. We do have testimony by Mike Jacobs, where he cited the city EIR, arguing that the proposed use of Howard Terminal as part of a real estate development would increase, not decrease, emissions. It may not be relevant, but it is reasonably foreseeable. I don't have to agree with his argument to know that this is a more complicated question than it has been generally posed for us. I see no clear record that would allow us to conclude that terminating the port priority use at Howard Terminal would in fact reduce emissions rather than simply shift those emissions to another area upwind of a different environmental justice community. Finally, I'm going to skip over public access. Well, I'm not going to entirely. When I started at the Port of Oakland, you couldn't get around the port on a bicycle. I've been up the Bay Bridge, down through all of the Port of Oakland, out to Middle Harbor, Shoreline Park, which I had a role in, and through the area. The Bay Trail is through, and once you get to Jack London Square, you can stay on the Bay Trail all the way to San Andrew. I've bicycled every inch of that. This will be an addition to it, but only a minor one. And most of the port, which is a working port, will remain accessible only on the Bay Trail. Let's not oversell that. Finally, developing a baseball stadium on land that was filled for water-dependent uses under a Bcdc permit seems to be an impossible stretch of the McAteer-Petrus Act. The real estate project that is behind this proposal would leave 17 acres of bay fill in place. That fill could never have been allowed for a baseball stadium. It was to be allowed for a working seaport terminal. Bcdc's program is now over 50 years old. This is not the only area where times have changed since the original permitted fill was allowed. Allowing that fill then to be used for a new non-water dependent use rather than removed would be a terrible precedent that will be seen by other local governments and landowners. That and the fact that while it may only represent 2 years of growth, this represents the potential to save 40 acres of bay fill convinced me that I cannot vote for this.
Commissioner Joya. Thank you. Let me first start. I know Commissioner McGrath talked about his resume and background, but I think, let me be clear, everybody here at this dais, from federal, state, or local government, brings their own set of experiences that's valuable to this decision. It's not the first rodeo for a lot of other people here too, including myself. It's been on this commission for 24 years, and it's dealt with environmental justice issues and environmental issues and business issues and labor issues and port issues. I think we all bring something to the table. I think it's important to recognize that, Jim. And I appreciate all of your work with the port, but this is a broad issue. It's significant. And so I want to start by just appreciating all of the immense work of the staff. everybody who participated on all sides of this issue. You all, I think, have articulated important points, and I respect them all. And our nearly 1,500 comments shows, you know, the real interest in this issue. And I also want to thank the work of the Seaport Advisory Committee, the Port of Oakland, and all those who've been involved. So the decision before us today doesn't make this project happen, but it could stop the project. And I want to make an analogy for a second to baseball, since obviously there's a baseball flavor around this. You know, I think the approval of the EIR by Oakland is what brought this project to first base. I want to make the analogy of running the bases here. So the approval of the EIR brought this project to first base. If the commission votes today to remove Howard Terminal from port priority, it would move the project to second base. If it does not, I think it's like throwing the runner out from first to second, game over at that point. But ultimately, the approval of the Oakland City Council for this project and all the many issues they have to consider, which go beyond our analysis, is what would bring this project to third base. And then ultimately, a final permit by this commission is what would bring this project home. So that's how I sort of analogize the process. There's still, even if the commission voted today to change the land use, there's still approvals by Oakland and a subsequent permit here, not unlike the permit that Bcdc issued over 20 years ago for the Giant Stadium. I think Supervisor Wagon-Connect and I are the last two commissioners left. Oh, Larry, you were on the commission then. Of course, now you're executive director, but you were on the commission at the time when Bcdc voted to issue the permit for the Giant Stadium. So, just in looking at the merits of what's before us, right? We're not evaluating the merits of the ballpark or the housing proposal. You know, however you feel about the owners, about housing, about whether the A should stay here or not, that's not within our jurisdiction today, right? We are really evaluating whether removing Howard Terminal from port priority takes away from our region's capability to meet the projected growth in cargo, and whether the cargo forecast can be met with existing terminals. That's our review. That's our responsibility. And the staff, after a lot of diligent work, working with the Port of Oakland, working with stakeholders, working with other experts in the field, has concluded that removing the 57 acres of Howard Terminal from port priority would not detract from the Bay Area's capability to meet the projected cargo growth, and concludes that the cargo forecast can be met with existing terminals, addressing container, dry bulk, and the auto roll-on, roll-off ships. And yes, no projection is perfect. I mean, I've been in local government for 34 years. I cannot recall a time when we have 100% certainty of a decision based on information. It's sort of, the analysis is always based on the best available objective information at that time. So sure, we can always say, are we 100% certain? No, you tell me if you've ever made, maybe a few, right? Usually not based on data, but decisions that are 100% certain. We're called on to make a decision at this time and place based on the information that's provided, and staff has made that conclusion. I'm confident that if they felt they could not, that would have been their recommendation, that no, we cannot meet projected cargo growth. You know, so what's the impact for me, the influence for me on the Seaport Advisory Committee recommendation? Well, it was a 5-4 vote, 5-4 to 1, based on an earlier staff analysis with old information. So a 1 vote difference based on old information. That's not persuasive to me. How many of you make decisions based upon a recommendation that was a 1-vote difference based on old information that has since been updated to us. And the staff has reached a conclusion based on that updated information that the port priority use should change. So I wanted to address that because folks have thrown around the Seaport Advisory Committee. Again, I appreciate their work. They made their recommendation on a 5-4 to 1 vote based on the information that was presented. It's since been updated. One of the factors we briefly talked about, in addition to the belief that we have enough port land available for future growth, I'm not convinced that deficiencies in new technologies that would continue to allow each acre of port land to be used more efficiently has not been factored into the analysis. I served on the California Air Resources Board for 7 years. I serve on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. I understand the regulations and requirements being placed on ports, put a number of them on ports myself through my own votes. And we are going to continue to see more efficient use of port land, and we're seeing that occur in other countries, and we're going to see more of that occur here in the United States and in Oakland. And I'm confident that the needs will continue to be met because of that. So with regard to the Turning Basin project, I think that was pointed out in some of the staff responses. So the Howard Terminal, based on the information provided to us, is not technically needed for the Turning Basin project, but we can get a chance.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it. Yeah, I've got it. Look,
during any permit.
I've got it here.
Should they occur?
So I've got 2 streams going at once. It's crazy.
Address that issue.
How are you doing? Like, how's your health?
This is off. Terminal, those can be relocated. I think what was mentioned to backlands at the port without.
Good question. I am 10 pounds lighter, and my arthritic pain is gone. I had 6 shots of mRNA. I filed something called an adverse reaction to the drug. Remember the movie Captain America? Yeah. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. There's a lot of unwritten stuff going on. My ex-girlfriend was saying, you need to fill out one of these documents. I could spend hours talking about it, Libby. It's really a journey. I videoed and everything. So it's changed. My heart is rushing to catch up with a new physical me. I'm not kidding. Yeah. Oh, it's great. My doctor's like, what do you complain about? I'm not complaining, but I want this chronicled. You know how I am. Yeah. It's anyway. Want to start off with, have you had a chance to listen to we'll just get into it because I know you got 30 minutes. I don't want to, smash into that at all. So I'm just going to go ahead. Yeah, I think, let me do this. I think that might be caused by, I'm going to have to shut or at least close this. Okay, let me go to the other room. That might be what's causing it. Hold on a second. I'm just going to pick you up and go here and see if that goes away. Still there?
Discussing this issue. I was convinced that they made the right decision and was surprised actually that in the 11th and a half hour a vote was changed, which I'm not even sure was appropriate or not. But anyway, the vote was changed. So I have been struggling with this. I've read the cargo forecast and the updates that we got from staff. And I understand that the forecasts are sort of like a crystal ball because no one knows what's going to happen by 2050. Who knew that we were going to get COVID and it was going to change our life and change everything that we've been working towards for a long time. I'm working for EPA for 35 years. We kept saying, oh yeah, let's all take buses and reduce the use of cars. Well, now public transit is struggling to even stay alive because most people are telecommuting. And who would have projected that 10 years ago or even 5 years ago? So it's really that really has fundamentally changed, I think, the work. I guess the concern I have, is that it would make me feel a lot more comfortable if we were, as part of the Seaport Plan coming up, if part of that would include looking at whether a port priority use designation closer to the outer harbor would help reserve that additional acreage for future water-oriented marine activity. And I guess I wanted to ask staff, is that possible to include an evaluation as to whether or not we should designate some additional port priority use, some additional acreage for that port priority use designation? Is that part of the Seaport planning process?
The Seaport planning process does involve the ports requesting some minor changes or changes to priority use areas, and they have to go through the same kind of justification process that the applicant had to go through for the PH19. And so we haven't had, as far as I know, any requests from the Port of Oakland to add any priority use area or anything like that. But we could certainly into that and discuss it. Our recommendation is that Howard Terminal, our port priority use area can be removed without detracting from cargo. So I don't know if it's necessary, but we can certainly look into it.
So the only reason we would look at, excuse me? So can we only look at a port priority use designation that's initiated by the port, and we can't initiate it?
Not necessarily, I don't think. I don't know. We can spend time on that one. We can look at two. Those changes. We want to work with the port.
Your chair is going to jump into that one, Eric. Your chair is going to jump into that one. I'm sure the normal process would be for an applicant to propose the other to be made clear in these discussions. We have a regional responsibility. We have regional responsibility type because locality might make our town. So we are as vision or looking at amending in general, I would suggest that we can initiate looking at additional areas.
Well, that would make me feel a lot more comfortable with recognizing that Howard Terminal may not be the best place for because it doesn't have a deep water. Whereas out at the outer harbor, you do have deeper water. So with that understanding, I can see staff's recommendation. I did want to compliment, though, Commissioner McGrath for his really well thought out comments, and I agree with many of them. And I share Mayor Butt's concern about the turning basin. And in fact, I had the same question he had as to whether or not we could take it. But I agree that it's part of if the permit application is submitted, that's the time to do it. So I'm going to support staff's recommendation with the understanding that we're going to be able to have some discussion about whether there's other property closer to the outer harbor that may, for the regional need, may be more important for port priority use designation. So, and again, I want to compliment staff. This is not an easy issue, and want to thank all the staff and the leaders of Bcdc for all their efforts.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start off by thanking the staff of BCDC for all the detailed research and the transparency during this arduous process to allow the Commission to consider amending the San Francisco Bay Plan and Seaport Plan for the redesignation of the Howard Terminal as a port priority use area at the Port of Oakland. I also want to thank our fellow commissioners as well as the public for your thoughtful insights and considerate comments. No doubt this is an extremely difficult decision given the numerous concerns and opportunities put forth during this amendment process. While the department recognizes that there is no easy solution in this situation, we are committed to working with our partners and participating in the BCDC discretionary permitting process if the Plan Amendment 2-19 is approved, particularly regarding issues around truck parking and railroad crossing safety. That being said, based on the BCDC staff recommendation that under the moderate growth scenario, the region's capability to meet projected cargo growth can be met with existing terminals in conjunction with the updated cargo figures at the Port of Phoenicia. The department supports the staff recommendation to approve the amendment to remove the Howard Terminal as a priority and a port priority use area in the Seaport Plan, with the understanding that issues and impacts associated with truck parking and circulation, as well as pedestrian and bicycle safety in and around adjacent railroads within the project area are properly mitigated. Thank you.
Really believe in the concept. Heard many of the commissioners. This is explicitly part of our consideration today. And I do want to emphasize something that I expressed in the last commissioner as well, that I believe environmental justice more generally should be part of every commission. And I really do hope the commission here's that and that comment that you were saying was especially important to work with information and evaluating pausing there for a moment, I would say that the threshold for evaluating environmental justice today is particularly substantial. For me, at least, it's a relatively lower threshold than what would be for an application. In the sense that I want to make sure as a commissioner and the environmental injustice is occurring when we do this. And so there were really two things I looked at. One was that many of the uses of the planet, I appreciate which talks about how existing land use restrictions prevent negative impacts from increasing as a result of by removing the UA information. There's that component. And the second is really the idea of opportunity. Opportunity to have access to walk away that we normally wouldn't have removing information. So on another level, this is an easier vote for me, Commissioner, because all these legal questions relatively narrow, and I ultimately agree with the staff recommendation that we move the trap and can be met as long as environmental injustice is immediately apparent during the investigation. I suppose that moving forward is
Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you, Chair. I found this a really difficult process. We talked earlier about it. And I think the call here was a close one. I started leaning no, but this quick last couple months,
we've got a lot of additional information out there to go over and do those. But with much more clarity on road forecast and earlier, Commissioner Ron talked about just concern. I was very skeptical early on about the forecast. It didn't. You're right. We don't know. Forecast. Efficiency is another issue. Mr. Joya, Commissioner Joya spoke about that. I wanted to talk about that for a moment. We want to drive efficiency in order to make sure that we get to the forecast. We tend to focus on cargo. Efficiency is just as important. We need to drive that efficiency. It may not be easy to get that efficiency, but at the same time, pulling 100 acres of bay because you can't meet efficiency. Its efficiency target will be extraordinary. Now, with that difficulty, let's drive that efficiency. If we include carbon. Turning Basin, we've spoken about, and I'm comfortable moving forward. That I am a yes woman for that. I have two comments beyond that. The first is a comment about the turning basin. If there was information in the record, and if we had the authority to maintain jurisdiction over the priority designation of the 10 acres, I'd be willing to move that, but I don't think we can. But I just want to make a comment there. It may be tempting to look at those 10 acres and think of that as additional developable land. The port in VA, potentially, if we see a permit application there, have to come back and make a case regarding access to public access. That would be difficult to make if access to public access was sitting on land that may be lost to a turning basin. So I just wanted to flag that as an issue. Staff said that as a contractual matter, that we work out between the court and the applicant, the A's. I just want to urge them to take that process to make sure that that's inclusive. So that the commitment that anyone made, I'm sure in good faith, is honored in any application. I did want to thank Commissioner Graff for his comment on the bill issues. We haven't been discussing that issue. A substantial amount of our terminal is on bill. I don't believe all of our news is that I'm going to put use for that bill. We've dealt with those issues for a long time on the San Francisco waterfront with regard to what uses are allowable on bill. And I just wanted to say that this is not a new issue for us. It's also not an issue that is before us. It's an issue we're going to need to wrestle with.
Thank you, Chair. Oops, I just disappeared. Okay, all right. So I want to also thank our staff and all the public comment. And I want to thank my fellow commissioners for their thoughtful comments as well. There's lots that we've considered and lots that's outside this decision. So I'm going to confine my comments to the decision at hand. You know, as I did my size up of Howard Terminal, it was it's a property that's long been part of the Port of Oakland, developed in World War II or probably before, at a time when there were a lot smaller ships and smaller operations here. You know, the waterway in that area is narrowly constrained compared to the outer port. The road network is similarly narrowly constrained. Former Oakland Mayor Gene Kwan reminds us that 400 acres to the west were added to the port by the Army, and that the major development of the port has taken place on that acreage since that time. The port has said they would not be making capital improvements in the inner port area, specifically Howard Terminal, and that they would confine major capital improvements to the outer area. So I think that it says a lot about where the port sees the future going. The port CEO, McKinley, said that the road network around Howard Terminal is inadequate to serve high volume cargo needs. So to me, it's an ancillary use property, and there's a reason for that. We've had information and testimony that indicates that there is other property elsewhere in the port for ancillary uses. We've had quite a bit of study presented to us. It was updated, the cargo forecast, during this process, and it's unfortunate that this back didn't get another chance to review it. But it is what it is. And so, I'm satisfied that the staff has shown us that there is adequate capacity under the moderate growth scenario. And yes, it does only go to 2050, and it's difficult, if not impossible, to look beyond that time period with any certainty. What we do know, as I said, is there are parcels for ancillary uses. And we also do know, and I agree with Commissioner Joya, that efficiency is a must. We need to use our lands more efficiency for agriculture, for housing, for port use, for everything. And so this will happen, and it is happening other places. I want to just comment briefly on the concept of ever-increasing import and export business. I'm a little surprised that there was no mention made of some of manufacturing returning to the United States. That outsourcing during COVID was certainly an issue for essential products. It's certainly been an issue in terms of job loss in California and other parts of the country. So for me, as we try and look in our crystal ball, I would say that there may be some trending that some manufacturing comes back to the U.S. and reduces some of the need for cargo capacity. Anyway, the jobs we do have in Oakland are jobs we want to keep. I don't think those jobs are going away, and the ancillary uses are not going away. They just may move around. And then finally, the turning basin project. Look, this is a operational issue that it's in the port's best interest to address this for their business. So I don't have any reason to believe they're not going to address this, or they wouldn't address this if we need some additional confirmation or some that this will actually happen, then let's put that in place in the permitting process. But I don't see how the port goes into the future without the turning bases. So then getting back to the decision at hand, I am satisfied that the staff has done its due diligence looking at the cargo forecasting, and that the studies and the testimony we've received adequately make the case. And so I'm going to support the recommendation to remove the Howard Terminal from port priority use. And I will be voting yes on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gorin.
I really want to thank all of my colleagues for their thoughtful comments and questions. Especially, I always pay attention to Commissioner McGrath and Barry Nelson. Thank you so much for your great expertise and lending to this discussion. I first, and great staff work as well, I raised the discussion about the turning basin because I did not want this decision to preclude that investment going forward. And I'm comfortable with the discussion that will be handled when we, if we receive an application coming forward, and when that will be, I'm not sure. But we also have an opportunity in looking at removing 10 acres of fill to expand the turning basin. And I really picked up on Commissioner McGrath's concern about, and echoed by a couple of the other commissioners, about the amount of fill that was added for the construction of Howard Terminal, or to expand to Howard Terminal. And so I see this as an opportunity to really look at what we can do as commissioners, as BCDC, to minimize and perhaps decrease the amount of fill in this area for a number of reasons. I think it's important. I also think I really want to thank all of the members of the community for their passionate communication and letting us know, me know as the Noma Valley resident, of the importance of the function of Howard Terminal, the jobs, employed still at Howard Terminal, and the opportunities not necessarily related to a stadium, but open space and access. And that is what we have focused on as a commission time and time again in each of the deliberations of our projects, is trying to create public access, open up the bay to many folks in the community who are denied that public access. So I appreciated that perspective. I'm going to support the staff recommendation, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness behind all of that and answering our questions very patiently and moving forward. And want to echo some of the commissioner's comments about our lives have changed in a split second with COVID. We are on Zoom. Who knew about Zoom 2.5 years ago? And yet we are participating. How our lives have changed with the internet. Yeah, sometimes not for the best, but certainly for lots of reasons. I think technology and opportunity and economic opportunity will drive many decisions in the future to create a far more sustainable and resilient port operation. And like Commissioner Joya, I served on the Air Quality Management District and Commissioner Wagon Connect when we really pushed forward on the necessity of electrifying the port to reduce some of those emissions. I think we can use those mechanisms in the future to create even better conditions for the residents, for the businesses, and the port operations. And I look forward to having those great projects and coming forward and getting us to a place of much better operations in the future. For a while, I was joking that my new appliances were sitting in a container in the port of Oakland because it took me 1.5 years to get them, but they did arrive. So apparently they've been unloaded. So thanks all. And I appreciate your patience and great comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wagner. Thank you. It's been fun to get to hear some folks. All I've known of you is a 2-inch square, and it's nice to hear some of your thought processes. I'm not always in agreement with Commissioner Joya, but I thought he was pretty right on in his reasoning today. I thought there was great staff work. I think that we do not have 100% guarantee, but we do have a very strong recommendation. And I look forward to a dynamic future with efficiency and technology. So I will be voting yes on this project. This question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McDonald.
I would be relatively brief. Part of the way you deal with that is to create an area like this area
learn more about. I do believe the turning base is profitable, but after that, turn on the Thank you, Commissioner Klein.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks to everyone who spoke today, and all the letters and emails that this commission has received. Thanks to staff for the reports and helping me kind of come up to speed on the previous materials and discussions that this commission is undertaken. And a special thanks to the insightful comments and perspectives of my fellow commissioners who look at these issues a lot longer than I have in a lot more detail. So thank you for that. Today we are not looking at approving the Ballpark project. You know, the staff report in my mind is very clear. The removal of the port priority use designation does not preclude continued use of our terminal for support, nor the Seaport lead agency for the Ballpark project ultimately does not commit the authorization of all projects. So to me, that's the critical thing. We all want Oakland Drive, and the Port of Oakland will go away. Jack London Square will still function no matter what happens in these 40 acres. And so okay, thank you. Yep. And for me, you know, the inner harbor, I know there are issues, you know, the inner harbor turning basin is still critical and needs to be implemented. There are conceivable potential future sites that need to be evaluated. But, and so on that point, what I was talking about earlier, I really look forward to a comprehensive update to the Seaport Plan, which I think will be critical to this commission's future decisions. But from my standpoint, based upon our current growth forecasts, I am in full support of staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Hey everybody, we're live. Thank you for joining us, and great to welcome my longtime God sister, and welcome Billy.
Thank you. I will keep it brief as I realize I put my hand up at the last minute here. I just wanted to first thank the staff for their incredible work on this effort over many months. And also to all of the thoughtful and impassioned people who showed up today and provided letters on both sides, sharing your feedback and your insights with us, and to my fellow commissioners for your thoughtful comments and perspective. I am here to share that I'm going to support the staff recommendation. I feel very comfortable that given the information we have at hand and knowing we do not have a crystal ball and we need to use the best available data we have before us to understand where we think we're going to go in the future, I feel comfortable that removing the port priority use area will not deter from the ongoing regional needs of the Bay to support port use. And then I appreciate Commissioner McGrath's comments about the concerns around fill, and I reiterate some of the comments from my other fellow commissioners that is not a consideration before us here today, and that we will have, if a permit application comes before us in the future, a robust discussion and a very high standard of comprehensive review of the breadth of considerations in our Bay Plan policies and the McAteer-Petras Act to consider all of those issues. So thanks again for everyone's working. Appreciate the time.
Commissioner Showalter.
Yes, this is a subject that I have known very little about. I learned more about cargo in the last 6 months than in my entire life. And I'd like to thank the staff and all the consultants for, providing the information that we needed. I also would just like to say that it's kind of been a pleasure to be doing something where our ex parte communications were quite different. We were free to go and meet with the proponents and the opponents, and there wasn't really a problem with that. So that was an excellent opportunity for me to learn about the situation. I too was really struck by how important the turning basin is. So as we go forward, I think that we'll have to make sure that we do everything that we can to support that. I am in support of the staff recommendation. It seems like we don't have any guarantees in this life. You never know for sure how things are going to turn out. But this seems to me like a reasonable bet. So I'm happy to support the staff recommendation, and thank you so much for all the good work.
Singular distinction, the only person in history to win the Super Bowl bid for Oakland from the Oakland County Sports Commission. I would say
See
that's
any other hands from commissioners? I want to make a brief remark. As Commissioner Joya said, all of us, not our,
in that context, why did we
and
establish a public financing authority
chair of this
as called for by enhanced infrastructure financing district law, so that
last 10 years, I did serve on the Oakland Court Commission for 3.5 years, a while ago, and in fact helped to create the department that Mr. McGrath headed. I have some sense of the I also agree with Commissioner Joya and then remarks on a number of others. There's no way we can predict what changes are going to occur in improvement that will affect maritime transportation and cargo. 2007, iPhone was introduced. We want to talk about things that have revolutionized our life and the way we live. Not always for the better, but nonetheless. The Port of Oakland was the first port on the West Coast and one of the first, I believe, in the world to introduce cargo cranes and really go to containers. I don't know whether Executive Director Juan has the vision or courage of Ben Matter, who was the Executive Director who led that effort. But I have hope. And we know there will be changes. So I think that clearly supports the staff recommendation and the decision. I want to talk about just a couple of other items. I appreciate Commissioner McGrath in many ways. Obviously, I disagree with him on this particular issue. And I take particular disagreement that by taking Howard out of the port priority use designation, if there's greater need, that automatically means it's going to be 40 acres of fill. So that, again, we don't know what the changes are going to be. So I think that's sort of a false metric, or at least answer. But the basic metric we're using was correct, and I think the staff report addresses, and I think the remarks of the commissioners carry. I am also very persuaded by the comments made by Executive Director Juan and Deputy Principal McKenna. Howard Terminal is not economically viable as a container operation. Is it viable for ancillary uses? Obviously it is. Is that where ancillary uses should be? Probably not. Are there other places for ancillary uses? Yes, but I think the court has fully answered that issue. I certainly agree with the comments of many of the commissioners about the importance of the turning circle. The court knows that. We don't have to tell them that. And that's the last point I want to make. And it sort of has to do with what the burden here, what the standard is. I think for us to reach a decision that is different from the Port of Oakland, is in the business of maritime. They operate the airport. They operate real estate. But maritime is the core business of the Port of Oakland. And yes, we've got a regional responsibility. For us to put our judgment above theirs, to me, requires a very strong showing that the projections that they're talking about and their comments on the board and the projections made by our staff consultants would be a very hard burden. So, I will join in supporting the motion. I would ask Corey to present staff recommendations, and I certainly want to join the board supporting staff, Corey, and all of you have to work very, very hard on this. Not always made easy by the Port of Oakland. They really did yeoman work on this. So, Corey, please make the staff recommendation.
Chairman, can you just a second?
Well, those are the comments to the conference already
And the motion is up on this slide. Not sure if it's helpful for me to read or if a commissioner should read this.
You go ahead.
Okay, so it's the motion to approve BPA 219. And it reads that the staff recommends that the commission adopt the attached resolution, number 2022-02, or Appendix A, that would, number 1, amend the San Francisco Bay Plan, maps 4 and 5, as well as Table 5, Table 10, Table 11, and Figure 4 of the Seaport Plan, by removing the Port Priority Use Area designation from 56 acres of Port Priority Use Area at Howard Terminal at the Port of Oakland. Number 2, amend Resolution number 16 as described in the Resolution 16 section of this report being the final recommendation. Number 3, make necessary findings regarding environmental impacts outlined in the environmental assessment, incorporating the errata corrections that was on slide 23 today. And number 4, make necessary findings that the Bay Plan Amendment conforms to all applicable findings and declarations of policies of the McAteer-Petras Act.
I would recognize Commissioner Brown to make a motion.
Great, thank you, Chair Wasserman. I would like to move approval of the staff recommendation for BPA 219 and the findings contained in that recommendation.
I'll second that. I recognize Commissioner Joy as making the second for that motion. Before we do a roll call, does any commissioner have a question? Peggy, please call the roll.
Commissioner Audiego.
Yes.
Commissioner On.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Brown.
Yes.
Commissioner Butt.
No.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Yes.
Commissioner Eklund.
Yes.
Commissioner Altawanze.
Yes.
Commissioner Joya.
Yes.
Commissioner Goring.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucchese.
Yes.
Commissioner Moulton Peters.
Yes.
Commissioner Pine,
Yes.
Commissioner Showalter,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagenknecht,
Yes.
Commissioner Klein,
Yes.
Commissioner McGrath,
No.
Commissioner Stephanie,
Aye.
Commissioner Nelson,
Yes.
Commissioner Mendoza, did I get it right?
Mendoza, that's close.
Oh,
Yes.
Sorry. Yes, vote, okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Brush,
Yes.
You got it.
Vice Chair Eisen,
Yes.
Chair Wasserman.
Yes.
Okay, let me just count to make sure. You have 23 yes, 2 no, no abstention.
Thank you very much, everybody. And again, I want to thank all the members of the public who spoke and who simply came to listen. This is a very important decision.
Yay!
We'll be seeing you again on this issue on both sides.
Woo! Yay!
Executive, we've got still a little business. Thank you.
Woo!
No, you go ahead, Larry.
Thank you, Chair Wasserman. I want to take a minute on behalf of staff to thank commissioners and their alternates who are here, and the commissioners who aren't here, who couldn't be here, for doing such an amazing job over the past 4 months of keeping up with staff and of reading the materials, asking great questions. It really, I think, gives great credence to what yesterday was called an obscure commission, to actually get this done in a way that I think really befits a great state commission. I also want to recognize, on behalf of senior staff, Corey Mann and Eric Beeman. You have seen Corey more during the past 4 months than I have. And Eric, well, let me put it this way. You see him now in an empty room because his family is moving today. So our staff really has done yeoman's work, and they were ably assisted by Cody Akeley Rothman. If you read the responses to public comment, I'm not sure how Cody candidly didn't get carpal tunnel syndrome. Michael Ng, who took care of the EA and who you heard today. Yuri Jewett, who in baseball parlance is the world's greatest utility infielder. Rachel Cohen, whom you saw today and is over on the other side, who held it all together. And I should mention one other person. When Commissioner McGrath asked about the permit, we had a little discussion over lunch, and it was Raina, one of our terrific assistants, who immediately found the permit and was able to get it to everybody. In addition, they were led by Jessica Fain, your planning director, and ably assisted by Greg Scharf, your general counsel, and certainly by Steve Goldbeck, whom you haven't seen today, but is with us. And we have to thank the admin staff. We had 1,500 comments. We had 2 hybrid meetings. Peggy, the last time I heard from you, we had almost 600 people Zooming in. Okay, over 600 people. Running a hybrid meeting like this is not easy, especially when you're not using the MTC audiovisual system. So the admin team also needs to be congratulated. Let me end by saying 2 things. First of all, staff totally agrees with Commissioner Nelson.
Hey, everybody.
The time pressure put on by AB 1191 was
aftermath of the
counterproductive
meeting,
to the policy
and
process. enough said.
Hey.
And then
it
finally,
passed.
I think staff wants to
23-2,
especially
one
recognize
abstention.
two commissioners. The first is Commissioner McGrath. This may be his
They-
last rodeo sitting on this dais, but he ably
I'm
led
just listening. Sorry
the
about that.
SPAC
But
through its
it seems
commission,
unbelievably,
through
but
its
they did. The Bay
deliberations.
Conservation Development
And
Commission
along with a few others,
passed
is known to have the hardest questions
Howard
among
Turmo.
all commissioners.
past Howard Term. I've got two
And
live
then
streams going.
posthumously,
This one
staff
down
wants
below
to
and this one with
recognize
you.
former
And,
Vice Chair
it's a celebration.
Ann Halstead
Because this
for
was
having been chair of the
the
SPAC
big deal.
prior
right?
to
They're
Commissioner
going
McGrath,
through their
and having led
discussions
the
and,
process as well as she did, and having been a voice for all of the Bay Area.
But this is incredible.
So with
It's an
that, I
incredible
want to thank
development.
commissioners. I want to thank the public.
I'm actually going to restart the computer there so I can go back to everything. But they did it. It passed. It did it. Let me come back
I
here.
will certainly be among
because
those
my computer's
who
about to
will miss
freeze out. Hold on a
the
second.
insightful
Back here. Okay. So as I was saying, I've got two live streams going, folks. BCDC meeting is over there where they're making their comments, but my computer decided we do its memory thing and I get back in. So I've got some work to do. And I want to thank Mayor Schaff for joining me. We had a great interview. I just got to take some sound distortion out of it. That wasn't sure why it occurred. I think on her end, she needed to have a earpiece in. But nonetheless, we got some great stuff that I'm just going to go through a distortion machine and filter out. There, okay. Which interestingly begs the question about that. But at any rate, the bottom line is that nightmare is over. Let's see what on Twitter Dave Cavall is putting out. Kate says any reaction from the A's. That's what I'm about to determine right here. Any reaction from the Athletics. And profile. Let's go here. Dave Cavell. Let's see here. And I'll put that up. Yep, 23-2. I'll put that out there. He writes this with his characteristic boom. Share screen there. Here. There it is, folks. Let me see if I can, well, yeah. Change that. Boom. To which Dave says 23-2. All right, congratulations. Congrats. I was going to go A's. And Oakland Athletics. There. Okay. So boom. Bcdc. Let me see. This is not something you can zoom in. Zoom in. Right. There it is. Now you can see it even better. Right there. Bcdc vote passes 23-2. Bcdc vote passes 23-2. What a huge win for our waterfront ballpark project and the future of Oakland and the A's. That's what Dave Cavall wrote on Twitter here. I will show it to you right now. There it is. There it is. What a huge win for our waterfront ballpark project and the future of Oakland and the A's. So let's see what some of the reactions are with that. They're 40. And whoops, already got mine in. Let's enlarge it here and go down. And so, okay, Richard would vlog things. But anyway, congrats. You start flirting with Vegas. Fantastic. Stay in Oakland. Now stop talking about to Las Vegas. All energy should be focused on Oakland. Nice, great to hear, Dave. Had me worried when you referred to it as an elimination game. Now get the deal finalized with the City of Oakland caretaker of July 5th meeting. We cannot have delays in the project. Thank you for going to Howard Terminal bus phrase on this tweet. Boom instead. Keep it up. Keep up it, Dave. Dave, you will have a statue in front of the stadium one day. And if he does, well, anyway. Oh, God. I'll get the vote passed, but they're putting eggs in one basket. Las Vegas is still an option. Go A's. Brian Carlos, let's go Oakland. Yay. Brian, let's go Oakland. Woohoo. All right. Judge, what next? Sean Farmer, nothing to see. Okay. Now stop flirting with Vegas. We've seen a lot of that. The whole stop flirting with Vegas thing. Stop flirting with Vegas. Stop flirting with Vegas, you know? Stop flirting with Vegas is what he says, okay? So, folks, an incredible outcome, and an incredible day. He's like, wake me up when shovels break ground. I think it's something to celebrate. I really think it's something to celebrate. And this will be the talk for the rest of it. Boom, Athletics, Bcdc vote passes 23-2. I said with 2 abstentions. Actually, there were no abstentions. Yeah, no, there were 2 abstentions because it's 1 abstention. I'm sorry. Because, yeah, but no abstentions. I'm sorry. I don't know where I got the abstentions from. Long day. Drain damage, maybe. Wouldn't put it past me. But next steps are these. Well, as the mayor laid it out, you have the 7-5 city council matter, and then we've got the State Lands Commission and the county, and then of course the city council, where I went through design review and all that. But also the city itself has to put together the public financing authority. Again, I said to Libby, that should have been done before. It should have been set up as the deliberative body to keep track of the project so that all of these matters get settled out and smoothed out, okay? But there you go. All right. So back for more later. Go A's. Subscribe to Zenny62. Bookmark oaklandnewsnow.com. Well, folks, there's your boom. And I'll be back. I just am trying to get a hold of Dave now. I have a interview request out for him through Catherine. I think we're going to have to, I'm going to have to call Catherine and see if I can get get him on that way. Or just send a text there, okay? So anyway, I will be back later, hopefully with Dave Cavell. And Celebration Day. Celebration Day. Okay. And I'm writing out right now the tweet here. Oakland. All kinds of multitasking, folks. This is exciting. And multitasking. I like what Mr. Brown says. 2 teams original Philadelphia are the ones to stay local in the Bay, talking about the Athletics and the Warriors, but the original Oakland team moved away. Yeah, it's not a good sign. And technically, I could argue that one team did because, look, yeah, they stayed local in the Bay, but to me, I'm sorry, Oakland lost out in the Warriors. It really hurt us. It hurt us almost as much as hurting the Raiders from a standpoint of television marketing in particular. And we've lost millions and millions of dollars and millions of dollars, billions of dollars, really, if you started adding it up in recognition in the United States and around the world. Bad. All right, folks. Stay tuned for more. Subscribe to Zenny62. Bookmark OaklandNewsNow.com. OaklandNewsNowBlog.com. Thank you for sticking with me for 7 hours, 9 minutes, and now 23 seconds. See ya.